esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Things are heating up here at the StarSeries Season 19 2025 European Close Qualifier. Fact of the matter is, it's day 3. So if earlier we had our opening matchups and some teams had a chance to already maybe secure a spot in the play-ins or they're in the upper bracket, fact is, this is also the day we're about to see some of the first teams actually leave our groups and say bye-bye to the StarSeries Season 19 event that will be taking place at Budapest. And to bring you the action, got me, Sir Danny, you got him and Jay. We already saw some great Counter-Strike, and today should be no different. No worries then. So it looks like Josh will get things sorted anytime soon. And yeah, in the meantime, obviously it is going to be our 3rd day of the event. So the fact of the matter is, the way things are going here, this is the European Close Qualifier. Once we got our team settled in, we're of course going to have our StarSeries playoffs that will be taking place in Budapest, Hungary. And also think about this as well. You know, this is just the very first StarSeries event that's taking place, and later on, StarLadder is also organizing the major. They're back in the game, of course, all the way since 2019. That was a long way back, but now it's a new game. It's StarLadder coming back, and the great thing is as well, we will see the stage 1, 2, 3 actually games happening live. So if you're in Budapest or you're in the area by any chance, you actually want to see as much of the major as possible, you can absolutely do so by heading over to major.starladder.com for a chance to get your tickets. And speaking of participants though, this is what we got here for StarSeries Season 19. We also have some of the teams that have already secured a spot in the play-in. That is of course 9 as well as PowerVision, but also today we will see what other teams can actually secure a spot in the play-in, but also we'll see who's going to have to head on over home. So by the looks of it, yeah, this is a situation where, like I said, you know, day 3, we're about to see Counter-Strike that, you know, is I kind of feel like it is going to be upset central today, especially in our groups that we'll be taking a look at some of the initial matchups. And consider this as well, for some teams, yeah, maybe the stakes aren't that high. If they end up, let's say, losing their upper bracket game, they can still, you know, head on over to the lower bracket, get that spot in the plane. But yeah, I feel like today the stakes are high for some of these teams.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get to see that 3rd best of 3 yesterday as well. We only saw 2, which means that Group D decider match is taking place this morning between Iberian Soul and FUT, or the winners match, I should call it. Of course, the victor goes through to the play-ins, and the loser goes down to play whoever emerges out of that lower bracket between Amiga and Spirit Academy. But yeah, so, you know, we've already waved 9 and PowerVision through. We should have waved a couple more teams through yesterday, but obviously those games are pushed back to today. Iberian Soul had a Challenger League match last night against PowerVision. So busy bees, busy schedules, and some clashes there. But yeah, we've been able to rejig it to this morning. And it should be a really good game, to be honest. I'm quite excited for this one.
Absolutely. I mean, the games we're expecting today should be intense. And again, I mean, these teams are participating here for a very good reason. The simple reason is to participate at the upcoming LAN in Budapest, Hungary. And the fact is, we have a prize pool of $500,000. That is quite a big chunk of change, considering it is only going to be an 8-team event. And some of these teams could definitely use some very important VRS ranking points. And fact is, you know, here at the European Close Qualifier, you know, squads like NIP that have been grinding through still participating. But yeah, today is going to be a big testament. But anyhow, we can actually take a look at how things have been going thus far, and to get up to speed, let's take a look what happened yesterday with some of the games we had on both Stream A and Stream B.
As right now, Iberian Soul pushing for 12. A lot of pace and not a lot of killing happening. Eventually, there's a trade. They're going to try and wrap through CT Spawn. Alex is here with a FAMAS, and that's the information that a lot of these boys are tagged down low, so it should be easy enough to just clean up. Namiga felt pretty decisive up until this.
Ooh. Okay, risky bomb, but a pretty good headshot. Ooh. Lear is able to respond as well. Martin, who has been, a little bit more passive, taking those long-range fights. This is what's working out for him best. There we go, a third by Martinessa. And this should seal the deal. Come on, okay. That's a good headshot. Namiga making these rounds at least, a little bit more exciting.
Really helping these young stars to prominence. I mean, I casted quite a lot of them in the ESL Pro League qualifiers, in which they had a brilliant run to make the main event. They haven't just that's not the only LAN they're going to be playing. They played Level Up Lund as Onyx clears up the eco, and it's against rounds like these. I watched OG lose against a full eco against Ruby the other day, and I'll tell you what, it was one of the worst rounds of Counter-Strike I think I maybe ever seen. Ken, this is not a bad round of Counter-Strike. He's probably not going to win this 1v2, but he's giving himself a chance. Spook taking the duel in Counter-Strike, so they are looking great because of that. What? Arastos! No! He just full aced them! What was that?
Incredibly clean on those kills. Adam B and playing his life proficiently as well. This round might be the money breaker here for the T's, and they're picking up the pace right here, right now. Dawu getting a double, make it a triple, and he's gone absolutely nuclear when they need him the most.
Beautifully done. Arastos trying to respond now, hasn't seen CT then, and that will mean he will drop. If he gets that kill at 2v2,
winning the series towards the end. Let's see. Will the 13-0 dream stay alive? Mini says yes, opening things up. It really is happening, Travis.
We've done a couple in CSGO when there were 16-0s, of course. So this one is going to be an absolute sweep. Unless Syrah has something to say about it, he won't be allowed to do anything. Flash it in, long-range spray. TMB will go down next to the vent. Nut will entry Bibu. Here we go. A chance to make something happen here, but it will be overlooking Isern. There's a bit of a jiggle peek going on to activate Mini. The NLA will take him down, and that hesitancy has caught them off guard. Come out and win this clutch, though. Oh, we had it. And Nade might finish off the kill towards TMB, but no, he does chip damage. It's going to need to be Isser instead, and he just gets 2 on the spray down. Looking for more, able to hold the line, and Alele will drop. Gifted another kill.
Scope, but a missed shot. Oh, that's going to cost him.
Retreat. Oh, second big frag to boot. This is not looking good at all for Spirit Academy. They're getting their butt whooped. Foot to get that bomb planted. Monkachin might actually use this to his advantage, but he's still checking. Oh no! Sypho somehow gets 3. Commitment at some point from Spirit Academy. Like the fact that they have, a couple flashbangs to work with, but Krabeni is there. Emperor Witness in hand, and he will silence his opponents. And Sotbik rolling back the gears with another op shot. He's been good at shooting ever since his YP days. Oh, but it gets sniped straight in the face.
Creeps through. Here's the steps. Now it's all onto Makujin to shut this down, and through the smoke. Hang on a minute. Makujin with 4 kills on the 5-7. A ridiculous round to be winning. Well, some hefty stuff yesterday, of course. A lot of big highlights, actually, across both streams, which is exciting to see. There's a little look at the prize pool Danny was talking about before. $500,000 up for grabs. To be honest, for so many of these teams approaching the major, $500 or $500,000, the VRS points are really what counts for some of these sides outside of the top 32. And to be honest, the ones that are within the top 32 are desperate to grab a few more to make sure they stay within it. We'll take a look at how the groups are looking. Here's Group A, Big and NIP playing in that decider match as NIP won the elimination match. I'm not sure why that says 1-0. Maybe that was some kind of forfeit or something. I'm not sure, actually. But yeah, interesting stuff. I think that Big NIP game should be very good.
It definitely should be, especially how well Big actually played against a squad like Passion Away, and it was kind of a shame to see that they ended up losing to 9, but man, 9 has been on a tear, so more power to them. And of course, there is also Group B that is almost settled. We already have one team that has already secured a spot in the plane. That is obviously none other than Paravision. Admittedly, not the most convincing victories, that they had to go the distance with the two teams they had to go up against, but man, I kind of felt like Fnatic probably should have the better of them, but is what it is. And up next, they had to go up against the likes of ENG, which was also another pretty close affair, and it was Paravision eventually to edge it out. But today also is a chance for Bedboom or Fnatic to still get into that decider, maybe even proceed to the play-in. But the Bedboom Fnatic game, man, that should be actually quite cool. That's a game I'm definitely waiting for.
Yeah, me too. It feels like day one delivered the most in terms of exciting Counter-Strike. We had 3 best-of-3s that all went the distance. And yeah, I am very excited to see this Bedboom Fnatic game. I don't think Bedboom looked amazing the other day against ENG. And then potentially the rematch or ENG Fnatic, which should deliver on all fronts as well. Group C, TNL obviously going down to that lower bracket, and a wild upset. I mean, Gigi How, a team that we had very low expectations for coming into the tournament, absolutely demolishing a Static, a 13-0 and a 13-5. They looked so clean in that opening match, and I don't know what to expect now against OG, right? I think that TNL Static elimination game should be a pretty scary one that should deliver, but my eyes right now are just on Gigi How in terms of what else they can bring. Was that a Static game of fluke? Were a Static just not at their usual form? Or have we got a new beast that could go the distance?
Yeah, that was an insane match when you think about it. A 13-0 victory as well. Like Gigi How of all the squads as well. Like I said, Gigi How out here. You compare it to teams like TNL, OG, even Ecstatic for that matter. I still feel like Gigi How is the weakest team here. But right now, I mean, they're basically
not anymore.
on the doorstep.
Surely not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're on the doorstep of proceeding to the plane, which is quite insane when you think about it. But yeah, that's what I was going on in Group C. We can take a look what's going to happen in Group D. This is also the group we'll be casting, and of course, to kick things off, it is going to be the Iberian Soul versus FUT Esports matchup. We're going to talk about it just a little bit more, but again, just talking about some of those opener games we had. The Nemiga versus Iberian Soul game. Maybe not necessarily an upset in its own right. I feel like, even Iberian Soul could contest Nemiga, but what was surprising is the way they accomplished it. I mean, they demolished Nemiga on both maps. I believe the first one was Inferno, where they got absolutely wrecked, and on the second map as well. So Nemiga, they got wrecked, and that was, the most surprising thing, I feel like, in yesterday's group stage.
Yeah, for sure. I was expecting Iberian Soul to win that game, so, the outcome isn't an upset, but the upsetting part is just how one-sided it really was. Back-to-back 13-4s. I thought we'd get a little bit more out of Nemiga yesterday, and they just came up completely flat. They're going to need to pull out a next level, a 6th gear, I think, against Spirit Academy if they want to get out of the group, because Spirit Academy looked pretty good yesterday, even with a brand new player and a coach standing in. I'm not sure if in their game a little bit later on they will have the coach playing again, or whether or not we will finally see that development squad AWPA coming up. But yeah, we've got some good games today, that's for sure, and Iberian Soul FUT is the one to focus on right now. When we look at those opening games, I don't think FUT really looked like their best yesterday at all, and I'm hoping that, you know, having a little bit of time to cool off a little bit. We got some interesting insight from Krabeni in the interview at the end of that series. Hopefully they can kind of be back at the form that we're used to seeing them at. But if we're drawing like apples to apples comparisons, Iberian Soul looked way better yesterday. Yeah, they were so convincing, and for Foot they showed a lot of vulnerabilities.
They sure did. And again, I was quite surprised of how I guess you could say their playstyle was pretty individualistic, right? And on some level, you could even level the same criticism at Iberian Soul. But then again, Iberian Soul's players, like, they would have those 2 maps, and 3 or maybe even 4 of their players would be basically, you know, neck and neck. They would have a similar amount of kills, and by all metrics, they even had, you know, similar impact. If one guy would have, let's say, a couple opening frags in one, let's say, round, then the other guy would also step up. If on the CT side, you know, you'd have someone like Mopas coming up big, then on the other side of the map, Martinez would be finding like a triple, maybe a quadra kill with the AWP. So I feel like as well, you know, that was a team effort, and also the individuals were also just popping off at the right moment. Whereas, you know, the Nemiga versus Spirit Academy game, I kind of don't feel like it should be as close as the FUT game was for Spirit Academy. I kind of feel like Nemiga should be able to better counteract what Spirit Academy is doing. And primarily Spirit Academy is relying on some more making calls on the fly, you know, adjustments. And I feel like a squad like Nemiga should be able to punish them. But enough about that. Let's talk about the first best of 3 of the day, Iberian Soul versus FUT. So again, Iberian Soul was looking mighty good yesterday, right? You know, that was a squad that actually delivered some really solid Counter-Strike. And again, like, we have to stress the storyline. Like, this squad is without an organization, and yet they're going out there still, you know, participating in boot camps, sticking together. And again, for me, it's quite surprising that they're still, you know, sticking around at the sort of ranking that they are right now, because I was so sure that ever since, you know, Movistar Riders abandoned this roster, I was kind of thinking, yeah, they're just gonna plummet down the rankings, and perhaps these players are just gonna go their separate ways. But that was completely not the case. You know, they stuck together, and even, I guess, what's more interesting is that they have become, for some Spaniards, like a prospect they want to join. Like, you know, Alex, after his NIP days, comes to this organization, well, comes into the squad without an organization. Martinez, who had a 19-month stint with the Argentinian organization 9Z, is thinking, yeah, you know, I miss my fam, I want to get back home, I want to come back to Spain, you know, lovely weather and all that. And he's also thinking, well, I could play with these guys, and he's slotting in really, really well.
You think it was too cold in Argentina?
Could be, yeah.
But yeah, obviously on the other side of the coin, we got FUT. You were saying that yesterday, you know, there was a lot of consistency from Iberian Soul. I mean, Davig was a superstar, but there was nobody sort of slouching behind. I think one of the big problems for FUT yesterday is in certain maps, big individuals went missing, and in others, they showed up. And you can't afford to have that. You could afford to have that against Spirit Academy, who had vulnerabilities of their own, but you can't afford to have that against a team like Iberian Soul. Demon was a perfect example. Yeah. Completely absent from Overpass, then redeemed himself on Ancient. But if he doesn't have that superstar performance on map 3, I don't think they win that series. We've got to breeze through the vetoes right now as Dust 2 and Train banned out first. A nuke pick by Iberian Soul, which is kind of interesting. I'm all for a little bit of nuke. We haven't seen much of it in the tournament so far, especially not in Group B. And it's one that FUT have had their struggles on too. So yeah, it could be a real opportunity for them to get their foot in the door and get this first map on the board.
Why not? And I kind of feel like as well, I guess it's not the worst option for FUT, because they tend to float this map in some instances, though it is pretty rare. And obviously, past couple of months, their track record of the map has been pretty abhorrent. Then again, you know, FUT, they are lovers of Mirage. So, I mean, it does make a lot of sense. You know, if Dust 2 is not available, I feel like this is their... you could say their best map, honestly. You know, this is a map they pick in a bunch of best of 3s. This is a map where they feel comfortable. Obviously, Ancient could have also been that possibility, but you gotta wonder as well. I mean, Iberian Soul, again, for Iberian Soul, they don't necessarily, you know, pick Ancient. For them, it's a map where, okay, it's like a sort of handshake map, but in said handshake, they're able to win a fair amount of times, which was quite surprising in some of the wins they have secured on that map. But a third and final map will be Inferno, which I don't know. Inferno, it could be an okay map for Foot because you could say, oh, the track record not too shabby, 40% and all that. But for me, the problem I find with a map like Inferno is just the fact that Iberian Soul, they sure have relied on their individuals, but it does feel like this is a team with more structure. Foot, if you're going to have to consistently rely on your individuals, a map like Inferno, it's going to be so hard. I mean, everyone knows just entering on Inferno, whether it be, let's say, finding frags in even brackets or even banana, it is such a difficult task. But let's forget about that. Let's jump into the first map of the best of three, and that is El Nuke.
Looks like Iberian Soul definitely won the veto for me. I think there's a decent chance
Yeah.
Foot will take Mirage, despite the fact that, it looked a bit messy yesterday against Spirit Academy. However, them being the ones forced to ban Overpass, really not wanting to play it again after yesterday's ordeal, leaves the door wide open for Iberian Soul instead of having to play Ancient to get Inferno in there, one of their better maps in the pool. Masuta will draw first blood. Lovely headshot onto Mopos and looking to follow up in main, but the trades are decent. Demon can't take anything more than the single. In fact, sorry, he did find two, but it pours back down to an even split. Symmetry, make sure that doesn't remain the case for much longer. South Soul will be dispatched of. And Foot get off to a good start here. It's a decent pistol round, and denying the bomb plant is absolutely key.
Oh, it's absolutely key. And I feel like of all the rounds on Nuke, it does feel like, the T's don't really have a lot of options. I feel like they have to decide like 15 seconds from the get-go what they want to accomplish. It's not necessarily that great to mid-round on the pistol. And so they decide to go for that commitment. Eventually, they get shut down. Every single player from Foot is able, to chime in with a frag, except for Krabeni, who yesterday did have a bit of a stinker, especially in that last map against Spirit Academy. But I really hope that he could get back into his mojo, and what better way to do it if not try and look for some of those frags outside. The wall of smokes, as to be expected, giving a chance for Iberian Soul to just slowly but surely get their way down secret.
Krabeni does let them through, but information relayed that it's a possibility. So Masuta down below wants to play whack-a-mole with the MP9 at the pistols. Cross, Masuta doesn't deal any significant damage. Tech9 up close could have caused problems, but it's okay. They seem to be keeping a lid on things. The doors open and maybe an avenue to get a bomb plant here, especially with that Molotov. It's Jugs out of the equation, all onto Symmetry to deny. It does take one. Okay, they're doing a very good job at holding the line here. Alex with the Tech9 does make things a little more expensive, but that will be where the line is drawn. Foot put a second on the board. They keep all three rifles, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because that was an investment from Iberian Soul. They're expecting not only to get a few frags with the Tech9s, they want to get that round win. And so I feel like the attempt initially was pretty good, making their way down secret. But now, I mean, sure, early days and whatnot, but I kind of feel like, Foot is looking just a little bit better than what we saw yesterday. Individuals, some of them, to be quite precise, Krabeni still yet to be properly challenged in outside. And maybe this is going to be the round. Just the pistols, though. Deagles for the most. Oh, man. You are with the M4 with S, and you should be able to win these gunfights all day, all week because of your opponents being unarmed. But that's the problem. They have Deagles, and Davi gets the first.
Always got to be careful when the Deagles are in hand, especially when someone like Davi's hands ends up with another. Wow, making this very expensive. We're back into a 2v2. With the lack of Kevlar and Salso on 4 HP, I'm not sure I'm too optimistic here, but as I say, they've done a great job at chipping away at the CT economy. If Mopos had found a timing there, this could have gone horribly wrong, but Salso still set on making that the case. Wow, inches away from snatching away an eco round. It's a third on the board for Foot, but one that they will feel very nervy about. Demon doesn't even get to go and recover the A1S. He carries across a Galil. And full reinvestments needed mean that they're in a very vulnerable position. Iberian Soul will come in with a buy, and if they win it, the CTs will be economically broken.
Yeah, but at this point, that's just something you could expect out of a squad like Foot. They're not necessarily going to play by protocol because they win some of the rounds. by not playing, standard or by kind of protocol. So even in an eco, everyone, wants to chip in, wants to get that frag in, but we just saw how costly that round became. And, the CTs, we know the drill. Utility is more expensive. Equipment is also quite expensive. You have to buy extra stuff the Ts don't have to worry about. And we did have a bit of a pause here. I believe it was more of a technical nature. Oh, wow. Wait, how'd you call that? There was the fist bump. Yeah, which is usual, right? But the finger bump. That's new.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
Honestly, I'll take any innovation. When it comes to land environment, guys, come on. There's got to be something more than, to yell out nice every single time. Well, what actually could we think of? Splendid. Why is no one yelling splendid,
Splendid.
Josh?
Smashing.
Smashing.
Cracking job, guys.
Fellas.
They're probably saying Spanish stuff, but I like the finger bump. Kind of reminds me of like in COVID when we'd all do elbow handshakes. That was weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't really doing so much of that, but
Yeah, I think
finger
during
bump.
COVID, actually, the fist bump stocks they did went up. If you didn't want to go for the elbow handshake, you just had to go for the fist bump.
Fist bump. Krabeni. Lovely start. Not expecting Davig to have waltzed his way through to hell. Symmetry now worried about down below, and it's a very awkward angle to be taken with the sniper. Davig doesn't want to press too far at the moment. He knows he's already got a lot of ground, and it's now in his teammates' court to try and make a move. He can just stay put. Mopos in the meantime. Wiped out by an aggressive prod from Masuta. Presence down ramp. Jukes is aware this control's been lost, but they are giving up a lot of map control here. The sound cues will be heard. There's no way Iberian Soul just assume that this is empty. They're going to know that Jukes is coming. It's just a good timing to take out South Soul.
Losing out some of that control wasn't too bad, especially with a player being at decontamination. Martinez, the CTs, when you think about it, symmetry on one side of the doors, Jugs on the others. If a double P comes in, you feel like those CTs got that one every single day of the week. And, despite some, struggles against pistols, it feels like FUT is just looking way better when they have to go up against rifles. And Iberian Soul, again, unable to get that good start. This is going to be just Martinez on the hero AK for the rest of the gang. Tech 9s. Oh, okay, we do have a Galil for Davi. They are practically on maximum lose money bonus, so you can go for a heftier investment.
Oh, there we go. Swap to the player cam. Siberian Soul. Maybe yet to wake up. Martinez, a little rub of the eyes. Got a little bit of a technical issue going on at the moment, though. Hopefully we should be back underway very shortly. Does seem like in the boot camp room they are still live.
We can actually just see from the players' faces, like if they're gonna die, we should be hearing, we should be seeing, some sort of emotion. So I guess Symmetry's still alive and is still calling. Looking at the minimap, looking at the scoreboard, how many people alive? Minimap again, scoreboard, minimap. Oh, action. Action is coming. This is good. This is something we haven't tried out. I feel like in CS. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Red screen. He's got to be dead.
No, he's still no. He's still looking minimap, moving arm.
Oh, we got
Alex
intel,
is
Josh.
dead.
It's a 1v3. It's a 1v3.
Ah, yeah. See, this is the good angle. Yeah, we can work with this. Oh, okay. Unlucky stuff. It's a really good start from FUT, though. Bearing in mind, this is the Iberian Soul map pick. Obviously, you're starting on the CT side of nukes. You are expected to kind of have more at the halfway point, but 5-0 is certainly quite a statement. Iberian Soul haven't really been tested like this. Oh,
Strategies. No worries. It was probably all in Spanish, so, you know, hablo español and all that. So whatever.
Not a foot, I think. If anyone was going to speak Spanish on foot, who do you think it would be? I think Masuta might have. In France, they'd learn Spanish in school, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume so.
Do you guys do much Spanish in Lithuania? Would Jukes know Spanish?
I know as far as wait, I think Jukes is
No habla
how old is he?
español.
Probably in his school he can probably choose between French. I know that back in the day there was an option to choose Russian. I don't know if he was old enough at the time to actually make that choice, but I think nowadays it's basically you can choose between German. That this is of course from sixth grade we're talking about. So it's German, it's French, and I think Spanish is also an option. I guess it also depends on the kind of teacher you have at your school. But I went with German. I honestly went with German. I know that what was it, 10 years ago? Wait, I had to pick German, I think 15 years ago. Oof.
Getting old, Danny.
Yeah. When I actually picked German at sixth grade, like I said, I think 15 or so years ago, that was the decision I made. Whereas some other peers were actually gone. I was like Russian, for example, just because they knew that, oh, you know, their parents know some Russian and they will help them do their homework. Like that was the meta. It was, you know, choosing French and German. That was not meta. And well, the problem is though, those guys can't really speak any Russian just because they had their parents doing their homework for them. So look at me now. I can say "Was kostet die Billett?" and "Das kann man nicht zu sagen." So take that.
Booyah!
Junge!
Yeah. We were exactly the same in the UK. You know, we could have French and German, and then if you were like super special, you could take Spanish. I think, but I don't think there was any. I think the idea was that you could take Spanish, but there weren't any Spanish teachers. But if you did speak fluent Spanish for whatever reason, so like I had a friend that, you know, lived in Spain for years and spoke Spanish, he was still able to take the Spanish exam if he wanted to, kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, we were kind of the same. Here in Poland, I think it's the same as well in terms of like the older generation learned Russian at school. So, you know, a lot of the older generation will speak Russian, like, or, you know, like what you learn at school kind of Russian. But now I think they prioritize a lot of Spanish as well. And my girlfriend speaks Spanish. I think her brother's learning Spanish, and yeah. So maybe there's not such a communication barrier. For those of you wondering what the timeout is about, it's some issues being caused by the Valve update. I'm sure some of you guys saw yesterday. It wasn't a big update, and it wasn't really supposed to change all too much about the game. It was more of a content update, but every time Valve touch anything, it seems to break everything, which is why I'm assuming why they don't touch stuff all too often. So yeah, obviously they added night mode for Ancient and one of the other maps, which is kind of cool. At the moment, you can only play it in casual and deathmatch, though. I was so ready for just like night mode Ancient to be taken off today. And the new M4 that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think it created some game bugs. So yeah, they've just had to do another little patch. And we've had to work around that, but we are ready to get back into the action. Round number 6, Iberian Soul. Behind by 5. Symmetry. Oh, beautiful.
That's big. The AWP, he gets a shot. Love the fact as well that he just repositions. Doesn't want to go for another repeat. His team is already at a very advantageous position, but Iberian Soul deploying a bunch of utility, forcing Symmetry out of position. And yeah, if you want to take HUD control, you know that player's up close, but Symmetry delivers. And Foot, they're still looking really solid on the bomb side. Martinez with just the one frag, but that was simply won't cut it. At least, okay, he makes his way down to the lower side for a chance to get that bomb planted, but all in all, we know that this round is just going to go the way of Fut. Lonesome Martinez up. First, yeah, you got to kill that player Decon, I feel like. Oh no, he swings out wide. Too wide. How is he alive? Finally goes down.
Yeah, not bad at all. Keeping things very, very tidy. And whilst Iberian Soul sort of finally cracked the code of getting the bomb down, it has felt like they've had some real struggle, you know, getting onto that B site, but getting onto it in a stable position where they have got a little bit of space to plant. And yeah, they do get there. It doesn't really matter all too much. Foot very composed for the retake, keeping 4 players alive. You can see frustration setting in. Alex, I don't think he's run out of ideas yet, but this is their map pick. They're on the T side. It's where you expect to see some of their best. So far, that's not really been the case.
Hold up. Kraveni's in a land environment. I mean,
Yeah, I was thinking this.
Wasn't yesterday he was just at his home, right?
Yeah, but this doesn't. This just looks like a one of those esports centers. I imagine he's maybe having some power issues at home or something of the sort, and he's gone and put himself some kind of esports center.
Oh, well, by the way, actually, I came up with a point when you said about night maps. Imagine if Ancient suddenly become a night map, or in general, if any map would become a night map. I mean, if you think of night, you think of stars, and I kind of feel like stars would mean that you could do a bunch of sick lineups that probably couldn't do when the day is clear, like in all the Counter-Strike maps. So I think that would be kind of OP on some level, but also quite interesting.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool thought. I was like, where's he going with this? But yeah, I like that. That would be really interesting. Demon, back of the site. Oh, he was teed up for a multi, but head on a pivot. Had to double down, and he couldn't. Either way, Masuta is delivering nicely, but Jukes up from heaven. Falls without much resistance. It's down to the shoulders of Kraveni. He catches Davik, isolates both. And Martinez swinging on the trade, whiffs a little bit with the spray, and Kraveni somehow gets away with a 1v2. And you can see, looking very blue on the cams, but yeah, that finally some smiles breaking out, right? This is the foot side that we're used to seeing. We didn't get this at all yesterday. But a bit of rest and a bit of time to reflect, I think, on yesterday's match does them some favors. Remember, we were talking yesterday as well about how, like, for them and Spirit Academy, they're two teams with very, very similar play styles, and I think that's where a lot of the clash happens. The reason we see Foot dominate so many other teams is because of, the mechanical capability of their individuals, and so much of the time they sort of best everybody else in that department. For Spirit Academy, you're butting heads with players with the same kind of talent, so this will be interesting. But so far, yeah, everybody firing on all cylinders. Kraveni, who had a bit of a slow start yesterday, is really coming in quite fast.
It's probably that land buff, man. I'm telling you. 7-0. Quite a dissatisfying scoreline for Hyperion Stole. Sure, T-side, nuke, and all of that, but we want to see them pick up a few more rounds. I like the fact that here they're going outside once again, but Kraveni, he's now starting to acquire way more confidence. He's going for more ballsy fights, right in front of that smoke. Dishes out some damage, and David G got to be careful not to be spammed himself. Utility raining in now. Symmetry has been blocked off. Now this is where if someone from the CT side could just tear open that smoke with a nade, that'd be big, but not seeing any of it. In fact, all nades have been used except for Demon, but he is somewhere else right now, I believe on Hut. So this does give a big chance for Iberian Soul to just waltz their way down Secret.
Jukes ready and waiting. Timing really, really important here. Martinez has gone for the boost. Still won't see Jukes. Is a little bit further down as they drop. And the distraction comes from Kraveni. That's where Jukes will pounce. A beautiful bait and switch that shuts down the approach towards B. Mopos, who was supposed to be this sort of late insurance policy, this lurk out ramp, realizes that he actually has to be the playmaker here. Southcell stuck on an island, trapped behind a smoke. Soon to be eliminated by Kraveni. It's so crisp. And a Mopos 1v5, Tech 9, 20 seconds. Absolutely no chance. But realistically, he either wants to get this kill and escape with the AWP or die here, because surviving with a Tech 9 doesn't do him any favors at all. And Symmetry will give him the latter. All 5 staying alive. Foot onto A. This is some commanding stuff.
It's quite impressive as well that the previous round was quite clean. You know, Iberian Soul, once they have the majority of those players down on the lower bomb side, I feel like this is where they can inflict the damage. This is where they might even get that bomb planted, but nothing of the sort. And yeah, Iberian Soul, they're getting their butt whooped. And again, this is their map pick. And sure, we have been seeing some change-ups, but honestly, I'm quite surprised we have seen very few ramp takes. And I guess this is the reason they're going to change things up. Symmetry also consistently changing up his position. Now he's at ramp, being challenged. He's got to drop down ASAP. He does so excellently. Jokes coming in, though. Molly will force him out of position for now, but this is a good chance as any for Iberian Soul to maybe go down the lower bomb side. Luckily for them, a guy like Krabeni isn't doing anything audacious, like a full-on flank from behind. Wow, that is a great spam from Mopaz.
How far away that was from as well. I was thinking Krabeni was in mini. He's not. He was all the way back garage. Duke should be aware. Southsoul could creep down below the ladder. Yeah, he is hyper aware of this. I love the fact that actually he threw the flashbang to alleviate the pressure on ramp, but he didn't peek. Krabeni, in the meantime, tiptoeing through. Oh my god, this timing's brilliant. Freebie kill despite being low. He'll take 2. And once again, Foot are just running circles around Iberian Soul. As Demon up on top of Hart. Alex has got so much room, but so little he can do with it. Demon takes another. This is absolute disaster for Iberian Soul, who took ramp at the start of the round in exchange for 1 player. They've been able to do a whole load of nothing with it. A steaming pile of garbage here in round number 9. Nobody stepping foot on a bomb site. Only a single frag found with 10 seconds left. Alex is going to get out of here, hold on to that AK, but it's going to be 9 here for Foot. They're looking so confident. This is, you know, considering this isn't their map pick, and Nuke is a map that they've had some real struggles on as well. This is seriously surprising for me, because they look very well composed.
Yeah, and individually speaking, they're also looking solid across the board. It is quite satisfying that, you know, Iberian Soul, even when you're thinking, okay, Symmetry's on the other end, they managed to push him away from the angle, and they might just actually go for some of that B bomb side control. The problem is, though, you're probably expecting some players to be down there. So your idea, if you're Iberian Soul, is to just go towards the A bomb side, try to pressure there, see if you can find any frags. The problem is you can't. And FUT is just able to win, it feels like, almost every single engagement. So by the time you send out a few players towards the A side, they get shut down, they get killed, and the RAM players do have a difficult conundrum. Like, well, this is bad. We can't really go down the lower side because there are still players there. A is also not really an option. So what do we do? So this has been, yeah, really, really frustrating for Iberian Soul, I bet, because it just feels like they can't really go anywhere in the map. I guess the one thing they haven't really tried as well is trying to go for some more, you know, just deep outside control. But then again, you have to face the facts. Up there is going to be Krabeni. Might even be with a guy like Symmetry with the AWP. But if your smokes are deep enough, maybe you can just push those players just a little bit further back, and maybe the ramp route is possible. But Symmetry is looking to shotgun with the AWP.
Yeah, this is very aggressive, and you know, not necessarily a time that they need to innovate, but it just shows the level of confidence that he's got right now. He's 9-2. He's been hitting every single shot that's come his way. So yeah, why not? Get aggressive outside. Take the reins. Confirm that nobody is actively trying to cross just yet, but Symmetry, taking the deeper angle, has actually allowed Alex to tiptoe through the smokes into main. Demon's still very aware. On the push, Demon, my god! What an adjustment. I thought that Alex is pushing through mini there on Demon's contact would then mean that at least he'd get the trade, but Demon's so quick to snap 90 degrees and find himself the triple, Foot onto 10. And everybody's popping off today. Demon 13-4.
This is absolutely insane. It just feels like wherever you go, if you're Iberian Soul, you're just going to get shut down. Joke's also not really getting a lot of impact done here. It's just because the A bomb site isn't really pressured these past couple of rounds. Okay, there we go. Might actually see this commitment from the boys. push on the A bomb site. Not gonna happen though. It's just part of their elaborate ruse, deploying a bunch of utility on A side. But that's the problem. They have wasted a fair amount of util, and with just a couple smokes remaining, I feel like the only option is just to try to go outside and again down secret. So this will be telegraphed quite obviously. Krabeni gonna jump his way back to safety. Luckily, the smoke of wall is still there.
I said earlier, you expect the lion's share of the rounds to go the way of the CT side here on Nuke, but I was sort of implying maybe 7. 10 feels like a few too many. And as we go into the final couple of the half, Iberian Soul don't even have a lot of cash behind them. 3 Galils out alongside the 2 AKs, and a bit of room down below. They've crept down secret. Previously, there's been crossfires and all sorts of tripwires set up to shut them down. This time, they've managed to do so pretty incognito. They will get a bomb plant at the very least. I like this position from Mopos as well, anticipating that Masuta would try and get aggressive into lobby off of losing the B site. He's absolutely correct. Man advantage, untraded, goes their way for the first time in a long time. And now they can try and pull together a round off the back of it.
It should work. They have some really solid positions. Crossfires have been set up. And right now, it is just 3 players actually trying to go for the retake. And so that's a huge frag. I feel like that should cement victory. Dimitri, yeah, unable to push through. Jokes going down as well. So Demon is out here firing up shots. But again, the players are at the ready. All you have to go is just swing wide, free aim, and Demon goes down. Iberian Soul finally success on the lower bomb site.
Alrighty, well, you know, it maybe feels like too little too late here from Iberian Soul, but I've seen these guys pull off some magical comebacks in the past, so I will keep an open mind. If they can pull together a second here and top it up with the CT pistol round, I'm expecting their defense to look a lot better here on Nuke. Symmetry, super aggressive. This time might actually meet a close player. He's playing through this smoke. We saw it in the last round. It wasn't put to any use because nobody was home. This time, David comes knocking. And a huge entry. Southsalt. Well, dropping kind. Masuta just holding around here towards main. Martinez, oh, can't quite connect, but Mopos will. And a 4v3. Oh, no. Oh, no, don't try and run back. Ooh. Davik saves the day.
Like the readjustment from Foot as well. I mean, Iberian Soul has been given free reign to just take control of outside a lot of these rounds, and now they're being pressured, and you can see they're not even able to reach secret. And that's the bomb also being dropped, so extra time will be wasted. Demon, ooh, that was quite a wide peak, and it's such a difficult fight to have on the CT side because you have to move up with W and then somehow try and stop with S, and yeah, that is just such a difficult fight to have. 40 seconds remaining though, and Mopos, oh yeah, that's just gonna steal the deal. Yep, there we go. Spots out the player, and at least it is Iberian Soul walking away with 2 rounds. Let's say walking. I guess limping would be a better way to put it.
Yeah, limping is certainly the word for it right now. You can see they are not looking too happy with how things are going. However, 2 rounds puts them in a position where this is recoverable. This room is very pink, by the way, isn't it? You see the window frames are pink, the shelves are pink. Where are they? I love it. I absolutely love it. Time to lock back in, though. They are, well, just 3 rounds away from losing their map pick and putting themselves in a very awkward position where it does feel inevitable that they will drop down to that loser's bracket. For Foot, yeah, hop, skip, and a jump away from the finish line. This pistol round would get them there for Iberian Soul. This pistol round would be a lifeline that they absolutely need. Because right now they're drowning. A minute 30. Foot just here in lobby.
And just trying to apply some big pressure, I guess you could call it. Or Benny with a big frag with David G. You always feel like those duels can deal a lot of damage, and Zosol is doing exactly that. That is so sick from Social. I mean, he abandoning his post and ramp in order to push aggressively, and you can see that catches some of those key players of guard, and that is a big round to take. You can feel it. These guys absolutely needed this pistol round to get things rolling on the second half.
Huge, huge, huge. Julie's going massive. And yeah, you can kind of see that there is this sort of worry. This would be ridiculous if Foot choke it. And I like the fact that, yeah, no shenanigans here, even with the huge margin for error. Just eat the eco. Don't take any risks in a round like this. HE should do some decent damage, actually. There it is, onto Demon. Krabeni takes a tickle from it, too. They'll just play outside. Working on the basis, they're far more likely to run into rifles here than that SMG. Oh, they still run into the SMG anyway. Mopos will find two. Alex with a couple of his own. And yeah, they're more than happy for that MP9 to go 2 for 1, die, allow it to reinvest into an M4 into this round. Still, though, all of these rounds are must-wins for Iberian Soul. They can't drop the ball yet.
Well, I'm on the fist bump cam, and what I just saw was call it even fist bump. It's obvious you got 2 fists, bump, but that was like a palm and a fist. Palm bump? That'd be a high five, basically. What's that?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, Krabeni. Gonna tiptoe forward outside. He's got his boys with him, Demon and Masuta. So smoke comes over. We'll give him safe passage to cross. No one from Iberian Soul going for the spams. I'm interested to see what the reaction is off of this. Who's rotated? It's Davig, a scary piece to have in place. And this tripwire setup again, we saw it work so well for earlier. Mopos doesn't even wait for them to emerge through the smoke. Bangs ahead right through it. That's Jukes. Davig flashed in. That is massive. All 3 blinded, but Symmetry, who was tucked around the corner, swings for it. 4v4. Alex tested, and he will deliver for 1, but the trade instant 3v3.
Oh, Martinez, what a great position. He should be the one to just get a few frags once the push comes in, and that should just win the round for Iberian Soul. I think they got this one on lockdown. All you have to do right now is just wait. Be super careful about it. Wait for the T's to make the first move, and then the remaining CTs will follow suit. There we go. We're seeing the utility now deployed. Nice crossbar set up here. Social from up above. Ooh, not able to get a second. No! Come on, this is where Martinez should finally deliver it. And he's only good for 1. It's Krabeni with a response. And what a save, man. What a save for Foot. I thought this round is going to go down and out. But apparently not. He still had a fighting chance, Foot, despite all the difficulties they faced ahead.
Wow, alrighty. Yeah, not bad at all. It's Krabeni holding down the fort as well. The man calling the shots. Currently sat 15 and 8. Not quite matching Demon's performance, but it's rare that anybody does. Iberian Soul, just when I thought they were getting back into their groove, just when I thought that we were going to see a little bit more from them, they fall on deaf ears again. It looked like the setup was strong. You know, the crossfire was brilliant. Davig opened it up with a kill through the smoke. I don't hate the fact that he called for the flash and peeked in. You know, we'd be praising it if he'd have found a couple of kills off of the back of it. But as soon as he doesn't, and it then leaves Alex there by himself, it then starts to feel like, oh man, that wasn't particularly necessary. And now it puts him at a disadvantage. They got overrun. Alex challenged. Martinez saved the day. As Davig falls in the meantime, 4v4, pressing out onto the A site. No one is here to stop it. And Foot are going to take an easy bomb plant. Mopos make sure that at least they'll keep the numbers in their favor.
Numbers very much in favor of Iberian Soul. Out of all that chaos, Only a lonesome symmetry emerges, alive and kicking, but oh yeah, the crosshair simply not on Social's body. That'll be a Iberian Soul claiming a victory, which honestly not really sure what happened because we saw at one point Foot having almost full control of the A bomb side, having at least a couple players there. Kind of looking that they'll take this one, but it ended up being a Iberian Soul victory, and surprisingly enough, or I guess not so when you think about it, FUT Esports, they did manage to win that round 2 rounds ago with just one player surviving, and now they lose this one, and economy is absolutely trashed. So back with the pistols they go. Sure, it's still a lengthy journey for Iberian Soul, but you know, slowly but surely they're trying to equalize the scoreline first and foremost, and I mean, this task has become a lot more doable for them on the CT side.
With that round win, at least a little stopgap, you can't help but feel that allowing Foot onto 11 is too dangerous of a game to be playing. Should be easy enough. Maybe I speak too soon. The Glocks getting way more than they bargained for. 3 kills. It will be stopped in its tracks, but really expensive. And Mopos wasn't actually able to get to the AWP in time either, and won't be carried across into the next. 11-6. Iberian Soul, you know, making this serviceable. I think that's important, bearing in mind we're in the first map of a best of 3. The last thing you want is to just get absolutely smoked. When they were 10-0 down, right? And they're thinking about the fact that, you know, there's a real possibility here for them to lose 13-0, 13-1, something of the sort. And yeah, sort of dig yourself out of that grave and your opponent's map pick gets real tricky. But even if they lose this map, if they're able to warm up a little bit towards the tail end of it and build up that confidence, the Mirage doesn't seem so doom and gloom. Southside behind the smoke here in Trophy. Things definitely a little bit slower for Foot.
Oh, Martinez is so close. Gets that frag. Luckily for him, that smoke from the T side actually helps him out to get into cover just a little bit quicker. And now Social with a lot of pressure here on ramp. He has yet to gather any information of what's happening, but he will have Martinez actually joining him. Social actually goes in for the fight, and this is already looking like a round loss. They lose these 3 players so early, and you can see Foot, they're just backing away. I mean, they know the round is lost, and I have to admit, Iberian Soul, they're finally showing up with some confidence here in the CT side. That Martinez play was a great example of an Opera feeling, okay, I'm just going to play aggressive. I feel like this time around, they're not even going to go for outside control, and that was quite correct. Only one player walking out there. Martinez gets the frag, instantly backs away. Social as well, feeling confident enough to just swing out for the fight in ramp. And if anyone's starting to feel pressure, it's probably not the Iberian Soul guys, because for them, it kind of felt like when the half ends 10-2, you're probably thinking, yeah, this map is probably over. But, you know, slowly but surely, they're racking up rounds on the CT side. And Foot, even though they're just a couple rounds away from securing victory, I feel like they might even consider taking, you know, either a tactical pause or some sort of discussion, because right now, Iberian Soul is just giving Foot a taste of their own medicine.
And it slips away very quickly, especially when you're saving on your T side like this, because Jugs and Demon are now down to 0. Now, you're not going to quite call it double eco because they've got 3,400 loss, but it puts the rest of the team in a bit of an awkward position where, yeah, you don't really want to fully invest around it, so you assume that they kind of half buy. This is interesting, Mopos. Is he drinking the milk from his cereal? Or have they just run out of cups? Yeah, you don't really want to fully invest around it. I guess it's just going to be pistols and armor around those 2 saved AKs. But then you're working on the basis that either you have some kind of success, you get a bomb plant, you get some kills, maybe you win the round. If you don't, then the 2 save rifles won't really have money to buy in the follow-up, and we'll likely see them down to Galils. And it's these little micros, it's these little things that kind of build up, lose you a chunk of rounds, and then all of a sudden Iberian Soul are right on your heels. So here it is. Wow, they have gone for a proper investment around it. So no one will have enough money into the next round. It'll be a half buy there. And this really does leave the door wide open for Iberian Soul to claw this back.
Right now, Mopos, I think, like, he's doing a really good job playing as close as possible to the smoke. Oh, no! Oh, the player just got stuck. Unable to go down the vents quickly enough. Demon is alive, but I doubt for long. Look at those nades flying in. Symmetry. Oh, yeah, there's already a player down the vent, so it's a bit dissatisfying that Fun Esports, they considered taking that chance at a force by all they can come up with was just a fast play on the A side. Though at first it also felt like a couple players wanted to go down the vents. I guess that was the whole shtick, two players or maybe three go down the vents, the rest of the gang just push out a hut. But yeah, Burian Soul, that was a really solid hold. I love the fact as well. I don't remember. I think it might have been Mopaz holding up close near the Squeaky. And for the most part, it does feel like, HUD is a very powerful position to play from. But then again, that's a position where flashes are thrown out specifically, mollies as well. So what your best bet would be to try and use, the chaos to your advantage. Play close by the smoke, some off angle. And I feel like a lot of CT players are able to shine in those chaos situations. And Mopaz able to do some good work, but it is a start that's favoring FUT.
A good time to find an advantage like this, but they don't really have the tools to follow up. I mean, maybe they do. I've learned to give maximum credit when the Deagles are in hand, or up over the top. I love the angle, and a little bit of strafe work from Martinez to get onto the railing, strafe onto the box. That's not an easy jump. Under the pressure of the pistols coming, but can't connect. Narrowly misses. Southsole with the jump spot. Will confirm that they're coming. The rotation's through. FUT have got the opportunity to just send it up the ladder. The A site is very vulnerable right now. Iberian Soul have kind of thrown all their eggs into one basket here. And their best chance is down on this B site. If they allow the plant, this gets complicated.
Okay, so no pressure applied.
Oh no!
Oh no! It was supposed to get that one. Oh no, his jokes up close for the Tech-9. He can reign supreme, and he does. And Martin, he is frustrated, hands up in the air. Oh no, FUT again. It just feels like whenever the going gets tough, they'll just pick up those Tech-9s and out of nowhere win a successful round. I say win, but Mopaz will try to give us his best. He needs to attempt this 1v3, but the situation is dire. A player at Decon, a couple in ramp, or actually no, one in ramp, and Demon and Titanic. So Mopaz, yeah, he's just gonna try to go for it. Gonna try to get that defuse in, but he's just gonna be checked. Oh, headshot.
For a second he entertained throwing the molly, right? And had he have done that, Demon was so low that I think it would have killed him, and maybe that defuse would have happened. So I really appreciate the attempt, but as much as I hate to say it, I don't want to say Southsole lost them that round, but Southsole lost them that round. That was just an unforgivable whiff out of the double doors. If he finds that kill, it's a very different story. The fact that he completely whiffs the spray and gets overwhelmed by the Tech-9 so easily. It's really the first domino that fell and brought down the whole house of cards. Krabeni, full W, Mac 10, huge entry out of ramp. It's a nice one back from Davik. Are the rotations going to be quick enough? I don't think so. C4 should be planted here. Masuta's taking another. Now, this might be the beginning of the end here, Danny.
Ooh. Oh, good shots. Whoa, Davi's well chiming in. The molly will at least force those players back, and some of them are incredibly low at HP. That nade will open up the smoke. Jokes, will this prompt him to peek? He sure does, but he doesn't see the player. So he might just have a false sense of security of what's going on. More focused on ramp, but now it is just Jokes remaining. 1v3, and we know some of these players are so low HP, he'll try to use the smoke to his advantage. I feel like this could be the clutch of a lifetime. Jokes waiting for a chance to strike. He knows there has to be another player up close. No defuse being stuck, but Martinez wins it out eventually. That was such a ballsy play from Iberian Soul. I mean, I was so sure that Martinez is just going to stick that defuse. He'll try to rely on Alex, but then again, Alex was incredibly low in HP. So they tried to make it work, and they sure did.
And with how low Davik and Alex were there, I really was worried. I thought Jukes might be able to pull that one off, but Martinez does not miss. And he was called upon there, had to connect. He did quite nicely. 12-9. Foot with 3 chances to close this one out in regulation. They will have the money in this round here. If they don't win it, Iberian Soul are then in, you know, prime position, honestly, to take this to overtime. Brilliant start. Martinez are aggressive. Bests the Foot Orpa. Symmetry down. He's not had the best of maps so far. The other side of the coin, Demon's going crazy. As Jukes drops as well. A 5v3. Demon from above has to go Batman mode. He knows it. There's one right below him. He's trying to spot the Foot here in Garage, but yeah, drops down right into Mopoz's crosshair.
Yeah, and Carbini as well. Them trying to regress. There's a player in Garage. There we go. The crossfire has been set up, and they were just waiting for a chance to activate it. Isuda going down as well, and what a convincing victory for Iberian Soul. Fought, unable to get anything done, not even a single frag. Now, this is scary. The scoreline, Josh, it is 12-10. And remember, it was FUT that had that 10-2 scoreline to enter into the second half. Sure, you lose the pistol, you lose a few rounds, but you're thinking, I mean, you're so close to getting that victory. And yeah, this has been quite the lengthy first map because of it. Looks like we might just go the distance, and now a tactical pause being pulled out. I feel, and yeah, this is probably their last tactical pause as well, right?
I believe so. I'll wait until the graphic comes back up on screen. Yeah, 12-10. I said if they lost that round, they'd have some problems, and here are those problems. Not a lot of money going into the 23rd. Iberian Soul should be comfortable for an 11th here, and then it will be all or nothing in the final regulation. Overtime or bust for Iberian Soul. For Foot, it would just be about finishing what they started, closing out a map that they were once so heavily in control of. It was 10-0, Danny. And somehow, Iberian Soul have won 10 of the last 12. Martinez wants to try and add 2 more to that tally.
Pushing is going to get easily overwhelmed. Oh, actually does evade with his life intact. Maybe even repositioning himself for another shot. Successful it is. Second player goes down. I feel like Martinez has done way more than he was supposed to. He's done his job, and now it's a difficult situation for a guy like Jokes. He needs Masuta to come in, and he comes in just in the nick of time, giving a chance for Jokes to now take control of the lower side, get that bomb planted. My question is as well, oh, I thought Symmetry is going to be quite impactful in this round, but apparently not. Sozo will be taking him down, and now they will have a retake from Vents as well as Ramp.
Masuta. Oh, he's got the timing. This is massive. Huge kill. Salso drops. It all comes down to Alex. This was not a round that they were supposed to lose. And he's aware. He's got to try and put a lid back on it. Smoke into the single door, running out of time, does find the Orpa, and Masuta catches a stray through the smoke. Alex, what a massive clutch, and he's on the defuse in the nick of time as well. Iberian Soul hold on by the skin of their teeth, and we are going the distance. Round number 24 incoming, and look at the smiles. Martinez is happy with his IGL.
Oh, that's got to be quite a frustrating loss. I feel like if you are Foot, I mean, that was a round that we're supposed to take. The 1v2 felt so doable because out of nowhere they just found some impeccable opening frags. And Jokes, you gotta wonder, I mean, if he's able to land that EWP shot, like that's it, that's round over. We're talking about the second map and the results of the first. The game is still ongoing. And fuck, I will admit, you know, some of the times they have won, you know, the second half, which admittedly have only been a few, they've all been scrappy. You know, it's a victory with pistols, a victory with a 1vx situation where it's just one Foot player surviving. Actually, this might be pretty good for Masuda. He might actually just sneak past through. Oh, goes for the lung spray, but it does work out. Martinez is out of the picture. Now they're taking a lot more control of outside with a chance to fight for heaven. And Sosol in ramp is expecting a player close by, but all he has to do is survive because his teammates are in lobby.
Jukes is aware. He's thinking, why the hell has Southside not re-peeked me here? Maybe they're in from behind. Mopos, big swing, massive frag. Iberian Soul with the numbers advantage. Masuta's going to make a lot of noise up heaven. Fire at his feet. It's been a very cold start from Iberian Soul, but now the oil's heated up. They're firing on all cylinders. Man advantage. 35 seconds left to tick. Foot running out of options. Symmetry. Back lobby. He's got the bomb. With 3 AKs, they've got to make this work, but Southsol in on the flank. Big kill from Demon Avic. Look at that. Such a difficult angle to contend. The elevation, awkward, but it's all onto Symmetry's shoulders to try and close this in regulation. And Davig will swing for his second of the round. Look at the energy. Jumps up. The boys are happy with that. We're going to overtime.
What an insane comeback. What an insane comeback. I can't believe they pulled it off, Iberian Soul. They were down and out. Scoreline was 10-2. This was supposed to be over ages ago, but Foot unable to rack up rounds on the T side. And a big problem for them is the fact that, you know, the times Foot has won rounds, but they've been so scrappy, coming down to just one player standing alive and maybe a successful Tech-9 rush down the lower side. Oh, man, this is quite awful. It is quite awful as well that, you know, this is a great moment to bring up the fact that they don't have that one player that could be going out there, finding those opening frags, those huge openers, and make some space for his teammates, because that guy was Makaze. And he's no longer the team. And honestly, Masuda should be the guy to be finding set opening frags and making the space, but you know, he just hasn't been that successful on the T side. The majority of the frags he has gotten were on the CT side. In the T side, he has been somewhat absent.
Yeah, almost silent. Silence is sometimes quite pleasant, but right here, not what Foot want. HE falls a little bit short, won't touch Masuta as he jiggles back around the red box. Martinez, who was getting some praise from the coach, a little shoulder massage for his efforts to get this one into overtime. Scoped in towards ramp. Demon holding the left. If Salso were to peek, he should have the advantage here. Brilliant flash onto Mopos. Salso instant trade. And just on a knife's edge is this round as we're back into a 3-on-3.
Still have a position up in heaven, which is huge for the CT side. Sosol,
Massive.
big rack out in Symmetry.
Oh.
Now you have Sosol coming in with a second. Joke's alive, but for how long? He's left in a very difficult 1v2. The AK-47 spray does not connect. It only paints a portrait or a silhouette of his opponent. That will not save the day as Iberian Soul. It will be 13 rounds for the CT side. What a statement. Not only do you get so many rounds in regulation second half, overtime, yeah, we'll take that first. Thank you very much.
I wasn't sure which way that was going to lean as well after the opening couple of kills. I mean, Southsole been over towards the left-hand side of Garage was just massive. Demon not expecting it after they took the contact in Mini. And of course, on the re-aggression, the double kill did all the lifting. Maybe a little bit of a change of pace here from Foot. Jukes is going to send it right out of Squeaky, but all by himself. Flashes are strong, but he will take a lot of damage. Davik playing around the flames, takes a triple. Alex will finish off. An Iberian Soul, 14, blink and you miss it. Again, the energy's high. That's what you need. Truly in flow state. And they are breezing their way to the finish line on their map pick that was looking all but lost.
I mean, that execute on the A-bomb site was the definition of sloppy for Foot. I mean, not able to get that molly in the right position. The hot player still able to inflict massive damage. Flashbangs also not being as effective as they probably should have been. And now they're taking a timeout, Foot. But yeah, like this D side of theirs has been somewhat uninspiring. I will admit, even at the times where they do find that opening frag and they decide to like crunch on the A-bomb side, it still feels like, they're going to try to rely a bit more on their individuals, whereas Iberian Soul, I mean, yeah, you're going to have someone like Symmetry, let's say, enter Mini, but guess what? There's a player from Iberian Soul in Garage, and there's also someone from the A-Bombs looking at Midi. It feels like their setups are just able to counter whatever FUT is trying to do. And obviously, in a map like Nuke, team cohesion is key, and it just hasn't been that great for FUT. And right now, Martinez, not a smoke for Garage, but a wall of smokes deployed regardless. And we could be seeing some of those CTs making the Swift rotate, and that's exactly what's going on. But look who's close by. That is going to be two players in the form of Alex and Davi G, just waiting for a chance to strike, and they have just the optimal crossfire to deal with.
Last time round, we saw Davik land the spray through the smoke and then get flashed in and lose his life. He gave the opportunity for FUT to trade him, and he took it with open arms. I'm not sure he'll make the same mistake again here. Sat by the doors, jump spotting. Ready for the moment to throw the nade. It does come a little premature. 50 seconds on this clock. And no contact yet. Not a single point of damage dealt to any man on the server. Jukes creeping up, but making a lot of noise in the process. Good timing from Alex, but he can't find a head. It doesn't matter. It's all about the distraction. Davig will pounce. 2 kills found, a 5v3. And with 30 seconds now, time pressure truly on for FUT. They try and reroute into the A site, but Martinez is there and ready. And all 3 to his tally. And again, look at the cameras. This is something special from Iberian Soul. These guys will not lose.
FUT needs the Heimlich maneuver. Someone's got to help him out. Get in from behind. Squeeze the chest a bit. They're choking in a desperate need of someone's help, and honestly, that help is not coming. And I feel like this is the end of the first map. Iberian Soul, I mean, confidence is high. They're looking great now. Obviously, the one caveat is that they did struggle getting rounds on the T side, but I feel like, the way they ended up losing those rounds was because FUT's individuals were, hitting some great shots. Individually, they were popping off, but I don't know, after losing, what is it now, like 7 rounds in a row, do you still have that confidence?
No, probably not, especially being 15-12 down. FUT have got to win 3 on the bounce. Now, to be fair, their CT side was very good. They had a 10-2 half, but trying to remember what that felt like, get back into that form, will not be easy. Iberian Soul, I said earlier, they came into this very cold, but they're looking on fire now. And trying to extinguish these flames will be no easy task. Second smoke posted. Krabeni spamming through. Alex hasn't walked up yet. Minute 20. Util into the A site. Are they going to commit off of this? Masuta's burning, but he won't be punished. Instead, they're going to try and push through ramp.
Look at Symmetry, he's in position, but he could get quite easily just smoked off. But the problem is, the T players don't have any util, so they just have to cross. Luckily, they might just do it right about now, but then again, Symmetry is expecting backup. In fact, he's being pressured, and he's able to read this one super well as Soundsel is getting incredibly close. Krabeni is close by. He's just going to swing out wide. Symmetry, he should be able to get this one. Oh, that was a nice bait and switch. But Symmetry is still alive, and Iberian Soul, I mean, they should be committing down the lower side at this point, I feel like, but looks like the A side is where it's at. Davi, the great frag on one, Demon with the spray. It connects on both players, and now this round is coming to an end.
It's felt like Demon has done everything he possibly can to pull this map together for his team, and the rest letting him down a little bit. Soundsel 1v4. Or rattles off a shot above him. I mean, ordinarily, you wouldn't really want to save here. You certainly don't want to die after time, but it's OT, so it's not going to matter all too much. 13th on the world, though, for FUT, and it just didn't feel like Iberian Soul really had a game plan there. They went for their default. They looked around the map. They were hoping to catch out some kind of mistake. They went for the early presence on A, right? The util actually did some fair damage, and yeah, had they have gone for the pop, I think they maybe would have had some success, but instead tried to route back down ramp. Symmetry found the kill. They weren't able to trade it. They didn't commit to that either, and it just felt like they were sort of losing pieces unwilling to then sort of own that and say, okay, well, we'll trade that piece of map control for the man that we lost, and instead just, yeah, got a little bit stagnant and weren't able to get anything out of it. But still 2 more chances to close this one out. Worst case scenario, double OT. They secured that with 3 in a row in the first half. And a little bit of time for the coach to get involved. I assume that was a tactical pause.
Yeah.
Back in business.
Single replay of the previous round as well. Demon with a pretty well hold down on A side. Also felt like, Symmetry is doing a really good job firing off the shot and then backing away, believing that he will be pressured by the players, and that was exactly the case. He was pressured, and a nice little setup going on there. Krebeni making the jump on Lather, and then, as we saw, Symmetry tried to peek in as Soulsol, I think it might have been, just trying to fire off some shots. Anyhow, that's just the micro of the game. Let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at the macro. Krebeni out here in Garage. Now, there should be some smoke deployed for Garage. I feel like that is a position Krebeni has tried to use to his advantage in the past. Symmetry missing the shot, but so is Krebeni. That's a lot of HP has lost. And it looks like Soulsol seems to be aware of it. If that player is low HP, you might as well take care of Krebeni. That's a great chance as any. But again, you cannot be hyper-focused on Krebeni because Jokes could use that to his advantage.
Zero chance Krebeni's getting out of here alive, but surprisingly, Iberian Soul are really not left with a lot of util here. HE would just do the job, and then they can focus elsewhere. Instead, yeah, throw a flashbang at him. I'm not sure that's going to do all too much unless someone's ready to swing. Either way, they'll pop it. It will give Salso a bit of room to drop down. Krebeni's not going to want to take that fight, not with 5 points of health. They know he's here. He knows they know he's here. And it's all about just trying to bring one more to the grave with you. And he does that job. Delivers beautifully for 2. Mopos, all bad timing. Turns away right at the moment the Masuta peaks. 3v2 now. And it's all onto the shoulders of Salso and Martinez. 2 of the harder hitters here for Iberian Soul, but with 6 seconds left, Martinez denies the peak from heaven. Salso's shoulders have a lot of weight on them, and unfortunately, he crumbles under that weight. Masuta with a fast trade and just wipes the sweat off of his eyebrows. That is another knife's edge round, but Football ahead and push themselves onto 14.
That's actually quite sick. I mean, that was a really a sick round. Foot managed to win at the very end. Like I said, Masuda, the guy who maybe not necessarily finding those big opening frags and whatnot, but there he comes in clutch. Saves the day for FUT, and they can keep on playing OT, of course, but OT is a different beast. Sometimes you just got to rely a bit more on your individuals. And speaking of individuals, I mean, Krebeni in that garage position, 5 points of health, and he still gets another frag. This guy has been still quite cracked. Getting some great shots. Ooh. Player up close.
Krebeni does need to be careful here. He has let Davig through, and he will have relayed this information, I think. But there is a world. Someone could be coming in from hell. Davig could have had the timing had he have walked below. Instead goes above, and you know what? I think he's still going to have the drop here. This is perfect. Jukes looking the wrong way. Davig can play the trigger discipline and try and line up a second here. He's apprehensive. He's worried. He doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew, and oh, he kind of fumbles it. Krebeni, oh my, Demon with a triple spray, swaps out to the USP. The savior to take this one to double overtime. Both teams unable to get anything out of their T side here. Unless Mopos can pull off this 2v1.
Oh man, it's unbelievable right now. Davi, I was so sure he's going to get so much impact in that round. In fact, he was just overshadowed by Demon. Mopos will at least, get the bomb planted, but, it's 20 seconds. Oh, yeah. That's well played by Masuda. Not overcommitting into this one. And the problem is, if it's just 10 seconds remaining this time, yeah, Mopos is going to have to stick it. The CT is aware of it. As they both move in, Masuta moving in from the ladder. Mopos is up close. He's waiting, trying to use the smoke to his advantage. But it doesn't help that a player just shoots him in the back of the head. foot out of nowhere. 3 rounds on the CT side. Oh no, Iberian Soul, they were so close themselves.
That is
Another
insanely
silent.
well played from Masuto at the end, by the way. It has to be said. That takes some serious balls. And yeah, I really like the way that David was going about that. That is just unbelievable from Demon. That is unbelievable from Demon. Seeing that again on the replay, the spray transfer. So sick.
Well, 15 to 15. No one's really taking the edge right now, but I think both teams realize that, okay, that T side, it's cursed. It's just impossible to be getting rounds on it right now. Despite their best efforts, it still feels like it just comes down to that one kill, to the clutch. We have seen some significant clutches in this first map. Very close affair. Neither team wanting to give up that easily. The one saving grace is that, again, both teams have plenty of money to work with. And it does feel like if you're just able to win that one round in T-side's OT, like that's going to be enough. If you're Iberian Soul, you win that one T-side, all you have to do, win 3 rounds of the CT side. You've done it in the past, and something tells me you might just do it again.
A shot. They're going to go for the boost over. Yeah, I quite like this. I think Iberian Soul, you know, being able to stay on this T side, it's awkward, right? Because they've found no success with it so far, but it also gives you this luxury of if they're only able to take, if they're even able to take one, then they'll be happy with that and say, right, yeah, we're unbelievable on our CT side. So, you know, good chance here. Look how far up Demon is. This is bonkers. Up on top of the T roof, Mopos is just toying with him, and it all comes down to timing as they play around the aircon. Demon, this is such an awkward angle. Fire at his feet, he's going to toss one over as well. What a ridiculous duel that is taking place. And Demon now lost in the sauce, stuck in the smoke. Mopos surely just spams in a second, or maybe he just waits this out. He's just going to go and join him in the smoke. What is happening, Danny? Demon's just fallen off. Mopos will have heard it. And he's not going to be able to catch him as he slips away. Jukes is in T-spawn. What is going on?
And now they're just gonna push on the A-bomb side. Oh, I don't think this is the right choice. I believe they at least have a player in heaven. That's the one good thing, but they have to get across. Symmetry, missing a big shot. Luckily, the bomb can get planted. Demon's aim is nowhere near the bomb planter. It's a 3v3 though, and I think Iberian Soul have a really good grasp of the situation. Alex with a big frag, Davy as well, but now down to the clutch. Jukes in a mano-a-mano situation, nade in hand. We can inflict some damage on Soul, but more damage inflicted on Jukes, and now he's gonna try to get just a little bit closer at the ready, waiting for Soul to peek, but we're just not seeing it, and now he's gonna swing and go for the fight. And Iberian Soul, 1 round on T side. That's all they needed to get. And is this the winning formula?
There was no other way that round was going than down to a 1 versus 1, was it? Truly, one of the most chaotic rounds of CS I have ever seen. Just completely ridiculous. As Fuck pushed through lobby, got up onto the T roof. It was just bonkers. Couple of key shots missed by Symmetry as well. He's going to be really disappointed with that. He had the opportunity to just shut that round down, and he misses out big time. All the smokes outside. Iberian Soul will get a little bit of leg room off the back of it. Demon keen to get aggressive, as is Jukes, but Mopos ready. Martinez follows up. Oh, not a second round. Surely this would seal the deal. Iberian Soul firmly in the driver's seat now.
Suta, the only line of defense on the lower bomb side. He will have the backup of Demon, but Demon is also just checking out what's happening in secret. Is anyone going for any aggressive plays or not? They actually have slowed down the pace. In fact, they have decided to pull back completely. Maybe this is a better choice, especially now that you can have control of the upper bomb side, even having a player in heaven. Ooh, this gunfight, though, is going to happen. First and foremost, Kerbeni. Is he out? Oh, is he aware? Oh, whoa, he's checking so many angles. But will he check the right one? He sure does. wins the fight against Mopaz, and now FUT have a better chance, but not a great chance. It's still 3 players, or actually only 2 currently on the side. One of them is still on the lower bomb side, which means that he's gonna have to hurry up because Davi and Martineza are the only ones holding the line.
Hang on a second. Yeah, 3v3. They've just been a little bit too slow about this, I feel. Such little time on the bomb that all Martinez has to do is delay, but Salsor's miles away. Wow. Lucky that he catches Krabeni on the cross, otherwise that could have got complicated. He did have a nade, so I think that was his through and through, but yeah, you're right. Salsor just lurking below was scary for a moment. Smiles on the faces, though, again. Iberian Soul back into their element. And as we said before, they'd be happy with a single round on this T side, bearing in mind how confident they were on their defense. The fact they've taken 2 really should solidify this.
I mean, we talked about that. Okay, the 1 round should be enough, right? But having 2 rounds on the T side when you had, regulation with 12 rounds and you only managed to scrape by with 2, it is going to be huge for Iberian Soul moving forward. But getting that last round, I don't think it's going to happen, especially now. You have Krabeni fighting a frag. Demon was down in the vents, just waiting for someone to join him in the 9th circle. Oh, ouch. That's, damn, that's a bit awkward for Krabeni.
No time for misses now, Symmetry. We've seen far too many of them this map. As David's creeping up, he actually would have heard the accidental sound cue on the ladder. Demon down below. What a shot. There is a reason that this man has got his name, because he is a true demon, especially with an AK in hand. Symmetry being spammed. Oh, God. Lucky to still be alive. 36 points of health. David poking his head over. Wants to bait out the AWP shot and then charge him down. Symmetry. Wow. That's what I wasn't expecting him to hit. And had he have died there, it would be a 2v2. Instead, leaves Martinez with a tricky clutch. Drops the molly. Not expecting Jukes to be tiptoeing from behind. So easy enough to close it out. FUT takes 16. Felt like an absolute must-win round for them. And yeah, off of the shoulders of Demon with his early pick. Krabeni with that smoke spam as well. I actually think Krabeni's been exceptional this map. Demon, you always expect him to have these star-studded performances. But Krabeni is really doing a lot of lifting here. Keeping this one together. Look at this shot again. Bang. How do you react to that? What do you do if you're on the receiving end of that?
All right. Keep on going. I'm sure that this OT has also been tiresome for the players. In terms of emotions, I mean, emotions were also running high. We saw how hyped Iberian Soul were with the fact that they reached 15 rounds and then they reached 8. They first reached 12 and then they reached 15. But now you can see it's time to get level-headed. Oh, Demon is able to find the first opening frag. You barely get to see anyone taking control of Silo nowadays, but Demon uses to his advantage. Something tells me FUT might just get the first T round in OT. Of course, Sosol has something to say about it.
How is Krabeni here? How is Krabeni here?
What?
He's all the way up on the A site. He's caught off Mopaz. Any prospect of Iberian Soul Claw in this round back is now in the trash. Lovely little adjustment down for Masuta, but obviously the star of the show in this round, Demon again with his double entry. This man's pushing for a 40 bomb. With FUT taking the first of the T half, as you say. A major difficulty for both of these teams in OT1. They couldn't find anything on their attack. Now, that no longer seems to be the case. We're split down the middle at 17 apiece. This is still anybody's game for the taking. Where do we go from here? Ooh, vent dive.
Well, look at this. We're going to be seeing at least another outside take at the very least, especially now with Jokes having presence in the vents. Oh, it looks like someone from the CT side is aware of it. Mopos wins that huge gunfight against Jokes. And now, Does Spud still want to continue with that hidden secret? I don't know. They might have to question their options, but looks like they're just going to continue. Alex, oh, how did that spray miss?
You know, Danny, we have got such a long day of CS ahead, and it's insane that we're kicking things off with a map that is worthy of a grand final decider, right? I don't know how we're supposed to top this. Iberian Soul pushing for 18. They have dismantled for limb by limb here in round 35. Martinez will take off the penultimate leg. Mopos will find the last. Map point once again for their pick. Remember, seems like a long time ago, but they were 10-0 down. They were 10-2 down at the half. And they are just one away from completing this monumental comeback. They had 3 map points, however, in the first half of OT. Or the first OT, I should say. Now they'll only get the 1. It needs to suffice. You can't just keep dragging it on forever. Eventually, you start to lose that fire that they've got beneath them. This will be a big one to win, though. I'm quite excited to see them erupt if they are able to get it done.
Yeah, I think they'd be mega happy. Iberian Soul, now this is exactly what they needed on the CT side. They've done the hard part on the T side. All they gotta do is just win one more. Soul up close. Now, we have seen some operas try and do this. Masuda, oh, of course, that smoke grenade is blocking out vision, so... And no one from the T side would really be daring enough to jump on the boxes. That'd be just exposing yourself way too much. But this is a false sense of security because Soul is just not getting any intel. These players have been super silent, but that's now the bomb. There's one player. The question is,
no!
Will he overcook it? And it sure does.
Why? Why does he overcook it as well? There's 0 chance he's getting more than 2 kills there. So I don't understand what he's waiting for. Perhaps for the top mini player to sort of stabilize so that he can secure the easy headshot and then transfer over. But that is a very, very bad time to overcook. And now the kitchen's on fire. It's burning. Martinez needs to be the extinguisher to eliminate the flames. He does take one, a 4v4 now. 35 seconds left. Davik, the defender of the A site, has to go big. Oh, no.
Oh, good response from Mopos at least, but the bomb will still get planted, and they also have a player up in heaven, so that is already such a powerful position to hold when defending the A side. Alex and Mopos will have to try their best. Well, both players do have nades. They could inflict some serious damage, but Alex is trying to get as close as possible. Sees the first. There's a big double. It is. Mopos going down. Foot go for another because they are just not tired, and they still believe they have what it takes to secure victory in map 1. Map 1 of the best of 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Unreal. We're pushing to the round count of almost 2 maps now. These guys surely not tired yet, but oh man, I just can't believe this. Southsoul is going to be so disappointed with himself here. And Symmetry has truly struck gold. I guess Southsoul is just working on the basis there is absolutely no reason for someone to turn around. But I think it was literally his teammate dropping a bit of util, and Symmetry just sort of does a little spin. Taking a breather. All right. Much needed, I feel. This has been such a bizarre map. I mean, for Iberian Soul, you know, they're not going to be feeling like this right now, but in hindsight, and looking at the bigger picture here, even if they lose this map, they should be pretty happy with just the amount of damage that they've been able to inflict in one that just looked like it was a lost cause. You know, I was talking earlier about the ramifications of, you know, getting smoked 13-0 on your map pick and then still having the rest of the series to play. But it has now got to the point where they will be massively disappointed if they don't take it. 4 map points they've had. They have lost every single one of them. Of course, that's why we're still here.
Yep. Man, that's just honestly, it's such a difficult moment, I'd say, for both squads. You know, I think now I said earlier that I think if Iberian Soul win it, they're probably gonna erupt, be super excited about the victory. Now I feel like either squad probably just wants to get it over and done with, because another set of overtime. I mean, there are games to be played, and I would assume practices they have arranged in the evening.
I mean, I don't know about that, but it would be a sigh of relief for sure. This is, for me, it just feels like it's only a matter of time until Foot start getting some map points of their own. And I don't know. I can't help but feel that once they're on that point, Demon will just step up and shut it down. Iberian Soul will look back at all of the chances that they had and realise, yeah, they've well and truly choked this. Clean slate, though. Even playing field. 18 apiece. OT3 about to commence. And you can see, yeah, Iberian Soul boys back in their seats. Ready to go. Some last minute words being exchanged before going into another overtime.
I wonder. Oh, interestingly enough, what's actually what was supposed to happen on the A stream was the I believe OG versus GG Hao game, but is yet to start apparently, because GG Hao is still playing a game against Spirit Academy. It looks like Spirit Academy might actually win against GG Hao, which is quite insane to think of, that, GG Hao win against Ecstatic, but then GG Hao loses to Spirit Academy potentially.
They actually
That
2-0
means
Spirit Academy the other day as well. So, yeah, that is interesting.
Does that mean Spirit Academy better than Ecstatic?
Maybe. We'll maybe get to see it if both teams qualify through the group.
Okay. Looks like everyone's getting ready. I could hear everyone purchasing equipment from their local arms dealer. And we should be good to go. Actually, I even forgot. So wait. Okay, yeah. Iberian Soul is still on the CT side. Okay, so Iberian Soul on the CT side, Foot on the T side. And we just witnessed the impossible despite Iberian Soul winning 2 rounds on T side. That was not enough for them to secure the victory. And we could see outside control. Yeah, that is usually the one area of the map on Nuke that is usually contested, just because it is quite doable for T's with those smokes deployed. However, I feel like the smokes didn't really land where they were supposed to. There's a bit of a gap for Alex to work, but it's a huge gap to continue with the spam, try to dish out more damage, and Martinez has called in for backup.
Jukes. Oh, no. Oh, a little bit of South Soul action there. Trying to line up the headshot takes a little too long. Was hoping he could find 2 kills there instead. Ends up with nothing. A man down in the round. Felt like he did need the double. Now it's a whole lot harder. Demon tries to clear, but he can't clear deep enough as he jumps through the window. Alex has got his number. Should be an easy enough trade for Symmetry. Just catches the hand, poking around the lockers. But a 1 versus 5 comes 1-on-4, 40 HP. He's got the bomb. He's got 40 seconds to work with. But it doesn't look like he has any real prospect of winning this one. There's not a lot to save. It is overtime. It looks like he's about to walk into the AWP. No, Martinez misses the shot, but South Soul will recover. So, first going the way of Iberian Soul here in OT3. They'll make it 19. I'm surprised that, they've still got it in them after how many fumbled opportunities we've seen. Time to get themselves a few more.
gonna see the replay of that as well. But rare to see the CTs take control of Silo, but hey, that was one of those instances. Yeah. Really did work out initially for Iberian Soul quite well, just because Alex was able to abuse that smoke. And well, great shot fired off by Martinez. This shouldn't have deterred the T's. I feel like they should probably just continue with the push regardless of the AWP. That was part of their agenda 2025, and still very much is. Got to jump across. Soul Salt will deploy the incendiary just in case to slow down that push for as long as possible.
This is really good util. It's just really well timed. Looked like Foot were about to pull the trigger on ramp. I really liked the initiative of the early aggression from Martinez, so unfortunately he couldn't hit the shot. They're going to play right through this Cloud. Flash through. Salt trying to creep away. Cannot escape. Symmetry finds the head. Martinez with another elsewhere. Puts this into a 4-on-4. Alex makes noise on the ladder. That's going to be heard and relayed, but they're not actually committing to B. Instead, it's back into lobby and into the waiting scope. But Martinez can't connect for the no scope, but he's found two in the meantime. USP swapped out. Davik butting heads in the smoke. This is so awkward. And Masuta, who will clear out the other side, says it's safe for Demon to come through. Davik must be in Squeaky itself. And they've got a little bit of space to get this plant.
They can have a player in heaven as well. Davi with some good vision, but they also need to have their player move up through the vents. Masuta trying to keep a eye on what's happening through Squeaky as well as the vents.
Oh.
Right being found. We still in heaven. Masuda given a chance to readjust, but Demon no chance to spin around for another. And that's how Iberian Soul will claim another big round. I was quite surprised that a guy like Masuda was given so much freedom to work with. I mean, he was out there quite exposed, wins the first gunfight against the Squeaky player, and then you're just thinking, can the Heaven player move in quickly enough to try and shut him down? And it sure does. Comes down to a clutch, but it's Iberian Soul to reign supreme.
Man, oh man, it was unbelievable timing from Masuta. There on that Squeaky peak, that was perfect, but a big old whiff on Heaven is pretty much what loses it for them. That's the Demon 40 bomb, by the way. Adds 2 more to his tally in that round to push onto levels that we just don't tend to see anymore, right? CS2, MR12. 40 kills is a very, very rare sight and only reserved for the best of the best. And Demon is really solidifying himself as that today, but it might not be enough here on Nuke. Which is just insane to think of. Martinez with a huge triple in that last round as well was really what got that one going. He's very aware that they could have come back into lobby. Was absolutely right. Found some big kills. Looking for more here. Spam through the smoke, narrowly misses. Did see the head poke over. Symmetry. Oh, just too many targets to choose from. And Alex will be the deliverer of bad news.
Oh man, this is not looking too good. Okay, this should be it. This should be Iberian Soul with 3 more rounds, and it is Mopos to clean it up. There we go. The guys are getting excited. Easy. Easy for Iberian Soul.
Well, another 3 map points now. Surely they do not choke these ones. We've seen 4. Oh, I mean, we've gone to cams, but it's not over yet. There's still 1 more round to be played. Hopefully we go back to game. There we go.
All right. Oh, Josh, just the 1 round. Just the 1 round. That's all they need. They've been in this position before. I hope the coach is going to give some input. I mean, usually you wipe the sweat off your brow. Not always do you have the coach wipe the sweat of your neck. That's something new.
It's all part of the job description.
Yeah.
I love that though. Some real sort of brotherhood within this Iberian Soul team. It's really nice to see. 3 chances, 3 more chances to get this one over the line. We've seen them fumble 4, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for this to go to OT4. But Foot would have to pull out all of the stops to get us here. They're on their CT side. The stronger of the two, that's for sure. Davig tiptoeing forward into mini. Good timing. Krabeni with his back turned. This could be the beginning of the end unless Symmetry has something to say about it. And for now, he does.
Oh, some nice sneeze as well. Symmetry. I feel like he missed a crucial shot. Not gonna matter. Still a great response, and despite Iberian Soul's first opening frag, it will give them nothing at all. Apart from death and destruction, Iberian Soul, I was so sure they're just gonna full commit, full send on A side once they find that opening frag, but apparently not, and I found that to be, I don't know, perhaps overthinking it in a situation like that, but then again, they go down the fence, and it just all falls apart again.
Number 41. Foot with now 2 more to close out. Yeah, with the opening advantage, I really fancied Iberian Soul's chances to finish it there and then. Foot aren't willing to lose just yet. Krabeni spams through the smoke. Oh, that one came pretty close. No cigar, though. Does at least receive some bullets back the other way. Confirms that there is somebody trying to cross outside. Demon up on top of the hut. A powerful position to find multiple kills. There is no one I would rather have in this spot right here. If Iberian Soul will go for an A execution, it's going to be a tough man to have to combat. Masuta is the first to drop. Mopos is a big frag.
It's very slow. 50 seconds, you could see Foot might be prompted to be just a bit more aggressive after losing their initial player. It is no wonder that the T's have slowed down their pace. I mean, that's why Mopos is holding at Hut, waiting for a potential peak, but I feel like they should be setting up for the potential hit on the upper side. Ball is now being deployed. Good flashes. Demon out of position. Still somehow gets one. Symmetry alive as well. Finally, this could be the beginning of the end. No!
Hang on a minute.
Oh no!
Surely not. Oh, there you go. There's that eruption. Iberian Soul finally get there. Krabeni did such amazing work in the 1 versus 3, but couldn't get it over the line in the end. My God, Iberian Soul from being 10-0 down, pull it all the way back, and in 3 overtimes, eventually win their map pick. And, you know, somebody made an interesting point, and I will highlight it. This time yesterday, Iberian Soul had finished the best of 3 against Amiga, right? Yeah. We'd seen them 2-0 clean sweep. We are now an hour and 40 minutes after we kicked things off, and we are only just rounding off map 1. That is how competitive it is between these two teams, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of this series delivers.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to have a chance to see, because up next is going to be the map pick of Foot. That will be Mirage. But before that, a quick break, and we see you all soon enough. Take care.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December, in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action.
He needs to move.
Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody. We saw a truly ridiculous map 1, and I have no idea how we're supposed to top it, to be completely honest. 3 overtimes. From being 10-0 down, Iberian Soul brought it back and won their pick. We've got Mirage up next. It is the choice of Foot. It is one that they're supposed to be a bit better on. Do you think they're going to take it and we go to a decider? Or do you think the wind in the sails of Iberian Soul is enough to carry them through and land them another 2-0?
Honestly, I kind of don't feel like Iberian Soul will have the same sort of possibility to win out Mirage as they did on Nuke. I just feel like Mirage should just, in general, lend itself much better to the FUT players and their strengths. And I'm not sure if a squad like Iberian Soul can quite easily counter that because, again, you know, from FUT we expect some of those individuals to just pop out, right? We saw that when it comes to just holding something like Nuke CT side, like every single player that felt like from FUT, you know, was able to hold their own. They were doing a really good job at it. On the T side, where they had just a little bit more coordination, that's when the going got tough. Now, Mirage is, in general, just a different beast compared to Nuke, and that's why I feel like even if somehow FUT is able to have, like, let's say a T side where they rack up those 5, maybe 6 rounds, I feel like their CT side should alone carry them to victory. And yeah, obviously on the T side on Mirage, I'm sure they're going to perform way better just because it's so much easier to find some of those opening frags. In general, you can even rely on a lot more mid-rounding as well as just playing on contact compared to a map like Nuke. So I just feel like in general, this is just going to be a stronger showcase from FUT on this map.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see the same as well. I think they're going to be desperately disappointed that they weren't able to win that that first map, though. You know, just so many opportunities there on Nuke. Now, to be fair, they didn't fumble any map points, so there is that element to it. You know, they weren't that close to victory, but certainly when they're 10-0 up, they felt like they had that one in the bag, and they choked it monumentally. Yeah. So, yeah, that 10-minute break, they need to have done a lot of soul-searching, a lot of sort of resetting and cooling down. To, you know, reset and get ready for this second. Demon had an unbelievable performance. He dropped a 40 bomb there in map 1. I'm really hoping that he's still fired up and can bring that same kind of level into Mirage. I do think that a lot of the time when you see a player have like an unbelievable performance on a first map like that, it doesn't do them any favors having a pause. It doesn't do them any favors having that 10-minute break and then, you know, a change of scenery going into a different map. So we could see Demon cool off a little bit here. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's rare that Demon doesn't have these monster performances. So yeah, I'm ready to just sort of lock in and see Demon pull 100 across the series. Krabeni as well was one that really impressed me. I said last map that, yeah, whilst calling and whilst under a lot of stress calling into multiple overtimes, this is something I touched upon yesterday. As an IGL, it gets really difficult when a game drags on and you have to call through, you know, 50 rounds of CS because you start to run out of ideas and it gets really tough. So yeah, he did exceptionally well to be sort of calling a decent game and putting up the numbers, fragging well on the CT side especially. He was that outside player and quite often had that underlocking key, was always finding sort of 1 or 2 kills before going down. So it'd be interesting to see how he performs in map 2 as well, because he was kind of, you know, a little bit up and down yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, it definitely had a much more difficult run of form, I felt like, especially because it feels like, you know, Krabeni also has that extra pressure of the fact that, you know, yes, like you said, he's the in-game leader, but he's also usually, you know, playing such positions where he's kind of, you know, being the first point of contact as well, like on maps like Nuke, for example. Outside is still a very common part of the map that the teams want to fight control over of, and so you're gonna have to go for some of those engagements, like it or not. And so I also think I could see him playing something like connector on a map like Mirage, right? Again, that is a position where it's sometimes regarded as like the star position. That's where you expect your stars to shine, because that is, again, a sort of part of the map that has a lot of contact in it. You're going to be seeing T's almost every single round, so you are expected to perform. But the fact that you also have to make calls, yeah, that is quite difficult. Though, again, the caveat is on the CT side, right? On the CT side, you're probably not going to be calling as much. Primarily on the CT side, I would imagine that maybe Carbeni gives some sort of instruction to the guys on what kind of setup they should be going for and what they might actually try to do in the round as it progresses. But honestly, it's still good to see that he's able to maintain his level of form today, because, yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that front, that yesterday he was kind of missing.
Now, it'll be interesting to see the dynamic of this being the foot map pick and therefore Iberian Soul getting the pick of the sides, because they'll start on their defense. Now, it's obviously not an apples to apples comparison. Mirage and Nuke have, you know, very different win rates when it comes to just how CT-sided it is. However, both teams looked so much better on their defense there on map 1. And I think Iberian Soul will have a bit of a luxury here, kicking things off for the USPs. Davik certainly will, having a field day on short as he lines up 3 heads, a 4th, maybe on the table. Won't quite catch it, but he's got the bomb at his feet. He's got teammates coming to join him. What a start for a team that are looking fired up already.
Oh, that was phenomenal from Davi as well. Like, close quarters up against free clocks. For him to come out on top alive and with 3 players dead on the other side, yeah, that is quite impressive. Demon, of course, one of those players we have been highlighting, and for good reason, you know, ever since Makasa's departure. And even in general, when Magasa was still part of this team, it did felt like, you know, Demon was kind of overshadowed by Magasa, just because, you know, he was the guy going out there, finding lots of impact. And when Demon would be doing his job, it would be like, yeah, okay, like this is kind of expected now from Demon, but now it's expected from him. And I feel like he might just be feeling a bit more pressure because of it, is that he is expected now to be the best player on this team, because even if he is, you know, struggling, there's really not that many players you can always fall back on that will be as consistent as Demon might have been. So yeah, I feel like this guy has a lot more pressure, and so far I feel like he's still, you know, able to deliver, and that's also key for a squad like Foot.
It really is. Right now, shouldn't be able to deliver for a whole lot. I mean, to be fair, we've seen our fair share of eco round wins over the last couple of days, so I'm still just sort of keeping an open mind in these situations. However, today will not be one of those days, or at least not yet. 2-0, Iberian Soul keeping things clean with 4 players staying alive, and Foot finally into their bye. AKs, a couple of Galils. It's not going to be the best of investments, but certainly could suffice. They need to start trying to bite back here.
Yeah, we're seeing that early smoke grenade being deployed in window. It used to be quite common to have these sort of 2 conditioning smokes on a map like Mirage. One you deploy for short and the other one for window. And the whole point of those 2 smoke grenades is that you keep on deploying them every single time, and you condition the CTs to believe, okay, we have no intel on that part of the map, so odds are that they might be fighting for some sort of map presence in middle. But if you're going to be deploying those smoke grenades every single round, then yeah, you're going to keep the CTs guessing, like, okay, is this really the mid take, or just trying to throw us off? Now, it is quite a expense for the T side, right, every single round to be deploying those 2 smokes. But in the nearby future, when Foot does have more utility and more weaponry, then it's not going to become that big of an issue. Here, though, Foot is showing off some presence in middle, and even better now, taking control of connector. Ooh, that's going to be big. I think the smoke should fade anytime soon, and I wonder if Jokes is going to be aware how close a player is, and Alex just trying to play the smoke, do the best capabilities, and yeah, Jokes, big frag found.
Yeah, regardless of whether he's expecting one to be close to the smoke, as soon as it starts fading, his eyes will be on jungle. And Alex, yeah, just overstays his welcome there. Should have really expected with the top cotton smoke that someone would have crossed the stairs, doesn't anticipate, and now Stavig and Mopos left to pick up the pieces. 2 versus 4. Davig is already well on out of that. He's half health. He's got an M4 to save. For Mopos, there isn't as much to lose, so it looks like he wants to play for some exits. To be honest, David could do with a bit of support, could do with a bodyguard here. Demon, oh my god, he's walked right past him. We might even see a knife kill. No, Mopoz's going for the ninja. Oh, this is ridiculous. He's going to do it. No one else is close enough. Get on the bomb right now, Mopoz. Oh no. Hang on. No, yeah, he's let it go.
Yeah.
Ay, that is just wild. I can't believe Krebeni runs across connector. If Krebeni doesn't do that and he just exits through underpass, that's a ninja defuse. We've had a couple of moments like that. That is wild.
It's quite crazy. We get to see that another attempt at a ninja defuse, the second time in the day, to be honest. Oh, pardon me. We saw some ninja defuses. Oh, actually, no. Now that I think of it, every single day it feels like we've been having attempts at a ninja defuse here at the StarSeries European Close Qualifier. Now, I remember James as well attempted his own. It is quite crazy to see players are doing it.
You love to see it. I love to see it. Nice shot, Masuta. All right. Foot back in business. They won't even realize just how close they were to losing that last round. As I say, it was only sort of a bit of a strange call for Krebeni to go back up con there. It even made it so that the ninja wasn't viable. Masuta inside connector. A man advantage, Symmetry creeping around back towards a ramp. Getting quite aggressive is South Soul, but only close towards Palace. Martinez are on the site with him. And are they ready for this execution that's about to commence?
I like the fact as well that Iberian Soul, they're sticking together in a round like this. So someone might have to go out there and look for intel. Oh, the angle. I thought it was going to favor the CT, but it doesn't matter. Jukes on the other end. And Martinez up, got an awkward position to be in. Molly's deployed. And now it's just 30 seconds remaining. Alex, it's good to see that Alex and Mopoz are close by. Oh, nope, not even gonna matter. Maybe Mopoz can actually secure that front, but no, Demon will check connector for good measure. I was kind of hoping that both of those CTs will just push in, well, through CT spawn, but they kind of spread out. And eventually, it was a very solid commitment from FUT, essentially just winning out every single duel one by one, shutting down those players. And despite them having, what was it, basically 4 guys close by the A side, it did just come down to individual gunfights that FUT managed to win.
Two to two. Shouldn't stay that way for long. A full eco here for Iberian Soul. Yeah, Martinez did everything he could there on the bomb site. Just being spammed through triple. It required so many bullets to kill him. Felt like every single one that connected was doing 5 damage, but eventually it got there. Masuta, nice entries. Jugs will follow up, and no real chance for the USPs to get all too much out of this. South Soul gives it a good go. Makes it expensive with a 2-piece. But FUT will be on to 3.
Not a bad start for FUT. They're going to see Iberian Soul being pressured. Like, how are they going to try to challenge FUT? I would feel like they might try to show us some presence in middle. Why not? Obviously, they don't have a sniper rifle, which is a little bit dissatisfying. Ooh, Martinez is the first player to drop as well. As we get to see, yeah, Iberian Soul is trying to go for some mid presence, but yeah, the problem is that the A side has already been opened up, basically. StarSeries going down. Jukes has been super explosive with these pushes out of Palace, and once again, FUT in control of the bomb site, but this time it is as quick as ever.
Big old pace change. Works beautifully. Iberian Soul. Can't touch this. No. Mopoz has got a nice little angle for some exits, but that is probably all we will see. And they're not going to give him the opportunity. Look at that. I think that's Krebeni sort of pulling back the troops a little bit and saying, we don't need to throw weapons away here. You know, keep 5 alive. Iberian Soul's money is awkward anyway. Let's just rack up some cash. It's still early doors. Do you a lot of favors having players on 5 figures. That's what we're seeing right now. Masuta and Demon were just over it. Now, after the utility investment, they fall just below that mark. Yeah, Symmetry finally hitting some shots, finding a bit of consistency. Some good entries out onto the sites. Alex, head in hands. Getting vocal, trying to fix the problems before they get too big.
Yeah, I'd say they're getting sizably big, to be honest. Right now, they're just not even finding any chances at opening frags. All these opening frags have just been going the way of FUT. That A bomb site seems to be quite problematic for the side of Iberian Soul. Like I said as well, Jokes has been super good committing out of Palace. At the same time, Martinez would love to get a sniper rifle. I feel like he could find a fair amount of impact at a map like this, especially if he would, peek out of connector from time to time, maybe find some success in the middle. Also, there's a lot of interesting avenues of attack. If you want to change things up, you could even peek in lower tunnels, Palace, why not? Oh, this round, again, just some pistols across the board with a few rifles to work with. Okay. Davy and Alex doing some good work. Davy as well. Symmetry up close for the op. Getting at least one the second to boot. That is such a sick shot. And Martinez, he's slowly but surely shifting his way on the A-bomb side. But maybe if you're FUT, you'd like to abandon ship.
Martinez still knows that this is doable, but yeah, this was a round that was looking very, very awkward, and Symmetry saves the day. Two massive shots. Unexpected to come out of the sniper. And I like this. Recompose. Head back over towards B. Martinez yet to suspect it, but the fact that they're shifting means that they have no idea where he is. They are seriously worried he could be anywhere towards top middle, TV, here in the B apartments. It looks like Martinez is just none the wiser to this at all, so he's not going to be there towards the B site in time, which is realistically the only way he wins this round. He's playing a complete 50-50. He's hoping that they're going to go for a late re-aggression on A. That's not going to be the case, and he has no chance on the retake, which is a bit of a shame. He'll realise that far too late. It should be a fifth here for FUT.
Yeah, just about. Martinez is going to go scavenging. Going to loot the corpses. Gather what he can. And sure, Naked 47, some utility as well. That's all right, but damn, it is quite. It's somewhat disappointing in the sense that Iberian Soul, it felt like they might just pull through, right? They're dealing a lot of good damage. Did he have Symmetry trying to go up close with the AWP? And you're thinking, yeah, he's gonna go down to the 5.7s, right? No, Symmetry reigns supreme. Suddenly puts it back to a much more winnable 2v1 for FUT, and yeah, I mean, that's kind of the case with FUT, right? You don't really get to see clean eco rounds with a squad like this. Usually they end up dropping at least a couple guys, but hey, so far they're winning on the T side, as kind of expected from my perspective. I said they're going to win at least, these 5, maybe 6 rounds so far. They've done the bare minimum. They can still climb to new heights. Look at Symmetry.
Yeah, what a beast. A scary player when he finds his groove. Right now, it kind of feels like he's in it. He's not putting up crazy numbers yet, but since getting out that AWP, been a rare sight to see him miss a shot. Round number 8 for pulling away again. Now, they had a 10-0 start on map 1, so I don't feel like they're going to feel all too secure or confident with anything here in the first half. They know what Iberian Soul are capable of on the comeback. Right now. They'll regroup back towards A. Graveni lurking out a lower. Massive from Martinez.
It's great to see that he is now playing with the sniper. That's the weapon of choice for him. That's the weapon he desperately needs now. FUT looks like they're going back to their true and tested formula, having Jugs in Palace and the remaining squad moving in from ramp, and they're just gonna slow walk out. That's quite sick. Obviously, throwing down the molly, Sosol is expecting the Palace player to pop on out. Meanwhile, oh, timing's a bit awkward because Jugs is able to find them. Both Demon chimes in as well. If the player dies in connector, that should be done and dusted. As the Ds, double Ds come out on top, it's Foot to gain another round on the board. Man, 6 already, and Iberian Soul, man, they are struggling on the CT side.
They really are. Just another round that Iberian Soul don't seem to really have any grasp of. An interesting investment here from Mopos. He's gone for a shotgun. It's not necessarily out of necessity. I mean, he didn't have enough for an M4, but he could have pulled out a FAMAS and says he wants the auto shotty instead. I'm kind of a fan. Hold close to the B apartments down by Van. Foot have got their pacing really nice, though. T side of their map pick, it's where you really expect it. And yeah, just when Iberian Soul are sort of thinking, yeah, this will catch him off, we'll buy an auto shotgun and anticipate a faster B play. And Foot are just not giving him any of that. I do like this approach, though. Taking a bit more map control. You know, there's no presence on A, so yeah, Salsoul's playing close ramp. He's getting some good info. Mopos is close in the apartments as well. Could be good for some damage here. AWP. Oh, massive. That was perfect timing for a little gap to emerge in the smoke.
Ooh. Auto shotty. Oh, just the perfect weapon to sweep the house. Hoovering around. Yeah, just some symmetry remaining in a very, very difficult predicament. I'm quite surprised he's still attempting this. I mean, luckily his squad has loads of cash, so he could give it a shot. Oh, doesn't get taken care of, but there we go. Out of nowhere, Iberian Soul win a big round. I'm so glad to see that Martin is back with the sniper rifle. I feel like that is his gun of choice, and he can find some impact for the squad. But yeah, this time Foot getting just caught out there, 1-by-1 essentially. And instant tactical pause. Okay, that's actually quite interesting that Foot, despite that loss in the previous round, instantly taking a pause. I guess they want to take matters way more seriously than what happened to Nuke. Avoid the Nuke disaster.
That's the plan. Double AWPs out. It's kind of interesting. Much better stuff, though. I like that a lot in that last round. Mopos, the one to wield that second snipers. They're going to have one on each bomb site. It was a shotgun in the last. But now the big green. It's not going to matter here on A, though. Jukes with a huge triple entry. And I said, I've loved Foot's pacing in this game so far. They've been very slow, very meticulous. It's worked nicely. The second it stops working, that's where they say, right, foot on the gas. Let's rely on the individuals. Let's get some of these mechanics cooking. And that's exactly what we get in round number 10. Young Lithuanian popping off. Krobeni wants to show no mercy. Unwilling to allow the saves. Mopos will prolong his life a little bit, but they are coming thick and fast. I don't think they're going to be allowed to get away with these rifles. I don't know. It depends if Demon presses here. He gives it a go. He's really going to give it a go. Oh, David does well.
Just look at the entry frags we've been seeing now, the jokes here from Palace. I feel like his efforts have been enormous, and he's been finding huge impact for the team. And again, we've been seeing primarily just these A bomb site commitments. I mean, guys like Mopos are, you know, they don't really have a lot of kills. That's because he's just not getting enough action on the B bomb site. It's primarily been these A site hits time and time again. And admittedly, Palace is the most concerning part for them. Usually you expect to see, the ramp players move out first, and the Palace guys moving in. And the Palace guy is doing a lot of good work. Jokes, props to him. But Iberian Soul really need to figure it out. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, the A bomb site is crumbling time and time again. And if you're Foot, this is probably the change up you do, right? Iberian Soul, they will probably reinforce that A bomb site, make sure it is well defended. And that is probably the moment you decide to struck the B side. At least that's the plan I'd be going for. And it might just be the plan of the day.
Salsol, look how aggressive this is. I like it a lot, and he'll be getting the information. He would have heard the Masuda step. Does he expect two to emerge from above? The answer's no. He can't find it. Bad timing for Mopos as well. Oh, it's all going wrong here for Iberian Soul. Round after round, the timings are poor, and Foot pull ahead. Alex looking to try and recover this round, but knowing it's a lost cause. Martinez nowhere to be seen. He's all the way on the other side of the map. Already pulled the plug on this one. Tucking away in Palace. Davik should be killed here as well. Oh, wow. Okay. It's pretty nasty. That would have been Krubeni's first kill as well, and he's denied it. Yeah, just laughing that one off. It's fine. You're doing a good job at calling a perfect T side. It is going to be 8 rounds.
Yeah, a significant amount of rounds, if we're being honest as well. That's already a huge lead Foot has acquired. And I feel like for them, the journey gets easier once we switch on over to the CT side, because that's where they can rely more heavily on their aim department, which, as we know for a fact, is indeed solid. Look at the frustrating sea of yellow. I mean, 2 rounds have been won by Iberian Soul, and that was the pistol in the second round, which honestly doesn't amount to much. Then they win that 1 gun round, and that's it. That's all they managed to accomplish.
Flashbang and a smoke in. HE to blow it wide open. Davik. Ooh. Hang on a minute. Thought he was going to get overrun there. Does well. Calls in for the support from his teammate as well. And a little crunch, a little pincer between Short and Con merits 2. Alex playing around the smoke. Does let Salsol drop, but an instant trade. He should be ready for this. 4th on the horizon. Alex with a lovely shot. And it's all down to symmetry.
Come on, I'd love to see the 1v4 highlight, but I have doubts. But, oh, wow. I can't believe he's still given a chance to kill one more CT player when so exposed. But anyhow, what matters is at least one more round goes the way of Iberian Soul, which obviously isn't much. But then again, you think about it, you win the pistol nowadays. Winning the pistol basically equals to winning 2 rounds. So there's always a chance for at least some sort of comeback. But yeah, the CT side has been a bit underwhelming here for Iberian Soul. It's quite a shame as well that Davi, who was performing pretty damn well in last map, just didn't really get into the action that often, just because it was all about the A side. And yeah, the A side defenders definitely struggled. The likes of Sosol and Martinez not able to find that same level of impact they might have had at the CT side of Nuke. And so we switch things up as FUT will now begin on the CT side. Like I said, this for them should be the easy part, right? The hard part was getting rounds on T side, but now they can just heavily rely on their individuals, and that should be quite the winning formula, I feel like.
Jukes. USP in hand. Flashbangs over. Grabeni down below. He did manage to break the curse and find a single kill in that final round of the first half, but still, they kind of get an overrun here on the A site. Miss CT smoke could cause problems, because that's exactly where Juke still resides. As he taps away, I mean, maybe it's not missed. Maybe it was just supposed to cut off triple and give them a route to try and take the CT control. I'm not sure. It didn't look like it landed where it was supposed to. And it's going to cause them all sorts of problems. Demon and Masuta will shut it down. And a 9th on the board for FUT. It's a good start to this second half. And, you know, exceptional stuff for their map pick.
Yeah, quite the convincing showing from FUT. And I said, you know, Iberian Soul, they win the pistol. Maybe there's still a chance at mounting some sort of comeback. But no, I definitely have my doubts. This was a really important round to win. Looks like they might just try to follow it up with Force Spy on the T side. Now, we're seeing a fair amount of pistols coming out, but then again, those pistols are the Tech 9s, which have been... I don't know, does the Tech 9 need another nerf, Josh? I feel like that pistol has been quite powerful in recent times.
Maybe. I don't know. I think it's always just going to have its place, and a firm place in rounds like this, no matter how many times they nerf it. It can still be so powerful, and rounds like this we've seen so many of over the last couple of days convert, as Alex follows up with a Tech 9 again. Finds himself an M4. See Salso wrapping around, but there's a big issue, which is the bombs down on the site. I like the idea of just slowing this down a little bit, but where they once had the info on Masuta, they now have no idea. Masuta is aware that the bomb's down, so can just try and maneuver around it. Salso comes and joins the party. The whole point of that wraparound, I believe, is so that he can retrieve one of those rifles top con. As Masuta holds the cross, Salso will be the bait, the low HP man to go down first. And Alex now in the 1v1. He's got the Kevlar, he's got the helmet, he's got the M4. And he knows where Masuta is, he's just waiting for the timing. He lands all the shots needed. Masuta hits a dink there, actually. But it's a massive clutch out of Alex for a round they had no business in winning.
That's a powerful victory. This could give some wind in the sails of Iberian Soul. And yeah, you're thinking, like, how on earth are they able to win this round with just a commitment on the A side? But he has some big frags found by Iberian Soul. And sure, FUT, I don't think they're going to be too distraught about losing a round like that. Maybe, but I mean, again, they're on the CT side. They're a lot more comfortable on here. It could go for a Force Spy like this. Why not? If a team is going for a Force Spy, it's not only because of the economical situation FUT is in, but I also believe that these players believe they can hit some gnarly shots. Demon will try to show us how. Here at the B-bomb side, he's obviously feeling a lot of pressure. Ooh, just a shot fired, but it just doesn't connect.
Wow, all right. That's a little bit of a change-up. Wasn't too much invested into this round for FUT. I mean, it was everything they could afford, but yeah, that last one really did take a hit on their finances. It's always kind of tough, right? When you play the first half, you got heaps of cash in the bank. They did so well. Just build up that money. Look at that. It's like lens burn on the camera. We can just see the glow of what was once happening in the room. You see what I'm seeing, or am I seeing double?
I guess you are seeing double, Josh.
There was like what was going on the camera, and then there was like a faint shadow of what was going on the camera like 30 seconds prior or something. So you could just sort of see two of each of them, and the coach moving around the room. It's like a ghost. Maybe I'm seeing ghosts.
I don't know, Josh. I think you need some new spectacles. Some new specs. Head on over to Specsavers.
Or a medium.
That's where
Maybe
you
I'm
gotta go,
seeing
bro.
ghosts.
Or that as well.
Maybe both.
There used to be this one like crazy show that I think it is like a very Eastern European show. It's like battle of like the media. What you call them? Mediators? Is that how you call them?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was like a TV show that was like Battle of the Mediators, and the whole point is like they would like go help out some person, like, oh my. I mean, it's kind of awful when you think about it. Like, oh, my relative has died. Can you help me communicate with him? And the whole shtick is that you have like these 8 people who are trying to communicate with a dead person, which is like, it's not like plenty of seasons, plenty of iterations, plenty of local talent, I guess you could call it. Quite a crazy show. If anyone's interested, you can definitely find it on the internet.
I am interested. We've got to set up a watch party, Danny. That sounds good.
Yeah, it's like Battle of the Extra Sense. Something like that. You'll find it. If you're keen, you'll find it.
I am keen.
Extra Sense.
Very keen. Krabenic. Keen for some kills here. It's an eco round, and wow, yeah, look at this. I mean, they're so aware that, you know, one of these pistols is going to be lingering down below the stairs. He does actually manage to find the head of Mopos, but no opportunity to grab the weapon. So, got a little upgrade into the AK. Iberian Soul keeps snapping back and foot again. After such a good start here and letting it slip. Iberian Soul seem to just be comeback merchants, right? They seem to thrive under the pressure of being behind. That's where they give us their best.
All right. Mid control is the name of the game for the T side, and you get to see that early smoke being deployed as well as in window and short. Again, those are the 2 conditioning smokes I was talking about earlier. And for foot, they don't really have that much util to work with around like this, so they have to use it sparingly. And that's why they might be more concerned with even backing away from middle, because they're not able to hold those T players at bay for long. In fact is, Iberian Soul is using that to their advantage. Right about now, you can see Martinez taking a forward positioning connector, smoke blown wide open, but he's just not able to see anyone from the CT side. They're playing this one safe.
Krabenic spamming away through the smoke. Isn't going to find the success he was looking for. Sonic starts to creep his way forward. Masuta around the corner. Incendiary deployed. We'll slow things down a little bit. There's 40 seconds on this clock. Iberian Soul very aware of the timer. And what needs to be done before it expires. Masuta's going to re-aggress after those flames are gone. Martinez so ready. I think he would have heard the sound of that scope as he works around the corner. Oh, still so quick. Pulls it back into a 4-on-4. Now time really is of the essence. They're walking into a bit of a crossfire here on the A site. This gets messy.
It's a good crossfire as well. Jokes in Rab does go down, but Krabeni is yet to reveal himself. They might be afraid of short, and now they got to be fearful of CT spawn as well. Alex with a big shot, and now Krabeni, who can't do jack. Martinez, a big round for him. Has been relatively silent on the first half. Again, I'd say primarily because there weren't that many rounds where he had the big green, but here he finds a very impactful frag at B short. Later on, links up with his teammates in A, and Krabeni, yeah, not able to find that much impact. And yeah, you're right about it. I mean, we saw this setup, Krabeni and Jukes, and I thought, yeah, this setup is just gonna win them the round outright. But apparently not, especially if it's Martinez hitting his shot.
Yeah, there should have been no way. But if you just keep peeking into the AWP, keep giving Martinez opportunities, he's going to take them. He's going to take them every day of the week. And that's exactly what we see. Another bank breaker. Foot down to an eco. Iberian Soul will be able to tie things up at 9 apiece, more than likely. Damage control important, though. They don't have heaps of cash behind them either. So if they can keep everybody alive, they'll be pretty happy. We have seen a fair few of these rounds get quite expensive.
Yeah, indeed we have. Ooh. Demon losing some of his HP. Again, at least if Iberian Soul is not just going to go out there one by one, give these aimers a chance, then I should be seeing Iberian Soul with 9 already. But they're trying to be very methodical about it, careful as well. They need some more information before they make that final decision. So, goes down to Masuda. That is a big frag to take, and now they're just going to commit towards the B-bomb side. Luckily for them, that is the bomb side with the least defenders on it. And Krebeni, Mollies will force him out of position, unable to respond. And for Iberian Soul, this is great. They make the right call, despite not having the most amount of information in the world. And now they could just set up and wait for some of these players to maybe come their way. Or, yeah, looks like FUT is just looking for exit frags. Yeah, why not?
I like the fact that Iberian Soul aren't hunting. I said before, it's super important that they keep hold of some of this cash. It's early doors in the second half, and they don't know what's to come. Not yet. I imagine we won't see FUT go down without a fight. Masuda will be happy with the AK that he's managed to get out of this, though. So, 9-9. FUT going to call a pause. I think this is a good time for it. Things are going very wrong. They don't have the momentum any longer. And they're the ones on the back foot. A scary, scary place to be.
Pause been taken, and fair enough. I said this should be a lot easier for FUT, and fair enough. Like, some of these rounds have been rather close. Like, it hasn't been a completely one-sided second half. Iberian Soul really has to fight to get their foot through the door and actually win some big rounds. But yeah, FUT is still so close to securing that victory. They absolutely know it. I mean, if they can just string a couple rounds together, that would be great. But there's also a problem. Iberian Soul has been racking up money, so we're not just talking about, you know, winning 2 gun rounds, then putting their opponents in a very difficult economical position. I mean, they'd have to win by the looks of it every single gun round, which is making the task a little bit tougher. Alex, though, out here in middle, by his lonesome, in fact. So I guess Iberian Soul is just going to walk out fast with the bomb save, but timing is a little bit off. Davi is already making the play. Alex, ooh, unable to capitalize on that frag, and I feel like this offense is slowly but surely falling apart.
South out of Palace, gets the molly deployed, a flashbang over the top. He's trying to create a bit of space for his team, but as the smokes are fading and they have no more to post back up, this gets a whole lot harder. Symmetry waiting, knows that Mopos is in or around this smoke, and he's going to try and emerge through it. Crosshair at the ready. Has to flick down, and wow, very, very quick. Martinez has his work cut out for him, knows that when Symmetry does pounce, he's super fast to the trigger. Lovely adjustment. South good for the one. The bomb down on the site. All 4 CTs here in spawn. Iberian Soul will start to sniff this out, I believe, as there's no other presence elsewhere. With 30 seconds, they do need to speed this up. Martinez up from above, sees the elbow, connects it. Symmetry exposes himself a little too wide. It's a big swing from Jugas, and should be enough, to be honest. That smoke deployed, 15 seconds. He'll look to play around it. South knows there's no opportunity that he can grab this bomb and plant it. He'll tap. But spams come from both ends. FUT right back in the driver's seat. And whilst things get a little bit complicated at the end there, they do pull double digits first.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the whole idea from Iberian Soul, to make this sort of push on the A-bomb side, not as like a full 4-man unit, but rather going out there one by one to catch some of those CT players off guard. And on some level, they were. We saw Krebeni, who, you know, neglected his usual duties of, you know, keeping a closer eye in connector. He ended up looking towards the stairs and jungle, and that could have been a big frag for Alex and maybe a big change-up for Iberian Soul. And now the problem is, as they pushed out there one by one, it just wasn't good enough. Now at least it is back again, Martinez with the off, but so is Symmetry. And Davi thought he might use his superior reflexes against Symmetry, but the problem is he's going up against a youngster whose aim is cracked.
Oh, Mopos.
And
Okay.
deployed there by Masuda. That's good. That's going to slow down the eventual push on the bomb site, I feel like. We're seeing another smoke being deployed in middle. This is just going to keep those CT players, in fact, both smokes being deployed, one connector and one in windows. Those are big. That's going to even force a guy like Krabeni to keep a closer eye on B short just in case. Right now, this leaves a guy like Masuda incredibly vulnerable with just 16 points of health. And those smoke grenades are also pretty good, allowing for Alex to get in position. So I feel like the setup should be pretty damn good. Again, Masuda the first to go down. Alex comes out on top. Good angle by Symmetry, not good enough to get the kill though. Bomb plant not gonna happen just yet. You have to move across in Symmetry with the repeat going down, and Martinez is soften up. Jugs on the retake. A 1v3 on the agenda, or maybe
Nope.
not, from what I can tell.
Doesn't
Nope,
want it.
not gonna happen.
Doesn't want it. Get out of there with the AK. He's done so much damage. And I think if this was confirmed damage and different circumstances, you would have a go, but... doesn't make sense. Mompos will throw out the second AWP in case Jukes wants to dive in and grab it after the bomb's exploded, but he is nowhere close to be able to do that. No intention. There is enough money to go for another sniper in the next if they want it. Masuda could drop over to Symmetry.
Another big round for Iberian Soul. They absolutely know it as well. Ooh, that does put Foot in somewhat of a difficult position, but yeah, of course they're going to reinvest. They're going to bring out the sniper rifle in the hands of Symmetry, which is key. And as we'll see, Iberian Soul now in a position where I like that they really dictated the pace in that round as well. We saw those two smoke grenades in middle completely just forced the CTs to that hyper focus on middle, neglecting the B bomb site almost. A good call being made, but they would need a few more to make it work. Again, the scary part is Symmetry, who has been hitting some crazy shots, though. Looks like we might see another engagement in the apartments happening soon enough. Alex, ooh, that smoke being popped right open could have cost him his life. Look at Mompos go. They're moving in super quick. Masuda is close by. He still has Demon, but Alex again moving in from B short. Suddenly, these two defenders on the B side have a difficult time. They have to maneuver the smokes as well as the short player, and Demon does go down to Snowstall. It's all up to Symmetry, the only line of defense. He's asking for backup. Jukes, help me. I need some players. I need some bodies. Because all the bodies on the B side are hitting the floor, and Jukes remains to try and this time attempt a 1v4.
Jukes will have a go this time, I'm sure. Circumstances are pretty much the same, but the stakes are higher. As he creeps forward, here's the step. Oh no, that was the big opportunity. That was the big fish as well. The full HP man in the form of Davig that gave the opportunity, but it was not seized. Jukes doesn't get to strike twice as Davig will swing, hit the head. Iberian Soul onto 11. And what a time for it. Foot have to reinvest. They're back in with whatever they can. This is trying to deny map and series point.
I mean, Alex was a big helper in that round for Iberian Soul. You gotta wonder, his positioning, if B short, if he doesn't come through with a kill at the least, you kind of feel like Foot have that one on lockdown. And despite having 2 or wasn't even 3 players defending the B bomb site at one point, it still wasn't enough. Iberian Soul chucking in loads of utility, then popping right on top of those smokes. Finding the players from Foot and a big round. Yeah, you're absolutely right about it. They have to go for the purchase here, but it's just not looking that good. And the scary part is, if they lose this one, money is completely down the drain. So yeah, Foot absolutely need a round like this. You can see they're starting to play a little bit scared. Oh, they might be scared, but their nades are still doing all the talking.
That is a massive time for a nade like that. Gives them the man advantage. 50 seconds left to tick, and Iberian Soul haven't got a load of ground to work with. I mean, they've got the mid control, but only because it's been given to them. Krebeni didn't want to continue to press after that opening duel. One Symmetry. We'll find Mopos in the meantime. This one's looking like a lost cause. Iberian Soul, surely not. Two back the other way, and we're in a 3-on-3. Molly into Tetris means that they seemingly know that Masuta resides here, and he's whiffed the shot. No! How? How does it fall apart for Foot? They had a two-man advantage, and they are kicked to the curb. A bit of BM from Alex at the end, as they have 2 series points to close this one out, bag themselves a spot into the play-ins, where they will be only one best of 3 away from qualifying to the main event. And Iberian Soul, this has been something special. Both maps have required massive comebacks. Madness.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh.
It's just falling apart. Oh no, this is not looking good. Iberian Soul, what was it, like 8 seconds into the round, and they find 2 opening frags? Like, this is where they basically have this one as a given, unless somehow Foot pull out the extraordinary. Maybe it is possible, but right now the main point for Iberian Soul is just to stick together, clear all the angles, make sure no one gets, any freebies. And for a team like Foot, they might even consider going for a bit of a stack to try and just to maximize their options. And I think we're about to see that, especially now with the smokes raining in. You're gonna have those players moving in quickly. It is Symmetry and Jugs to try and hold the line. I believe Iberian Soul should trade this point effectively, but Symmetry still one fine player as he gets another. Jugs is
This is massive.
still about to reveal himself. Okay, big frag found, but he should be going down anytime soon. His position is not the best. Okay, Alex is able to spot him out. Now it's all up to Demon in a 1v3, and these players are yet to make the cross, so maybe there is a chance for a guy like Demon. 30 seconds remaining, flash deployed. They should just double peek him and get it over and done with, or even better, a bomb plant to come in first. He's going for the spam. Damage inflicted.
He saw the Tetris player as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is doable for him. He might be able to pull this one through, but oh no, not now, especially with Martinez and another player peeking out the bomb site. This will be a victory for the side of Iberian Soul. A pretty surprising victory, because my prediction was Avi Jr., Mirage, they'll win the rounds on T side and then have an easy run of form with the CT side, and that was completely not the picture that I was painting. Foot, surprisingly, they crumble on the CT side where their individuals were supposed to pop off.
And again, right, they were 8-3 up at one stage for from that point forward. They were only able to string together another 2 rounds. In the meantime, Iberian Soul took 10. They looked really, really strong. And again, they seem to just be a team that have slow starts into maps, but as soon as they start to find their footing, they look so much better. And honestly, some seriously, seriously impressive stuff. Alex dropping 23 kills in that last map as well. Jugs had a great performance, but wasn't enough. And a couple of those key pieces going missing. You're not normally expecting Krebeni to put up big numbers, but, you know, with the performance that he gave us on Nuke, the fact that he dropped off there on map 2 was a little bit of a problem. Martinez as well, who had a very, very slow start in the first half, stepped up big in the second, especially in those final couple of rounds when he was hitting monster AWP shots to clutch out rounds, to open up rounds. Yeah, just absolutely gorgeous. I'm so excited to see more of this Iberian Soul side. I'm sort of rooting for them to get deeper into the tournament, because they are through to the play-in stage, and I think that they are a true force to be reckoned with.
I mean, actually, one of the things we haven't really touched upon is that currently Iberian Soul they were on a bit of a win streak, and obviously they ended up losing a best of 3 against Paravision, but basically they've been winning like loads of the games they've been playing, which is quite surprising that Iberian Soul is having this, resurgence. Maybe the land environment is helping. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's the case, and it's quite insane that you look at the top performance. It's Alex. Alex was the top performer on the side of Iberian Soul. Like, this is a guy you don't usually get to see as the top performer, but he was inflicting a lot of good damage, so to speak, especially on the T side. There were more than a few moments where it was the heroics of Alex that really pulled through for the team.
A series right there that lasts almost as long as 3 maps, but it going 2-0 puts us right back on schedule. And yeah, you're right, Alex just giving us a monster performance. It's normally Salsol that is actually up on the top end of that scoreboard, but he was sort of somewhere in the middle today. He gave us a serviceable performance, but nothing out of this world. Definitely awesome stuff from Iberian Soul, though. Foot aren't out of the competition yet. They drop down to that lower bracket where they'll face up against the winner of Namiga Spirit Academy, which we've both sort of said should be a pretty interesting game, to be honest. Namiga really didn't give us anywhere near what we expected from them yesterday, and Spirit Academy gave us a whole lot more than we expected. So yeah, that should be a pretty interesting one. I'm interested whether or not we have an interview coming. I think we are waiting for that. Yeah, well, from Iberian Soul. No one was able to join us yesterday, so it'd be nice to sort of pick their brains about this game here, because there's a lot of interesting questions to ask, right? You know, after such a crazy series, what the mentality feels like, and you know how you hash it out over 3 overtimes. Especially sort of the resilience that you have to show when you're 10-0 down to get back into the game. I do wonder if there was any sort of words of wisdom that came from the coach and whatnot there. But yeah, that should be one that they're super happy with. And they can sort of relax a little bit now as well. They don't have to play for the rest of the day. So yeah, they can just sort of focus on and try and work out who they're going to be playing in that next stage.
Yeah. Obviously, we're still about to see like what are going to be, what is going to be the full list of teams in the plane. But yeah, I mean, Iberian Soul have pleasantly surprised me, to be honest. Is the way they played their first best of 3 against Amiga, the way they won it in a very convincing fashion, the way they managed to bounce back as well on that first map of the best of 3, where they were, like you said, you know, down 10-0, and then they managed to get those 2 more rounds in, and then eventually we had a pretty impressive comeback. It looks like we do have our interview. It is going to be Alex joining us for a few questions here at the post-game interview. Obviously, we can begin from the get-go. Congratulations with the win. Big stuff for you guys. And, you know, we have to talk about that first map. You were down 10-0. Like, what was the mentality for you guys? Were you thinking that, yeah, let's just play it how it is. Maybe we can get a few rounds in to make sure that at least it is competitive? Or did you think, yeah, maybe we can actually do this? Oh, sorry. I don't think we can hear you, buddy.
Oh, there we go.
You cannot hear me?
We can now.
No, we can
can
hear
now.
you. It's all good.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the first map was a complete chaos, to be honest. For the exhausting game, like the mentality was the correct one. And we just said that, guys, it's city map. We just need to keep going and just focus on next, basically. I think the boys just got a really good mentality overall. They carried me hard, by mentality-wise, I would say. And then they were like believing since the first moment. Even when we were 0-10, I think it was, to 10-2 and then to the comeback.
Yeah, awesome. You guys are looking like you're having fun in the boot camp room. Do you think that helps with that mentality side of things as well? The energy looks pretty big in the room.
Yeah. I mean, we're so close to each other. I think that's a key point for us. And also, yeah, I mean, we understand that we don't have that much time together, so we need to like keep improving, keep fixing mistakes. So everything that is happening right now is normal. I think it's part of the process, and we just understand like the situation. But apart of that, I think we are, like, as I said, having fun. We're friends also, but we want to win. And yeah, I think that helps a lot when you are like losing a game.
Cool.
In general, I'd like to ask as well about your opponents, Foot. Did you also feel like that maybe they themselves crumbled under the pressure? Did you think that maybe it was because, you know, these guys were young and whatnot, they were making some mistakes and more heavily relying on their individuals than, unlike you, which is a team, and you'd relied more on structure and still better positioning, as well as just some better team cohesion? Like, how would you rate, you know, how well or poorly played your opponents?
I think they are like really good, to be honest. It's a really tough opponent, and they can compete against everyone on the tier 2. But of course, like we did a little bit of prep to them, and we just saw that they are like running, like they are just strafing, on the map. So, which is something clear that we need to hold them. We need to be ready for the aggro stuff, and that's that kind of things. But I think nowadays is like a completely normal style. You have to be ready to punish them, and if you are not ready, you are gonna like get the stomp. That is what happened in the first map.
All right.
Fair enough.
Understood.
Well, some wise words. Thank you, Alex, for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Go and celebrate with the team. You've got a little bit of time off now before that next stage game. And yeah, congratulations again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Pressure.
All right. See ya. Well, I kind of said it. Foot, they definitely enjoy a little bit of fast pace, yes. They enjoy relying on their individuals, and Iberian Soul was kind of expecting that to be the case. But, you can rely on your individuals for sometimes, but not all the times. I feel like at some point, you got to rely on some structure, some more team cohesion, and I felt like, yeah, that was a bit lacking on the Foot side.
Yeah, it did feel like the case. A little recap of the group, how things are looking as Foot go down 2-0. It didn't feel, when you see that scoreline there, you see a 2-0 and you think, oh yeah, Iberian Soul, they've breezed through, one-sided game.
Yeah.
That was not the theme at all, was it? Triple overtime in map 1. Map 2 came very close as well. It did feel like it could have gone either way. But either way, they are down into that decider bracket. They'll be facing up against the winner of Namiga versus Spirit Academy, which could be a cool rematch if they have to play against Spirit Academy again. But I am expecting Namiga to sort of lock in and inch ahead there. We'll have to wait and see. We have got our next game of the day, though. It is going to be that Namiga Spirit Academy match, so do stay tuned for it. Around about 10 minutes' time, we will be back here ready and waiting with the action. So we'll see you all very shortly.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action.
He needs to move.
Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I hope everyone's refreshed because we're about to have a lot more Counter-Strike. And of course, let's begin with the second best of 3 of the day. Nemiga versus Spirit Academy. A matchup where I thought, this is going to be a one-sided affair. But now I do have my doubts after actually seeing Spirit Academy play against FUT. I mean, they practically were on the brink of winning their best of 3.
They really were, yeah. In fact, they had a lot of opportunities to do so, didn't they? It did absolutely feel like we may see an upset. It didn't quite go their way, but there was a time in that best of 3 where I really thought they were going to take it 2-0. We'll take a look at the Nemiga roster, just flashing up on your screen there very quickly. A team that really didn't give us all too much yesterday at all, did they? They looked very, very flat against Iberian Soul. We know what they're capable of. We know what they were able to pull off at the major. So, you know, we have high expectations for them. And so far in the tournament, they haven't delivered. So it's kind of do or die time for them now. Over on the Spirit Academy side, yesterday we had these sort of question marks as to whether Sophic or Kiriasu would be playing. Today, there are no question marks. Sophic is going to be playing. So the coach that was putting up some decent numbers yesterday alongside the squad as we take a look at the vetoes.
Yeah, veto right in front, and by the looks of it, no surprises here. We're seeing the sort of usual. I guess the big question is what kind of map we could actually see them land on. And by the looks of it, I mean, a map like Dust 2 is definitely on the agenda for Spirit Academy. I still feel like, you know, people talk about Kyosuke, but really, if you are thinking about Dust 2, I think you got to think about Makujin, because that is a map he's able to perform pretty damn well on. And looks like, yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. Dust 2 makes a lot of sense, even though it's a map that Nemiga can also pick, honestly. This is a map they're quite proficient on it, but then again, you know, this is a roster that doesn't have Kyosuke. They're currently playing with a coach. They're also having their 4th player in the form of Mazei joining. So, I mean, you got to play with something basic. I think Dust 2 is a great option.
Yeah, me too. Mirage coming up as well. So pick from Nemiga. It's one that, yeah, historically speaking, Spirit Academy have had their struggles on recently, but I actually think they looked all right yesterday against FUT. A lot of sort of very messy rounds, I guess, but yeah, the fact that they nearly won it was sort of the big one there. And then Train as the decider. So yeah, you kind of got 2 teams at the moment that haven't really been getting so many reps in. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see Spirit Academy go for the same kind of curveball that we saw yesterday. Remember, they picked into Overpass, even though them and FUT don't play it, and they had an exceptional map. They played very, very well. They won it quite convincingly. Now, it was the same theme again today. Nemiga don't play Overpass, and they didn't ban it out in the first wave of bans. So it was wide open for Spirit Academy to pick into if they wanted to. Instead, they went for their Dust 2, which wasn't an option yesterday. So it does make sense, playing into their strengths rather than their opponent's weaknesses. It's a sign of confidence in their own abilities. Underway with the pistol round, though. Spirit Academy stacked up here outside of top mid. And it's a pretty slow start.
Yeah, actually, we even saw a player, you know, pushing up just a little further. Just a little bit further there beyond the double doors, which, I mean, nowadays does make a lot of sense. On the CT side, I feel like, you know, we don't have to try it every single time, but we do get to see it quite often when the CTs are fighting for some lower pedals control. Oh, Mazei, that's a big frag to find. Lear also softened up, so I don't really see a reason why Nemiga would re-engage with middle, because they've already lost a fair amount. But Risky Bob, I mean, he believes in himself. Long range with the USPS that he could find a frag or 2. Also in a position where he could gather information. Yeah, he knows that there's the majority of the players out here in middle. Big problem as well. Will this actually prompt a guy like Stifo to actually move in through the tunnels? And whoa, Khan's here coming in huge.
My God.
What? I didn't even see that. Khan's perspective, able to find so many big frags. Lear as well chiming in. How? That's the big question. How on earth does Khan find so much impact?
It was really needed as well, to be perfectly honest. Spirit Academy cannot be allowed to get off on the front foot here. You see Khan again. That is just ridiculous. Only a tiny little window as they cross between the crack in the doors, and he uses it to line up headshots. Eco here for the T side. A massive nade. That pretty much does max damage. Risky Bob will take one. HE might finish off another. There it is. Okay, Khan. A kill after his death, but still a 3v3. Not a round that I think Spirit Academy are really going to be expecting to win, but one that they'll be happy with the damage that they've managed to inflict with it. With Xanta low on health, a chance to maybe find a little bit more. Sophic. What does he go for here? He's only got a Glock. I guess he's just trying to play a timing, but...
Yeah, not expecting much here out of Sophic. I mean, this could actually be a great opportunity for him to maybe call a strategy or something like that in the nearby future.
I was thinking that, but his mouth's not moving, so...
True.
I think it is just about trying to get to that Desert Eagle, but yeah. A wasted trip as he runs around the map just to get a bullet to the head.
Things did get a bit hairy there on the A side as well. I kind of saw Hunter, and he's like, okay, he's got the M3 with us. Should be winning that gunfight, no problem, but almost dies to a pistol, which would have been disastrous for Nemiga. Luckily, he holds the line, and so the remaining players. Makajan throwing down that very usual smoke and dust, too. What's rather unusual is the aggressiveness we're seeing out of Nemiga. It is being punished, though. Makajan able to get both frags, but I kind of like the commitment there from Hunter as well. He's just going to maintain this position. The problem is, though, whilst having a position in middle, really, you don't need Risky Bob and Longhouse. What you need is more players towards B, and Lear is about to realize that this round might just come to a quick end because both players now moving in slowly but surely, but Spirit Academy have 4 players on B side, and Lear, did he give it a shot? Oh, probably not anymore.
You could sort of see the cracks in the defense exposed in that last round where the Pistols were able to find a couple of kills and almost get up onto the A site. When the rifles were in play, Spirit Academy would have the upper hand, and that's exactly what unfolds. 4 players staying alive, Nemiga not wanting to touch it. Maze will confirm that nobody's close, lingering around the doors, but yeah, comfortable victory. I don't think they're going to want to hunt too hard here. Risky Bob. Oh, here's him coming. Doesn't want to touch it. Robo kind of unnecessarily goes down with a bomb there. It seems like they're laughing it off. That's fine. As we go into round number 4.
All right. The guys are looking pretty happy and not in a boot camp environment, but anyhow, still doing some good work. I'm not sure, but if I'm correct to assume that maybe some of the Amiga players are kind of in a boot camp and some of the guys at home, that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if I'm correct with my assumption.
I'll keep an eye. I'm not sure, but you could be right.
Hashtag
boys that gave us a mystery fist bump and we wondered what the case is. But yeah, they're definitely not all together. Well, he's on into Cat. Robo's going to try and work his way up the stairs. There's a pretty heavy stack in place on this A site. If Robo can confirm it, especially if he can do so without losing his life, it'd be pretty massive. And he kind of does that. Yeah, there you go. Little jiggle. Sees heavy presence, calls in for the team to then head towards B, where only Sawalio's here to defend. And he's jiggling with a HE. It could do some big damage, but you'd expect him to have a molly or a smoke here. He's going to deploy it as the flash comes over. Yeah, that's brilliant. And the nade should do damage as well. Oh, it comes a tad late. Starts still do a little bit.
Yeah, just walking around the map with a 5-man unit. Then here we can see them walking out the double doors. Luckily, not being spotted out by anyone. The current setup does mean that there's a lot of pressure on Risky Bob. Ooh, him going down. That's big. That leaves the B defender isolated, even though they're inflicting damage. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Savalio finding one, but now he has to be careful of the double doors. Hold up. Khan and Lear, the spams connect Savalio as well. Oh no, how quickly it has all fallen apart. Spirit Academy, I thought they did the most difficult task, and that is by getting a frag on Risky Bob. We didn't get to see what was happening from long, but by the looks of it, all those spams connected on the bodies of the Spirit Academy players.
Seems to be that sort of mid to B area as well that Amiga just have under lock and key. We saw it in the pistol round. Spirit Academy try and go for a similar strategy. It didn't work. Here again, denied at the door. An Eco with a hero rifle. Robo's got a bit of Kevlar behind him as well, so that AK can be passed along the bus. It therefore becomes kind of a justified hero rifle. I always, not if he peeks in first. I was going to say, I always dislike it when you have like a full eco and then one hero rifle, and if he dies, then it has to be passed on to players without Kevlar.
Yeah.
That is now going to be the case anyway. HG over the top, does massive damage, and one by one, they walk into the blender. Khan with a 4K, and Spirit Academy, yeah, that round just falls on nothing. And Makujin's investment is completely irrelevant.
No surprises here. Sotfik from the get-go getting the sniper rifle on and ready. Which, why not? I mean, for a guy like him who has been out of the server, he has been just coaching this roster, so picking up the 8WP does make sense, chances are you're not going to win some straight-up aim duels against some of these players, but with an 8WP, I feel like you do have a better chance compared to, the difference is from getting 4 kills on a body spray and 1 shot with the 8WP. I feel like with the 8WP, it is a little bit easier.
It should be. HG into short. Look at this. Lanza could shut this right down. There's 3 coming his way, and I thought he was going to play a little bit closer, but tuck it into the corner. Now, swing it out on the off angle. Perfect for the first. Should be traded. Sypho, of course, crisp for it. And 4v4, just under a minute on this clock. They're going to try and progress up onto the A site, I believe. They have still got just about enough time if they want to venture elsewhere, but with the commitment on short as well, it does seem to be the A crunch. Oh, messy from Kant. 3v3.
Oh, that is a big spam from Robo. A big chance for now, Savalio. Okay, headshot connects. This guy has been pretty good in the clutch department, and now he'll have his time to shine. Okay, there's one player with the AWP, but that aim punch, man, was just way too strong and able to deal with it. Spirit Academy, that is quite the round I did not expect them to take, but hey, eventually get it across.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there in the 1v3 at the end. Gave that a good go.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out for Savalio. Would have been a big one to win as well. So 4-2, Spirit Academy. Back to winning ways. We'll see how long this lasts. There is enough cash for a CT reinvestment. HG to go into the lower tunnels. That should do big damage. It does. Scattered across Robo and Maze. Seems insignificant, but when you're against the M4s, it gives them that potential to pop one in the head and that be the job done. Sotfik taken care of in this round as well. He's had a really slow start. Him as the coach standing yesterday was no real contingency. He was putting up some good numbers right here. 0 and 7. Struggling to find impact.
Look at how turtled up they are. I mean, we've only seen Spirit Academy play for just a couple rounds here in the T side, but primarily they're just sticking together. Everyone moving it as a group. You don't really see them sending out these individuals one by one, which on some level, it's a good way to try and maximize your chances. Khan, with the AWP snatch as well, like this is always the most annoying thing when trying to cross on the A bomb site is taking care of that A upper. And as we can see, I mean, this is still good for Amiga, man. They're going to allow Spirit Academy to take control of the bomb site. Yeah, get that bomb planted if you must. But they have kits, they have presence and long, which is a must. And looks like they're going to also have a few players moving up short. And if they eliminate Robo, then this is going to be pretty done with. Oh, I thought the double peak is going to be good enough. Now Robo repositioning himself, keeping a closer eye on long rather than short. Amiga is being stalled on this advancement. Mazay is now waiting for his chance to strike. Bakujin getting his. Bakujin with a second. These two T players are surviving for as long as they can, and I think they've just about done it. And Amiga have taken their sweet time on the push, and it's Spirit Academy to get it across.
Just ridiculous. And Amiga, opportunities wasted, and they won't get a second chance at it here in round number 8. No money means no real investment to come. Maybe some upgraded pistols. Started off oh so well. Khan's been doing a lot of lifting in these early rounds. He's 12-4. Nobody else matching his freak. The kill count of a lot of his teammates.
Yeah.
I like this boost.
It's actually quite sick. I don't think I get to see it too often, to be honest, on Dust 2. For the most part, you kind of just expect that one player behind double doors. It's a nifty angle as well, which... Whoa, Molly deployed. Obviously, yeah, that one singular Molotov could really force the player out of position. Oh, but Hunter's so close to actually seeing Sotfig, but... Oh my gosh, it's just a matter of pixels.
There we go. There's the head. Oh, Sotfig and Sypho dismantle both through the door. And that's kind of the issue with it. The A1S not doing a lot of penetration damage. So unless you land in the head, it gets real tricky. The ult returns the favor. That is so sick. And Spirit Academy right back the other way. I mean, Amiga, it wasn't a round that they'd invested all too heavily into. So I wasn't expecting them to win it, but when the boost started cooking, I thought maybe we'd see a little bit more. Look at this. 2 of the 3 wiped out. And into round number 9, tied up at 4 apiece.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You saw Hunter just spraying with that M31S, but Sotfig, boom, one up shot. That's enough. He gets the frag. And yeah, Spirit Academy looking pretty okay for now. That is a very heavy setup in lower tunnels, but then again, we are seeing an advancement in the upper tunnels. Sypho with a big... Okay, gets it. I actually thought he might have killed Savalio there, but apparently not. And at least not initially. Then he kills him. Khan backs away. Mazay into double doors. What an awkward position, but Sypho opens it up. Mazay can follow through. Wow, this is turning out to be a really solid round for Spirit Academy. Somehow successfully, Sypho managed to defend it against the incoming push of the Amiga players, and they end up winning a round without dropping a single player. That's actually quite sick for Amiga. Even though they try to play aggressive, I kind of felt like, sure, I'm a fan of the upper tunnels push. I would have loved to see whether the short players could have also been just a little bit more proactive. Instead of just a single player, maybe a second player is there, double nades, more damage, and maybe the round goes a different direction. But now, as we saw, Spirit Academy hold their own. That's a big round they've just managed to win.
Against the rifles as well. What do you go for buy-wise here if you're an Amiga? I mean, it just has to be the pistols and armor, right? They will still have the max loss bonus, so they've got that going for them. But into the final few of the first half, recognizing that Spirit Academy have well and truly got the reins. After a great start from Amiga as well, they were 4-1 up not so long ago. The problem is when you're relying on Khan as much as they have been, the second he doesn't have that orb and isn't able to output that same kind of damage, things go sour very, very quickly. This time he's gone for a scout. All right. I'm optimistic.
This is actually one of those maps where I'm definitely a big proponent of CTs picking up scouts. You even get to see, sometimes in some rarer instances, even a double scout setup, which can work wonders, especially if one of them is like positioned long or maybe even on the A bomb side, the other one towards middle, maybe B. Just think about that as well. I mean, if the scout is able to get just a couple tags in, suddenly those pistols have a much easier time dealing with the armored players. And even though, yeah, if you're Spirit Academy, you're up against a scout in middle, you still have to be careful, You don't want to allow that player to deal that much damage. Ooh. I thought Khan might actually get that one.
Came very close to it. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm not always in favor of the scout coming out. I think a lot of the time it's like an over-investment when you're going for a round with just like a couple of pistols. Someone buys a scout and it's like, oh. But yeah, here on Dust 2, it's sort of the one place that I think you can cut it a bit of slack. Dust 2, maybe A-site overpass, but maybe Train as well. Maybe Train. Dust 2 and Train, I think are your two viable ones. Leah stuck on the bomb site. Head angle, though, with the Desert Eagle could yield some fruits. Only the one, but it's a nice shot. And in a round where, there's low expectations to win it, and it really is just about trying to inflict some damage, trading evenly isn't bad at all. Sight will be lost and the bomb will go down. Did Amiga play for exits, or do they give this a go?
Might as well position themselves for a couple exit frags. I see that being a possibility. But if you're a Spirit Academy, you probably will choose, to make your way out through long. There we go. Can't able to get a frag. Obviously, it has happened once the round has basically been decided. But, ooh. Yeah, Makujin is on point, man. This is, what I'm talking about. Makujin, I don't know what happens for this guy in Dust 2, but it seems like he is definitely on point, once again, delivering big numbers. Alongside Saipo, in fact. Currently, they are with both 9 kills. And we did have Namiga's Khan have that stellar start, even finding some impact with the AWP. But, yeah, Khan has been doing good work. Now I'd love to see some of the other players also chiming in. And even though I thought that the way Spirit is playing this map in a kind of archaic fashion where it feels like all 4 players just sticking together, for now it has been working out and has granted them 6 rounds on the T side, which in its own right is pretty good. If they can keep up the pace even more so, then they might just have a stellar way to end the first half with.
Perhaps so. Can't. The other side of these doors. This time he's got the big sniper, not the little one, the AWP, but it won't connect. HG, massive damage onto Lear over the top. Robo be able to trade back, but it's instant from Risky Bob. Puts us back into a 4-on-4. Minute on this clock, and it seems like the destination of choice here for Spirit Academy will be the A site, but Amiga are none the wiser. Still split down the middle with 2 defending either side. Santa with a good position here, though. Manages to cross behind the doors. Now Risky Bob can start to divert his attention towards the bomb site itself.
Oh, that's a good angle from Hunter's position. The problem is, though, he has to hold it. He can't really back away. If he does, that leaves long the open. Risky Robert ends up going down. Saipo with a big frag. Mokujin able to chime in as well. I said, like, Hunter's positioning was key, and he ends up dying as well. And, this round is just going to come to an end because Namiga, they would attempt a retake if they at least have long presence, right? You have long presence, suddenly those retakes on A-bombs had become a lot easier, but not in this case. No long and no chance for Namiga. What they can do is just try to save the weapons. Somalia at least, getting a frag on Mokujin and actually maintaining these weapons, which would be pretty key, especially Khan's AWP. Somalia still looking for those exit frags, has been rewarded with an AK-47, but Spirit Academy now, 7 rounds on the T side of those 2. I can't really say they're doing something, too amazing, but I will admit, their approach on those 2 has been working out for them, despite how simplistic it may seem.
continuing to make this work. 6 in a row after a shaky start. And yeah, it just seems to be this A-bomb site that they're using and abusing. Rinse and repeat. There's no need to change the setup because it's working nicely. Bank to come over the top. Oh, that is brilliant. Zanta thinking he's got the drop and a good spawn, the flash from the site, but it's not enough. And once again, this A site just gets overrun.
Khan is able to find one, but again, Spirit Academy have made their way through. Skyfo is the one player that could actually cause a lot of headache for the remaining Nemiga players, even though the retake is definitely on. Wow, look at this as well. Those short players have to be so hyper-focused about a potential flank. The flank is coming from a very unusual position. All the way from CT spawn. They even have another smoke to boot. Oh, that is awful. How can Nemiga get into the bomb site if they've just been smoked off once again? But somehow Savalio down from below, able to find big frag. There's Khan now finding his. Mazay holding the line. And Savalio left in a clutch situation, but sadly, he has barely any time. Though headshot connects, but no chance to win the round.
Oh, Spirit Academy. A little close for comfort there in the last one, but an 8-4 half will be something they are very happy with. Nemiga gave us little flashes of what we've grown to expect out of them, but not a lot more, to be honest. This has been a bizarre showing from them in the tournament so far. A team that I would have teed up to be, you know, one of the top contenders here. Going very, very missing. It was a great start off the back of just excellence from Khan. But outside of that, silence. They went 4-1 up. They lost 7 in a row.
Yeah.
It is their opponent's map pick, but still, this has just not been good enough.
Which is quite surprising when you think about it, because it always felt like Nemiga still has a chance to get back into it, to still win a round, do some damage, but you know, despite how some of these rounds have been contentious, yeah, it has been Spirit Academy coming out on top time and time again. Lear, alongside his teammates, do take care of Makujin, which, as we know, has been one of the higher fraggers of Spirit Academy. Skypo, so many blind players. Okay, he is able to find one. Sotvic out there with the low sense, dealing damage. Now Hunter will try to make sure his buddy gets that bomb planted, but a boost could be happening. Oh, doesn't help that Robo's from behind. Hunter, okay, he's finding 2, but Robo, a very doable 1v1, but it's Hunter to hunt him down. The trap has been laid, and the player goes down.
It's a little bit overly confident, overly aggressive there from Spirit Academy. Once Robo had denied the plant, there was really no need to take that fight, and I think everyone just thought, yeah, we can take care of him. Zanta up on top of the cart, knows what's needed after a slow map from him. Steps up big with a 3-piece. Gives Nemiga that lifeline that they are so, so desperate for. I'd love to see a bit of Zeus action here, though, from Mazay. Surely he gets cleared, but that's why he's sort of staying to the edge of the box so he can zoom forward. Very close, but no cigar. I won't get my Zeus fixed today, Danny.
Yeah. You want to see that Zeus kill. But, sadly, this time. Not going to hear that lovely sound cue as well, but are hearing some other lovely sounds, you know, some deals popping off. Makujin up close, but yeah, barely can survive that engagement. Migo does come out on top. That's a big round victory for them. Sure, it's up against an eco, but you want to send a statement as well. If you make it as clean as possible, then maybe Spirit Academy might have, you know, other thoughts that, okay, maybe it's not going to be that easy to just walk over Nemiga. And I'm actually quite interested to see how Hunter is, oh, pardon me, not Hunter, Khan is going to perform here on the T side as well, because he was actually finding a fair amount of impact on the CT side. Right now, he seems to be on point with those 17 frags. Also, I'm quite happy to see that Savalio is dishing out damage as well, a guy that has been, you know, a fresh addition to the team, and he's also delivering. And Khan, even though he does go down, he did find that opening frag, and already Namika have a very winnable situation on their hands.
Makujin creeping up short. So Ali over the molly on the site. Sophic, that is a big pick. A massive hurdle to overcome by just biting back, winning the first buy round after a very awkward pistol. Risky Bob has to give us a bit of Zanta magic. A 1v3. He's found the first. Has the right idea for the second, but Makujin just a little wider. It works brilliantly. Spirit Academy on to 9. Amiga will have money to reinvest, but still they trail.
It's interesting to see how this one's going to play out. Wow, that is quite imposing. Tell me you're living in a Slavic house without telling me you're living in a Slavic house.
Got a couple of kitchen gamers today as well. Swalio being one of them.
Studio apartment, maybe? Could be.
Maybe.
Though the kitchen is quite an odd place to set it up. Like, I would say you probably want to do it near a window, maybe next to a bedroom. But then again, having a computer near the bedroom also not the best idea. But Sotfik, not shabby finding the opening frag.
Wow.
Oh, Savalio is sent out flying. And I love to see that aggression coming out from Spirit Academy. It is well constructed. As you have players, you know, keeping a close eye on lower tunnels and also giving the breathing room for a guy like Sotfik to just go for those long-range peaks. There's a 5v3 nonetheless. Sypho, really solid position out. Doesn't even have to peek, to be honest. I mean, his position alone could just win it, but he's just tapping away. And Khan, I mean, he knows that Khan is desperately looking for a frag, so it does make sense why Khan would be still there, but not for long. Sotfik is, you know, being very mobile. It was once in short, then moves up towards the B bombs. Right now, it's all up to Hunter and Lear, and all up to Lear, to be honest, in the 1v5, and he's also sent flying. What a round to take, Spirit Academy. That was... I did not expect that. I mean, they ripped this one straight out of the playbook, and it works so well, not only in theory, but in practice as well.
That was pretty brilliant. Innovating. Knowing that to get this over the line, they do need to bring every page of the strat book. Wanting to try and stop someone crossing out of the long tunnels. Nobody is there towards blue. Khan's been boosted up in case Makujin wants to get aggressive, but that'll be later down the line. I'm not sure we'll see it, to be honest. It is just a full eco. I don't see any reason why Spirit Academy would venture into enemy territory. For now, Amiga will hold their horses.
Robo. Gotta make sure those players don't get too close, or in fact, Robo wants to take the fight to them. Okay, Maze and Robo doing a lot of good work. I love the fact as well they're deploying their nades and Molotofs beforehand, and then they're going for the fights. Once the players have been, you know, softened up, they've been in the oven for some time, and Lear and Khan just on different poles of the map completely. I guess just waiting for opportunities. Maybe Khan might get like a Glock shot if someone from Spirit Academy is, you know, on the hunt, hungry as well. A lot of food metaphors from me, Josh. You can tell that I myself am a bit
A
famished.
hungry fella.
Yeah. Let's get that bread. I'm a fan of bread, though, especially of the white variety. But I hear it's not that healthy for you. It's got, I think, a fair amount of sugar. Actually, I think white bread has more sugar in it than black bread, for example.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. But it tastes better, Danny.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
If you put seeds in my bread, I'll never trust you again. If I bite into a sandwich, crunch on a seed, oh, we're not friends anymore. I was like, not looking to make friends here in Lower Tunnels either. Ooh, he goes 1 for 1, and as Robo swings to try and support, trade out his teammate, he gets met with resistance as well. That's Makujin's cue to push up. And we'll boil down to a 3v3, but it won't stay that way for long because Soalio has got presence behind, and that is brilliant from Sypho.
I like the awareness as well from Soalio. He sees that smoke and he's thinking, yeah, maybe with the scoreline is 11-6, he could be expecting some ballsy aggression from the CTs, and he's expecting it all right, even believing someone might move in from the upper tunnels. He's so right about all of that, but just doesn't get that frag. Speaking of which, though, it is Khan to get a big frag in long, now giving the chance for him to cross. Ooh, look at Sotvic go. He's got the angle. Only the leg up. Can just keep on spamming. Damage inflicted. A frag is found. And now it is just Khan in a 1v2. Now, probably is thinking that there has to be a player a bit short, but also keeping a close eye in CT spawn. But timing is everything. Oh, he sees him.
Wow.
And Sotvic on clutch duty. And Khan's going to try to get as close as possible. Oh, that is such a powerful position to be in. But Sotvic does have the nade. Now, where will he check it in? Because short is an option, but depth is also on the variety. 11-7. Nabiga. Big clutch from Khan. I wanted to see this guy frag out of T-side, and now we're actually seeing it.
Yeah, stepping up in a big way. What a ridiculous clutch to be pulling off. Khan, who, as you say, had a monster start in the first half. Did drop off a tiny bit towards the end, but now is back to winning ways, back to his best. Hasn't got the opportunity to get the AWP out yet, but still firing on all cylinders with a rifle. Spams through the door. Flashbang in, Sotvic ready. Eager for a peek. Ooh. Sound cues should have been heard. Yeah, decent little bit of util damage inflicted. Sotvic's ready.
Yes, and luckily he has backup to boot. So even if things get tough, he could always just return back to CD spawn, and Mazem would also just swoop in. But as we can see, Namiga is taking their sweet time, though their options, not a lot. Oh, that's always the worst part. Sotvic getting caught out there in the middle of nowhere, unable to return back to CD spawn nor move closer towards the B bomb site. And now it's just going to come down to the hold, whether the anchors can hold their own. And in the case of Spirit Academy, kind of like the fact that Robo is being a tad bit aggressive, you know, going to use the smoke to his advantage. Pushing through the smoke, though? Probably not. I think that'd be too big of a risk, especially because it's still a doable round. Clear load HP, dishing out damage. Yeah, Robo does go down, but Mokachin finally reveals himself through the smoke. Loads of damage inflicted. Now it's obvious what's happening, but the double peak, it's way too strong, and it's Spirit Academy with another, and this time just one round away from getting that victory.
Yeah, they've been clinical. They've been brilliant here on Dust 2 after losing a decent chunk at the start, going 4-1 down. They've come back with their absolute best. Sotvic, who had a very, very slow start to this game as well, has really picked it up. You wouldn't think that he was 0-7, would you? With the shots that he's hitting now and the fact that he's right up in the middle of the scoreboard with the rest of the team. Lear trying to take space out along. This is a very shaky buy, considering it's to prevent the map win for Spirit Academy. Maze, brilliant position. All the way in top mid. This is going to be near impossible to clear. I'm not even sure they suspect it. Making a lot of noise here. As Robo will catch out one more.
I mean, Maze's positioning is key. It might just be the reason why they might win this one right now. Especially now with the wraparound. Yeah, it's just going to move in Longhouse. You can see the rotations as well. Slowly but surely, they're building up forces. They have Robo right behind Car. No Molotov to flush him out of position. And this round should be just coming to an abrupt end, I feel like. But Hunter, yeah, good job with the scout. Robo's there with 1, 2. Give him the third. No third. No need to worry. Maze is close by. Or Bakujin. You can also get that final kill in because he has been performing on this too, man. Again, like, he has been quite the performer on this too in the past, even in some cases surpassing the likes of Kiyosuke. But all in all, like, again, I am just surprised at the fact that Spirit Academy, you know, with a fresh new player in the form of Maze, with the fact they're playing with Sonfig, the fact that they're winning some of these maps or even getting as close as they are is just, the mind boggles.
Yeah, for me too, honestly. For Sotfik, I was worried when he came in very slow to this map. I felt, oh man, yeah, yesterday was just a bit of an anomaly. He stepped up, and we're not going to see that same kind of level today. But as soon as he got that AWP out on the CT side, he looked very, very powerful. And Spirit Academy just breezed it through to a victory. It was great calling from Robo as well. You know, after the little hiccup at the start, they got onto a really good streak on their T side. And I'm pretty confident that they should be able to take this series their way. Namiga just not looking at their best at the moment. We've got Mirage up next. Namiga should be looking better on it. Spirit Academy, they've had a rough time recently, but they looked okay against Foot yesterday, so maybe a chance they can get this one done in 2 bites as well. We're going to go to a short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with the second map of this series, so go grab yourself a drink and a snack. We'll be back here shortly. We'll be waiting with the action.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action. Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to get underway with our second map. We just saw Spirit Academy kind of breeze through on Dust 2. There wasn't really any major resistance from Namiga. A couple of great rounds, a couple of great sort of clutches and things like that. But mainly it was Khan doing a lot of the lifting and everyone else a little bit quiet. So as we go into map 2, obviously Mirage, there are a lot of question marks that surround it. But I think Spirit Academy are looking in a pretty strong position here. What do you think, Danny?
I think so as well. Just because you think of a map like Mirage, and it kind of is confusing that Namiga has gone for this pick, because I feel like they probably should have tried something else in this sort of series. Because the problem is Mirage, it's not like this is a map they tend to pick quite often as well. I'm sure they're comfortable on it because, you know, older iterations of Namiga would still circle this map as a potential, you know, map in a best of 3. But, you know, Spirit Academy are currently in a position where, like we said, you know, coach, new 4th player, and why would you want to pick a map where they could quite heavily just rely on individuals and win a map just because of that? I feel like maybe Train would have been a much better pick, because imagine a world where, okay, if you're an Amiga, you pick a map like Train first and foremost, and then you might just be able to run circles against a squad that has to rely on a coach as an opper, and also you have some players that maybe not necessarily have the most amount of experience on that map in general. So yeah, I'm quite surprised that we're seeing Mirage, because with that fact being said, this does mean that Spirit Academy have a really good chance to win the second map. Might even do so in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. And I am hearing, I think, some noises in game, so I guess the game is about to begin. In fact, it's already started. We're out here on the A-bomb side. It's Namiga taking control.
Yeah, already in business. Santa. With the site obtained, this is kind of bizarre that the bomb is pushing through CT. I don't like this, but they do clear the corner and make sure that Sotfik can't cause any complications. If the bomb had gone down there, it would have been absolute disaster. Now, do they expect Robo? Sualio coming up from ramp, should be able to trade him, but Robo might be able to catch one for free here. No, timing gets the better of him, and Sualio and Khan will find 2 crisp headshots. So Namiga off to a flying start, and yeah, it's just the pace into the A bomb site that really does it for them. A couple of big entries. But it did look a little concerning when they prioritized taking the CT control rather than getting that bomb down. That sometimes can be a bit of a risk, but it's one that pays off. Robo's disconnected, unfortunately, so we have a little bit of a technical pause before getting back into things. But hopefully, he should be back very shortly.
Yeah, we should be seeing quite a like we've been talking about as well, like a pretty unexpected victory for a squad like Spirit Academy is definitely on the table. I would love to see some of the other players also stepping up. I feel like that would make a huge impact here for Namiga. They're on the T side though, so they could. I think when you're starting things off on the T side, even if a few rounds slip by your grasp, it's not the end of the world. You can always just check it up and say, oh, we didn't do a proper execute hero there. We could always try another time. I feel like the room for error on the CD side is a lot less. Though on the side of Spirit Academy, the players are happy. Sotfik, I wonder how much input is he having? Is he also I wonder how does the situation work? If you are playing with a coach on the server, right, and you have an in-game leader, who has who has the more important word? Would it still be the in-game leader? I mean, Sotfik probably
asked this
doesn't.
before in an interview. Right?
Oh, okay.
And, it's like I can't remember who I asked, but it was one of the coaches that was standing in. He said, I'm not treading on the IGL's toes at all, and I imagine Sotfik will be the same here. He will be a second voice for sure, but he's not going to be treading on Robo's toes. Reality is they're going to have protocols in place. They're going to, have practiced and prepared things, so there isn't really too much on-the-fly calling that needs to be done. But I do feel like it can be a bit of a hindrance at times when you do have, a lot of the time having a coach and somebody outside of the server that can kind of look in and isn't in the game but has that outside perspective can be really valuable. And obviously with the coach playing, they don't then have that. They don't have a coach subbing in as a coach as well. So, it sometimes sort of can be a bit of a problem, I guess. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think Sotfik's going to be wanting to sort of tread on Robo's toes all too much, but I'm sure he'll give input here and there and bring things kind of level sometimes when, the coach normally would, when the coach would maybe call a pause and provide some of that insight. Second on the board, though, nice and comfortable. One to just breeze over as Namiga make light work of the pistols. It was only the USPs for Spirit Academy, so no real investment. Now the big guns are out. 7-4A1Ss across the board. And a good chance, to be honest, because Namiga is still on Galil's.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. The one big problem for Spirit Academy is that they don't really have a lot of utility to go for some of these fights in the middle. So all they have to do is just wait on the other side of those smoke grenades and hope for the best, and maybe the best will come. Khan and company taking some presence in bottom mid. They might actually spot out Sotfik, but Masay with the off angle. Looks like Hunter just wasn't aware how quickly that smoke is about to dissipate. Another nade coming in. Sotfik with a chance. Oh my goodness. Khan is having such a difficult time in middle. And so is Cypher. Oh gosh. Risky bomb out of nowhere. 2 massive frags found. That instantly just opens up the side, and the remaining players were still in middle, lingering about it. They're just gonna book it towards B, and Masay dealing damage, but not enough to kill Risky Bob.
Not an easy adjustment to make there for Risky Bob. Makujin wants to give it a go, though. My God, that came very close for comfort. Landed the dink on Talia at the end, too. Which wasn't quite enough. His teammates hadn't made it easy enough. A 1v4 was not really going to happen. Look at this again from Risky Bob. To drop down and instantly recover that aim and line up the head. Really tidy stuff, and we'll just keep running back this replay because anyone that plays the game knows that is not an easy thing to do. Rifles out again, just the pistols here for the defense. A bit of Kevlar to go alongside it. They've got the loss bonus going their way. There's no reason not to, and these Desert Eagles could certainly do some damage. But it is going to be another good start from Namiga, reminiscent of what we saw at the start of Dust 2.
Yeah, luckily for them, the opponents forced them pistols, unable to really come up big. They are slowing it down, though, Namiga. Kind of like it. I mean, in a round like this, you probably want to slow it down, maybe catch some of those players on rotations, like certain Sypho, but doesn't overcommit to it. Right about now, Namiga should be thinking of getting that bomb planted. I guess they're still thinking maybe there's potential for a big flank, but really it's not happening. You're going to try to clear it out deep, but there is a player up close. This could be tricky. Savalio is able to get a few. Sypho response on one. But all in all, looks like Namiga have got this one on lockdown. Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, Sypho is going to walk away with an AK-47, maybe even more. After the bomb explodes, I mean, there's a chance that another gun will just fly on over towards CT spawn.
As the flash goes in, hang on a minute, Sypho's just found another kill. I was thinking Robo wants to find this AK. There was another one elsewhere, but yeah, there you go. Massive damage, making things expensive for Namiga, who have still got money behind them, but a couple of players certainly lacking in the financial department. Sypho's done very well. So they'll get out of there with 2 AKs. Kind of the best of a bad situation for Spirit Academy. It's not been a great start, but they'll take those silver linings. And now they'll be able to buy up around those 2 save rifles. They'll have all the bells and whistles, an AWP on Sophic, util kits to go alongside. And this should be an interesting round.
You'd say so, right? And as we can see, this round is Sophic is back with the sniper rifle, taking a very forward position. Oh no, the boost. The boost should ruin his day, but Khan, oh, spots out the player connector, but just unable to react quickly enough.
Ooh.
Robo and company. Look at the aggressiveness we're seeing out of Spirit Academy. Despite that smoke grenade, Khan is going to try to push in, but this is dangerous. Hunter's close by. That instantly forces Robo to try to back away, but he ends up dying. Now we see one more player in short. Ized is spotted. Mazet, he's overcommitting. He's repeaking. On the other side of things, though, we got Sypho with a frag and Risky Bob there to find the player in short. And now it's all up to Lonesome Sypho trying to hold on to B bomb site, and it's just not going to happen.
Ah, that's really awkward with Sypho occupied elsewhere. He wasn't in position to do the job of making sure that Mazet had safe passage back out of shore after he'd taken contact and his position had been confirmed. It's a 2v3 and one that Spirit Academy don't seem to want to go for. They'll give up a 5th here. It was a much better start. It felt like some kind of innovation was needed, and it came in the form of that Robo aggression. The captain going 1-for-1, being able to sort of backseat IGL, but we didn't see a round materialize off the back of it. Sophic and Makujin will hold on to their guns. That AWP and M4 carried into the next, and there is enough money to buy around it as well. So they'll have max loss bonus. Sophic can drop. Robo can comfortably buy himself. And Makujin can drop one over as well. There shouldn't be any real contingencies in terms of the firepower, the arsenal here for Spirit Academy. But they are still going to be 5-0 down.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Said the situation Spirit Academy, like that, is a lot worse. Love the fact as well that Hunter is coming alive here in middle, finding a fair amount of impact. Risky Bob as well. That's a problem for a guy like Mazet. But so hyper-focused on short, I'm quite surprised he didn't have a teammate that kept a closer eye on the apartments. But anyhow, it is Namiga to take a important victory. Moving up next, though, we might even see some more middle aggression from Spirit Academy. Sophic is a player who's yet to get on the board, but he is opping. And apart from a couple flashbangs and a molly, looks like we'll not see any mid-aggression from Spirit Academy, which is fair enough. I guess they are expecting more aggression on the extremities rather than middle.
30 seconds. Already burnt. Lit does a little bit more burning with the molly into connector. Bites off more than he can chew as Makujin supports the fight from the bomb side itself. Him and Robo A nice little double peek. Information will now be relayed of both players' positions, though. Khan, oh no, he's disconnected. A bad time for it. Xanta at least will claw back the numbers. They won't have a two-man disadvantage. It'll just be back to the single. He'll continue to trade that way. Xanta left by himself. Decent damage through the box. Not going to matter. Robo over the top. It's a bit of a shame that Khan disconnects. It's a big piece to lose as well. Unfortunate for your first round loss. We'll go into a pause off the back of it, but Spirit Academy, call it what you will, but it's certainly a lifeline.
And luckily for Spirit Academy, they claimed that one. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to get back into the groove of things when you're down 6-0. And yeah, really dissatisfying that Khan has been disconnected by the looks of it. And as we will see, Spirit Academy not really having any, need for a tactical discussion by the looks of it. Not gonna do it just yet, especially not on the back of a victory. As we can see, Namiga now throwing down those usual smokes as to be expected here in Mirage. Safik has gone on the board with the previous kill in the previous round. Cypher might actually start feeling some more pressure here on the B-bomb side. Usually the B anchor is the one who's chilling for most of the rounds. But I still feel like, on a map like Mirage, it does make sense to just try and pressure that player to force him to maybe use some of that utility of his, because if it does come down to an A-side hit and he moves in with the retake, he at least doesn't have, utility that could make the life of the T's harder. And it's already pretty hard because Hunter has gone down. Lear out there in the open does go down as well. And Sotfik spotting out a few more players than Namiga. Might have to end with a very simple commitment on the A side with very little utility and not a lot of kills. In fact, none to speak of.
Finally. Spirit Academy coming into their element. Couple of beautiful kills from Makuji in there, and Khan. The unfortunate disconnect in the last round will not translate into any charged up power here. It's just going to be the single in the 1v5. Unlocked away. 5-2. Spirit Academy. Taking what they can, I think, in the early stages of this map. I mean, to be honest, they want to be getting as many rounds as possible here on this CT side, but knowing that this isn't their map pick, knowing that it's one that they struggle with, they will just take it round by round. Maze. Nice little bit of movement. Jumps from window into short. No one's going to be going for the fast peak, so won't be catching anybody off guard. And it's just up against the eco here, though, so a little bit of a wider angle taken. As 5 are about to pounce. Oh, God.
Ooh. Not bad, Robo. Oh. Someone's been hitting him. A deathmatch gym.
Certainly getting the reps in. Robo. That was lovely. After a really messy spray from Maze as well. There's always that sort of jump across that throws off your crosshair, and then you're having a spray and adjust back to the left. Decent little bit of damage dealt by Namiga, but as you say, tidy stuff from Robo. 4 kills puts him onto double digits. It's another slow start from Sotfik. Now he's got the AWP back in hand. He'll be looking to do some big damage with it. Molly into the ticket. Lear has to cross. And he won't take any spam damage. They'll keep just working their way down mid.
Mosaic has been quite confrontational here in B short, though. He might have been just a bit more productive in some of the earlier rounds. Not so much these past couple. Sotfik is give it a freebie. That will be one of the easiest kills I think he gets this entire map. And Mosaic, like I said, has been a bit more productive early on in the half. Not so much these past couple of rounds. Bakujin, though, ooh, I was really hoping he could find way more impact. And even though Namiga is committing on the bomb side, one big problem for them is the bomb itself. It is on the other side of the map, and it doesn't help that Sotfik is going for the...
I thought he was about to find it.
Yeah.
I mean, the round's over anyway, but yeah, that would have just rubbed salt in the wound.
Yeah.
No possibility for Soalio, even if he does find a kill or two here. Fourth goes down. No damage dealt. Nice little freebie, as you said, from Sotfik. Doubles his kill count. Starts to just get the adrenaline flowing a little bit. I think it's always important for an AWPer. You can't have too much of it. You start over flicking and pulling the trigger too early. But you got to feel like you're hitting your shots. You want that crosshair to feel magnetic.
Magneto.
Crazy that there's no pro players called that. That'd be a good name.
Yeah. Maybe there is someone out there. Like, one of the sickest names, actually, is a Japanese player I've actually followed. I'm quite surprised that he's gotten some more traction.
Pablo Escobar, because he's my goat. I'm so happy he's back.
I have followed him, like, yeah, I, like, followed him, like, I don't know, when I was covering Asian CS 7 years ago, and it's like, oh, he's back. He's back.
He's back, baby.
Sick name, by the way.
Round 2. All right, well, there was a chance for some damage, and the pistols just don't bring it. They had the smokes up. They had the space out onto the A site. They just couldn't connect the shots. Can't. Hoping he can make things more expensive. Sotfik's just going to walk up. Nice little freebie for him as well in this round as things tie up 5 apiece. And this is now looking very similar to the start of Dust 2. Remember, Nemiga went 4-1 up, and then everything started to go sour, and they had an 8-4 half. This time, 5-0. Now Spirit 5 on the bounce. They're looking to try and close this one out with 7 to their tally as we break down the middle. Khan would quite like to change that. You know something I do like? That the players have got their names on their sleeves and their chests. So when we switch to the cams and we're not 100% sure who it is, because I don't know about you, sometimes, you know, you got to do a little bit of looking at the headshots on the picture and go, who is this? And sometimes there's players that look a bit similar. But no, makes it nice and easy for us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
sure. Yeah, I'm sure Nemiga must have, you know, had conversations with talent and thinking, yeah, that'd be a good place to put it. Then again, if you do have some of those blank spaces on your jersey, perhaps you got to fill it with something. Better to fill it with your players' names rather than big sponsors. I'll give you that.
Round 11. One with a fair bit of weight behind it. Oh, Sotfik. Beautiful flick. Has to be in pursuit of just trading out Sypho. They couldn't get out with a man ahead, but 4v4, minute 10. So Alio is going to reaggress here into the apartments. Can't. Oh, he's been spotted. Oh, no. From above. No trouble for Makujin.
That's a sound cue. And I'm sure those players are very aware of it as well. Expecting something to happen at the B-bomb side because Makujin has gone for intel gathering. He's got some big stuff that he wants to relay to high command. And that is the fact that the A-ramp area is completely neglected. T-spawn has nothing on it as well. Sotfik at the ready. Again, Sotfik and Mazay have not been putting in so many big frags. It's time for him to shine as these players now move again. He's completely blinded and he switches his gun. Oh no, Mazay now has to hold. This is not going to be easy. And I thought maybe Makujin could be moving in with a big flank, but no, he's out there in kitchen. What? Whoa, whoa, Mazay picked in 2. And now it's all up to Savalio, low on HP.
Wow.
But it's Makujin to win the round. Okay, I had my doubts about Mazay, but he proves me wrong time and time again.
Jeez, yeah, that was looking like a bit of a lost cause. He'd fumbled a lot of those shots as they made the initial aggression out, and I thought, well, he's going to have to fall away and maybe jump into window, come and join Makujin from the market, but my God, somehow just finds a timing, a gap back in. It's when that molly comes, actually, and they start to divert their attention elsewhere. That's when he pounces. The second shot into the apartments was crisp as well. And the reaction and adjustment from Makujin at the end to win the 1 versus 1. Spirit Academy just about inch ahead with the 6. As HG will blow the smoke open. Robo Gets away with murder there onto Khan. Receives a leg shot, but deals out more damage. You know, do a lot of switcheroo with Sophic as well. Negates the low HP by having the sniper. So they'll comfortably take them out advantage. Makujin wants nothing more to do with this Palace fight.
There as well. Oh my gosh. Losing a player is bad already, but losing a second guy when you just get peaked like that, Ferrari or Lamborghini, you know, each have their own tastes. I'm a bit of an Audi kind of guy. Jose, he's the kind of guy who likes to win. Snotpick getting the last 2 kills as well, and boom, Nemiga. Yes, they had a lead on Dust 2. Did it amount to anything? No, to a loss, basically. And here, first half as well, they had a lead. Did it amount to much? Well, they just lost the half. They lost, what was it? Is it 7 rounds in a row? Is it?
Yeah. 7 rounds in a row. 7 rounds in a row. It seems like these guys have got a really short battery life, you know? They recharge in the break. They give us sick Counter-Strike for 4 or 5 rounds. And then they need recharging. I'm not sure if we're going to see a whole lot more out of them. They've been very quiet in the last 7. And now Spirit Academy have got the momentum, the wind in their sails. They're going to continue on course, and that course is set for a victory here and a grudge match against Foot in the decider game. That should be an awesome one if it comes around. Nemiga still with the possibility to deny it. They'll need to bring things back here on Mirage and then take the decider of Train. At this point, it feels like a lot. It feels like a tall task, but still the opportunity. Nice dink. Jawlies. Oh, Zanta does find one, but insta-trade.
Risky Booby going down as well. 3 thrive now. And in this situation, 3 players moving in from Kitchen. Not looking too good, but Khan, okay. That was beautiful from Khan. And now, Snotpick just tapping away. We'll be going down to Lear. So Nemiga, very explosive retake. If I'm being honest, I did not expect to see that it's going to happen, so quickly and end so fast. Khan just going out there felt like he was by his lonesome, but from what I saw from the minimap, he must have had some sort of backup. So I was able to find impactful frags that instantly open up that retake. And Nemiga, it's good to see they're coming alive. They needed this to be alive on the second half, because losing another round in a row would have been disastrous.
There always used to be this historic theme that doesn't necessarily apply so much nowadays, but AWPers were just always unbelievable with the USP, and Khan's kind of given us that in this series. Remember, on Dust 2, CT pistol round, he found 3 beautiful headshots, and then hit 2 on the retake to get the round going their way. For Spirit Academy, of course, even though they lost the pistol, they're not going to bow out just yet. They'll reinvest. The Galeals are in play. And a 1-for-1 early on leaves Risky Bob out of the picture. Khan's still going. And with a second round AWP purchase, that's pretty wild. I'm not sure that was something Spirit Academy were expecting, but it's now something that they've got to try and deal with.
But not fast. Quite fast. Lear is not able to react quickly enough. That is problematic. A lot more pressure now applied on Savalio. Luckily, the teammates are also moving in from short and full of reactor. Makujin is left standing, not a lot of HP, and the bomb is in a very awful position. So it should be a pretty easy victory here for Nemiga, even though it got somewhat more interesting as the Spirit Academy players were entering the site and Lear got a lot of those guys to just walk past him. It still is looking like a Nemiga round to take. Makujin tries his best, of course. It will be Savalio to get the frag. In fact, loving this Savalio resurgence now. I mean, this is a guy that we talked about as well, like how well could he actually compared to a guy like Zwei, and looks like Savalio is not only able to, I feel like, yeah, on some level, Savalio is a kind of upgrade in the sense that, yeah, he's able to deliver similar impact, but Savalio has also been pretty damn good in the clutch, which is something you wouldn't say about a guy like Zwei.
Not sure we can call him an upgrade yet, but he's getting there. And he's got a high ceiling as well. I think that's always the thing when it comes to some of these players that join a team like Namiga. They harbor young talent. They pick up players that aren't quite at their best yet, but they shape them into the best versions of themselves. That's why they're a breeding ground for some of these tier 1 organizations. Poaching the best out of tier 2, and Namiga have got a good track record. Spirit Academy just with Desert Eagles here. They haven't even invested Kevlar around it, so it is all about just being quick and popping a couple of heads. Bomb in top mid. We haven't seen too many of these sort of crazy upset rounds today. You know, yesterday,
Yeah.
so many wild rounds, right? Eco wins and rounds that teams had no business in winning. Spirit Academy were the ones to deliver a couple of those. Maybe here again, 3v3. A couple of nice shots hit out of mid.
Oh no, Khan is also losing a fair amount of HP, and whipping out the AWP does not seem plausible. Hunter is getting quite close.
Nice angle.
That's a good shot. Even evades the bullets of Robo. With 25 seconds, I mean, it's about time they actually commit somewhere, and I would assume that short is maybe an option.
That's
Robo,
lovely.
big frag found. The bomb is actually just going to make its way towards the B bomb site. Khan, he's quick, but not quick enough. So can Robo actually get that bomb planted, or is he looking for the frag? Looks like he's looking for the frag. Savalia was there. Okay, Namiga, at least they avoid the disaster. My boy Savalia doing impact. Okay, maybe upgrade is a strong word, but let's say a solid replacement. Okay, that's the phrasing I'm going for.
Yeah. He's filling the shoes quite nicely. I think Zwei left a big old pair of size 12 boots, and Soalio's come in as, you know, a firm size 9 and saying, oh, I'll get there. Maybe a 10. Stepping up nicely here in this map. Unfortunate for Robo in the last, he wasn't able to get the bomb plant. It would have actually given them a little bit of extra valuable cash. It looked like that was the game plan, and then as soon as the York missed the shot, he kind of fancied his chances at going for the clutch and isolating that into 2 1v1. Sophic out a little too far, down to 9 HP. Can't overpress it. Waiting for Maze to get into position from underpass. They've got a man disadvantage. This does feel recoverable, especially now that we're back to a 3-on-3. The bomb's in TV. Drop down from the Jewelies. Oh, Khan. An awkward whiff. He's going to have to back away. Very, very bold with an AWP on his back to go for that with the dual Berettas. And then really just showing their inaccuracy there.
Yeah.
3v3, but 2 limping. So low towards this B site. Risky Bob surely should shut this down.
I'm surprised they haven't made enough noise already. Risky Bob, damn, doing the job. 2 frags found. Knows that was. I mean, he has. Was by. Pretty important for them. It's actually an all-important victory in terms of the economical aspect, right? Because you can see that the economy for Spirit Economy isn't that great, despite the lose bonus. They might have to consider playing with the pistols, which for a squad like this, it's probably not too bad. You know, pistols and armor. They could try to do something a little bit fast-paced. Maybe that's the one change up they could try in a round like this is just to be a little bit quicker, try to overwhelm some of the defenses. And of course, the one great thing about the usual smokes that teams throw into a bomb set, that it almost guarantees you a bomb plant. Unless somehow you pop one over those smokes, and Sovalio's having a tremendous hold. Now he's why that bomb plant may not happen because Savalio is there almost with the ace.
That is so sick. After he found the first, I was pretty confident he was going to get overrun by those Tech 9s. It was a sick flick to catch a second head. And at that point, that's where it was, okay, surely they trade him. He swaps out to the Jewelies, lands another 2. And yeah, maybe I'm not giving this guy enough credit. Maybe you're onto something here, Danny. That could have gone very sour. You know, Spirit Academy, as we were saying before, are real merchants of Tech 9 rounds like that. With fast pace into the A site. That could have been very dangerous. Santa through the con smoke. HE behind the boxes. Robo wants the fight and wins it. It's kind of a must-win here for Spirit Academy. They lose it. Namiga will be on to 11. The T's will have no money. And they'll be looking at Train as the only real option to take this series their way. Bold spam from Risky Bob.
Now, Spirit Academy, I mean, they have the edge, right? It's a 4v5 that's favoring them. But the big problem is, of course, Lear's big flank. And that's going to be a big shutdown from Savalio and Nabiga. Oh, no, this is bad. They have no idea what's about to happen. Lear's big flank will definitely save the day as he gets one. The second is there as well. So despite the early entry frag, this is just falling apart completely. Nabiga will get themselves another, as they rightfully deserve after that huge flank from Lear.
Perfect. Perfect timing as well. Had he pulled the trick just half a second earlier, there would have been enough time to react and get the gun out. Maybe a 1-for-1 trade would have left that plausible for Spirit Academy. But it quite quickly became a 4v2 and no real prospect. 11-7. And the money broken again. 2 Desert Eagles, 2 Tech 9s, a sore sight for a Spirit Academy fan. Makujin has been putting up some nice numbers. Out here with the Galil, flashbang into underpass. Oh, should have been an easy kill for Lear. He only ends up with the one because he makes it messy. It's a decent trade. And Robo's looking for a timing. I thought he was just going to send it through that smoke, assuming Tualia was on the reload. Instead, wants to recover that rifle.
Well, ooh, what? How does Robo get that? I had barely enough time to react. And Savalio, confused and dazed and dead now, of course. Risky Bob gently returns back to safety in ladder room. I wonder if the T player can actually even expect him to be there. Hunter has no vision of what's happening right above him. And of course, Mokujin will check it for good measure. Bazay getting a frag on Risky Bob. This is now falling apart for Namiga. Now, sure, Khan is a very good player. But then again, he has free angles to check. Connector, ramp, as well as now CD spawn. And I feel like Spirit Academy have put the players in some really solid positions where Khan is just, yeah, gonna pedal away. Go back. Maybe even get a frag here in Mosaic, or could be vice versa.
Yeah, he will take an exit. Whether or not he survives here is another question. Well, he will. Look at that. Khan rarely misses. Still a very good round from Spirit Academy. And to be honest, even though it is a shame that they lose all 3 at the end, it felt a little bit unnecessary. It's a round that they'll take however it comes. Remember, they went into that with pistols. And they made it work. Namiga, it was a prepaid ticket onto map point. They somehow choke. Whilst 11-8 still feels very favorable. It can go wrong. It can close up very quickly. There's not a huge amount of money behind them, so losing this round would cause problems. Khan with the boost over. Can't quite connect the shot. He's got the info that Robo's out there.
Wow. I'm surprised that there was a big amount of nades in the middle, but really barely any touching Robo and doing significant damage to him. In the meantime, though, we can see that Namiga is just holding on to some more forward positions. Players in connector, like including Lear, which is quite surprising to see. Ingame Leader out here delivering shots as well. Yeah, the confidence to go for that fight, and he gets his team on very advantageous position. But Khan on the other side of the map is also being tested. Luckily, he has backup. Oh, what a sick flick. Giving it all up to Sarvik and Robo to pick up the pieces, but there's not much to pick up.
This needed to be the start, or the last round needed to be the start of better things. Spirit Academy It's not been good enough here on Mirage. It wasn't good enough on Mirage yesterday either. 12-8, we will go. Sotfik with just 7 HP. He's got the bomb. He's going to wrap around to A. Hope that he can get a plant. He knows that an extra few $100 would do his team a lot of favors. He hasn't got time for it. Survival now becomes the primary mission. So Alio's close, but not close enough. Sotfik doesn't have to worry about dying after that clock's expired. So it is going to be 12. And Amiga with 4 chances to close this one out in regulation. It's been a lot better from them. It's been a lot better. I had my worries after they lost 7 in a row in the first half. But their CT side is looking quite potent, quite powerful.
Oh, man. It's quite interesting to see that, Amiga having a, good start early on, 5 rounds, let's go. But then Spirit Academy wins 7 rounds in a row, and now second half is up. He's just not able to find that much impact. They're not able to find that much impact. But Savalio, man, he has come alive in this second half. So much impact. Oh, Mazay! Spinning around, frags plentiful. And this might be another victory for Spirit Academy. Hold on just a sec. Still have a good chance. Oh, he's conscious, gonna push up to the smoke. He'll try, and Sotfik wins it at the end. But what was that combo of Mazay and Mokugen? We have to see that round in slow-mo to figure out what just happened.
Wow, wow, wow. We were already rolling the credits, and then Mazay just cuts right back to the movie. Says we're not done yet. Beautiful double. Almost finds the third there as well, but it doesn't matter. He buys enough space and pulls the attention away that the trade can come through quickly. He wants to do it again here, all the way through the short smoke. Massive entry. It's a shame that it comes just as Khan pulls the trigger. It could have been a man advantage here, but yeah, with the AWP gone and just the pistols on the rest, this should be easy enough for Spirit Academy to make it 10. And the newest addition, the youngest player on the team, the lifeline they needed to keep Mirage breathing.
It is actually quite sick to see that Mazay is performing so well, to be honest. Because I always, when we're talking about Spirit Academy, always mentioning those two facts, right? That they're playing with a coach and that they're also playing with Mazay. But the fact of the matter is, like, Mazay, he looks like he's unfazed, man. Like, he's able to deliver big numbers, performances, even when the going gets tough out of nowhere. He's able to pop up the big frag here or there. So, honestly, maybe we should start talking about, like, yeah, the only downside for this team is not the fact that they're playing with Mazay, but it's probably Sotfik. But even then, like, Sotfik, the coach, he is finding impact. He's able to find frags, sure, for the most part with the AWP, making him quite an expensive asset. But, it's not like he's bottom fragging. I mean, he's still able to carry his own weight.
I think this has been a bit of a recurring theme with a lot of these young CIS region players, where so much of the time within sort of Western Europe, right? And I have some decent examples of this within like the UK scene. Players get a little bit starstruck, when they get a bigger opportunity and they move up in the rankings, they play a big game, they get a little bit starstruck and they get a little bit quiet. Khan makes me shut up for a moment as he hits 2 beautiful shots out of window. But yeah, we just don't really see that from this region, do we? Just constantly these 15, 16-year-olds coming out of nowhere, and they're just laser-focused, robotic almost, and delivering in big matches that are, well above their experience. Mazay keeping his cool here, as he has been for the last couple of rounds, wants to be the hero to claw it back. He's the only man with any health. As they've got a disadvantage, they really do need that hero. So he straps on his cape. Starts to work his way up short. Molly's good. So Alio. Does he have to extinguish it? No, I think he's safe in the corner.
Yeah, this is such an important round for Spirit Academy. This might just be the last round we get to see them play in, at least in regulation, maybe even in Mirage. So right now they're just gonna have to make a ballsy call. By the looks of it, it is just the B bomb site, and still have a couple flashes. And Risky Bob is in a pretty open position, so those flashes could be effective. Oh, but he also has an incendiary boot. Oh, that's awful when you have guys like Robo and Sotfik who are incredibly low at HP. Right about now, we should be seeing that full rotate.
Oh, there it is again.
Mazay! Mazay is there to save the day.
A double out of nowhere when the round was looking bleak. A flashbang into market. Of course, this is one that Amiga will have a go at. Robo needs to be careful. He's on 11 points of health. And he has a little prod, but Amiga look at their money and say, we need to hold on to these rifles. I'm not sure they realize just how low Mazay, Sotfik, and Robo really are, because if they did, I think Khan would be swapping out that AWP pretty sharpish, and they'd be throwing themselves at this round. Instead, they'll give Spirit Academy 11. They'll kind of play on the back foot. I mean, they'll have enough money to drop over, but it's not going to be a perfect investment. Yeah, oh God, it's even worse than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, Khan will drop an M4 over, but you'll have 2 down to FAMASs at best. Look at that again from Mazay.
Yeah. Again, it also proves the fact that, you know, those flashes on the B bomb side were really important for Spirit Academy to get their foot in the door. And like I said as well, Risky Bob was in a pretty open position, becoming quite a liability, honestly, the longer he was holding that position of his. And you can see as well, the Amiga, I mean, they're coming into round number 24 with a lackluster buy. It's no wonder that players like Khan are, you know, looking for opportunities. Hunter as well. See something like maybe Hunter going very deep into the T-spawn area. Maybe even, yeah, just hold on this Avs position for now. But yeah, you can see this is going to be quite the aggressive stuff. Mazay, ooh, he sees him. He knows what's going on. It's quite important if Mazay could actually kill that player.
Oops.
That would force Namiga to make the rotation, but missed Molly.
Hunter's already well on out of there, but can't. Who was told, you know, there's one deep B apartments if you want to have a go at him. And of course, Khan and his tendencies with this AWP, always keen to try and find the early advantages, had a go at it. So Alio, this isn't the first time he's played this position, and it did go checked, but he still finds 2 before dropping. That is massive in a round where it has to come big. Mazay with 1 and a 2v3. Makujin and Robo, now just the former. Surely not. 30 seconds. Flash over the top. Makujin can't progress through the smoke. In fact, he just will. He doesn't care. There's no chance here, though, surely. 20 now to tick. Hunter with the nade. Swing out. And all 3 ready to crunch. That is a nice close from Namiga. But again, it gets so scary at the end. We are going to a 3rd map either way.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, I kind of had my hopes that Spirit Academy could just win it out in 2, but apparently not, as I started to have my doubts about Namiga ever since that first map. But I think they've done, you know, the most important bit here, Namiga. They will land with the 3rd map, which honestly I think they probably should have done so earlier. But, you know, it just goes to show, I mean, if you are picking a map like Mirage against a squad like Spirit Academy, you got to expect it to be close. And now that I think of it, when FUT played against Spirit Academy, it must have been like a similar scoreline as well, like a 13-11 win by FUT. But again, just not a very convincing victory, because Spirit Academy, as we see, can definitely play this map.
I think it was a 13-10, but it was another one of those games. It could have gone either way, right? It was like this knife's edge where we just kept seeing these kind of crazy clutch rounds, and it was all getting a little bit scrappy. And yeah, we definitely saw that out in Amiga. That's the first map they've been able to win in the tournament so far, and it was far from convincing. Couple of pieces need to step up before we go into this decider. My eyes are on Xanta especially. He had a bit of a stinker there on Mirage. He's not had a great series overall. So this is time to shine. Otherwise, they're going to be making a very early exit. We're going to go to a 10-minute break. When we return, we will be back with our decider. It'll be Train, and it should really deliver some banging Counter-Strike. So yeah, join us back in 10 minutes time. We'll be waiting with the action.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action. Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a map victory that was very nearly fumbled by Namiga at the end there, but they held their nerve. They got it over the line, and, well, in the full 24-round fashion, they bring us to the third and decider of Train. One of these two teams is going to be exiting out of the tournament in the next hour or so, and right now, I think it's very, very difficult to predict which. Both sides are all right with Train. They're happy to be playing it, and yeah, I'm excited to see which way it leans.
I would feel like I'd still have to edge Namiga, to be honest. I feel like, the map of Train, sure, it has been kind of dumbed down from its previous iterations, let's say plural, both 1.6 and CSGO. But on some level, I still feel like Train should be a map where, Namiga, all they have to do is just slot in that one player. Team Spirit Academy, they'll have to do a lot more work on the T side because, a guy like Sotfik, he's the one opping, and he'll have to find a lot more opening frags, a lot of opportunities for the squad. And I just find that to be quite a hard task for, a coach that has been kind of out of the server. And also, Train still requires, I feel like, a lot more prep. It's not just, let's wait a minute on the clock and then just go down to the inner bomb site. No, I mean, even nowadays, it has become a lot more common to just, peek and probe towards the A-bomb site. You don't have to necessarily full commit. Ivy has also become a much more accessible avenue for the T side that can be used to their advantage. And I'm just not sure, if Spirit Academy has been, practicing that much, how much Train was an important map for them. Whereas Namiga, I mean, they have actually picked this map in the past. Like I said, for me, the question was, why didn't they just go to, Train in the first place? Now, if they fail on this map, then I guess we'll know the reason why. But I still believe they should be able to make this one 3-1.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the Sotfik point, actually. I think that, he needs to be a big factor on a map like Train. And whilst he's had his moments, absolutely. I think the second half of Dust 2, he looked very good. I think yesterday against Foot, he had a couple of really good maps as well. When you're having to contend with somebody like Khan, yeah? So Sotfik, yesterday was against Symmetry, who wasn't having a great game. When you're playing against somebody like Khan, who is popping off, yeah, map 1 and 2, he's been exceptional. Despite the fact that they lost in a pretty bad fashion on map 1, he was still putting up massive numbers. I think there's just going to be a real disparity between those two snipers, and that could make all the difference. Knife round was won by Namiga, so they get the pick of the sides, and of course, they choose the defense. Santa with a brilliant start as well. The Julies tapping heads. The Cypher returns the favor. It does go down to a 4v3. Risky Bob's low. It looks like Spirit Academy do want to commit here towards the B site.
I feel like you can, especially with the fact that they have those couple of smoke grenades. Now, you can obviously smoke off connector and allow easier access through ramp. Risky Bob is taking the headshot angle, less to be expected. He is quite low in HP. We're seeing the molly now deployed, smoke as well. Mazay with another opener, and squad is looking good to get that bomb planted ASAP. There is a flank coming in there from Khan, though. Could actually do some damage. None of the T's seem to be aware of it. Oh, they have to. Mazay now, left in a 1v3, is going to have to come in huge. And, of course, the low HP player goes down. But Savalio has been sick in the clutch. And it's no wonder. He's the one getting it done.
Didn't know which one was the man that had been dinked. So lands the headshot onto Lear. Could have done with that onto Sawalio, then he would have had a huge advantage. Either way, Mazay has done God's work to even bring that round back to a plausible position. 3 kills, a bomb plant, and right down to the wire. After how it started, that was not an outcome I expected. Still, it is going to be 1-0 here for Namiga. I imagine a force out of Spirit Academy to come. Mazay's jumped right in with a Galil. Surely a couple more. There we go. Cypher, Robo. Get him going. Sotfik and Makujin will drop down to the pistols so they can have some util. It looks like a bit of presence here towards Ivy early on.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the one interesting thing about trade, right? Is that for the T's, Ivy has become a lot more accessible just because, there's just a bit more cover and it makes a lot of sense to try and fight for it. Oh, God. Yeah, we'll instantly back away from this one. Just want to re-engage, and nor do the T's by the looks of it. Now, do remember, they did go for an investment in a round like this. Getting that bomb planted. does give a chance for the T's to go for the force spike, but they're gonna have to be explosive. And the one good thing about the outer bomb site is that, yeah, those smoke grenades do a pretty good job at blocking off the vision of the CT. So a guy like Sniper can actually find a fair amount of success. Mr. Bob moving in first, but that's the problem. Sypho is in Pop Dog. Khan has gotten super close, and this is a very awkward position for Khan to be in. Luckily, he has Savalio, he has his teammates in the form of Hunter doing work. And Spirit Academy, despite deploying a bunch of utility, now we're seeing, oh, there we go. What?
No way. What has happened to Lear? It looks like he's disconnected here. Yeah. Brutal. That is a very bad time to have those issues. And, you know, incredible entries out onto the A site. But it has to be said, I don't know if the comms are getting cluttered there by the fact that Lear's saying, I've disconnected, guys, trying to sort out the issue. And everything starts to crumble around him. Match going to be paused. The Spirit Academy get away with murder. And they're right back in the picture.
Yeah, I actually forgot even to notice that there was a flank incoming from Ivy, which made a whole lot of difference from Spirit Academy. And you just saw there, you know, 1 second, you know, Hunter is getting frags here, right and left, and then just immediately, 1 second, boom, 3 players are dead from Nemiga, and that basically is just over. Lear, really hope it's not a serious issue. It could be, if it's internet, then oh boy, do those take forever to fix. But if it's more digital and having to do with the computer itself, that's a lot easier to fix.
We have seen a couple of disconnects today. It does make me wonder if it is to do with the new CS update. I hope not. We did go through a period when the game first came out of just constant disconnects. Would it be nice to go back into that era? It is just a coin toss. We saw it in majors. We saw it at awkward times. Here's a replay of what unfolded in that last, because right up until this point, it looked absolutely perfect. But as you say, just that slow burner flank from Robo. Found 2 kills, pulled all of the attention away. And Amiga fell apart. Just down to the pistols here. Kevlar invested behind it. You know, this is everything they can afford. There isn't a whole lot of firepower. Xanta, big start. Oh, hang on a minute.
Hang on. Can't really do so because action is still ongoing. Mazay and Robo. Oh, Mazay as well. Big frags found, and look at number 1. It is Savalio free position, but he's expected to go. Just as he sets himself up to go for the wide swing, boom, there's a player from the T side to peek him. Oh man, that kind of sucks, because you're thinking if Savalio is just somehow a couple seconds earlier, sure, he's able to inflict so much damage and so much pain. It's just that Spirit Academy, they do survive that brawl, and it was a brawl indeed.
Really lovely stuff from Robo, though, to keep his mind clear in the chaos and say, well, things have gone a little bit quiet. I think there might be a flank in from behind. Nemiga just didn't have the players. They didn't have the resources to keep the pressure applied from ahead. Oh, Sopvik. It's a great shot, but the nades give him an absolute airstrike into main. Sypho's been taken out as well. And for a full eco, a couple of kills here isn't bad at all. Khan's taken another. In fact, he's found 2 on a 1v1. Khan hasn't got any weapons recoverable, so this does get awkward. But the timing, impeccable. Creeps his way around the red train. He's got a bit of room to maneuver around this smoke as well. Finds a MAC-10. Oh! Somehow still alive. And with a minute on this clock, Makujin doesn't want to take this fight any further. He's going to run to B, but Khan's got the right idea as well. Oh my god.
Oh no.
We've seen
just
him.
A couple bullets.
Is he just going to go back A? Oh.
Oh man, that's quite unlucky for Khan. I felt like he had a pretty good chance to win such a round. You know, it was a full-on eco, but even with the USPS, just 2 body shots and Makujin would be going down. As Spirit Academy, yeah, they survived yet another round, but at what cost? Economically, it was a very costly round, but at least We get Sotfik on the snap rifle once again, which is again going to be of great importance. And I also like to see, you know, a little bit of a Khan resurgence, right? Because we saw how well he played with the Open Dust too. Didn't get to see too much of that on Mirage, but Train does lend itself to some interesting offline we could be taking. As well as fight rifles. Robo has already been softened up, and Hunter, as to be expected, is just the lonesome defender on B.
Yeah, that one came way too close. But a lesson learned for Spirit Academy, and at no major cost. I mean, economically, it comes at a cost, but in terms of the round, they're still able to win it. And that lesson is just that when you're against the pistols, Namiga are willing to go for some of these nade stacks. They are going to cause you problems, so you can't be trying to get aggressive and take control of something like A main so early on, because they'll be eager to punish it. 3-1. A good start here for Spirit Academy, especially considering they lost the pistol. It's when Amiga need to bite back. They've got the tools to work with, but they've deployed almost all of their util. With 45 seconds left, Xanta's the only man with anything left. It's an incendiary. And here comes the B execute.
It's happening pretty quick, but there's still going to be plenty of time for the CTs to rotate. Look at Khan and Hunter go. Already inflicting a lot of damage, and they're taking some forward positions, which is key. Oh, that's so sick. Khan, between flames. Oh man, how is he still alive? That's a position they're not going to check. They sure do. Volkagen, big frag with one. The players are so close by. Yep, he's an easy target, and Robo doesn't really have a chance. I mean, that bomb is just dropped, but not planted. So Robo might just save that EWP of his. Big frag found on Lear, but you know, that's all it's going to come down to. Robo saving the sniper rifle, and Savalio recovers Khan's weapon. Yeah, what a solid hold there from Hunter and Khan. Hunter is a guy we haven't really talked about his, you know, anchoring proficiency on either of the maps we saw him play at, but right now, you know, B-side, he seems to be in his element.
He really does. I sort of called upon him after his sort of weak performance in map 2. And, you know, not a whole lot of anything on that first map either, to be honest. He did need to come in big here, and he has. He's going 7-5, as you say. And anchoring on the B site. It's done very nicely. Lear draws first blood. Robo down. Khan has to flick up, but, you know, that adjustment, there's no trouble for him. And even with the flash of the re-peek, he'll peek before it pops. So Makujin not ready. And Khan is just doing all of the lifting here in round number 6. Spirit Academy will get out onto the B site. You'd expect in the 2v5, Cypho to just prioritize getting this bomb planted. He's taking his time with it, and that might mean that he doesn't even get the opportunity to tap the digits in. He'll just about get there. And Sawalio will be very, very fast to respond. 3-3, Namiga. That last round came very close, but this one here, far more convincing.
Oh yeah, this was a really solid victory. Again, some great sniping proficiency from Khan. You love to see it. I wouldn't necessarily call this, you know, an opera's paradise, but, you know, it's a map where there's a pretty, some pretty long-reach fights, and that AWP can definitely come in handy. As we saw as well, Khan opening things up. Namiga now. You see the replay as well. See how Khan did well in Ivy. Also, yeah, the flash, the pre-peek. Dangerous stuff, but I'll forgive Khan. You know, he's getting it done. So allow it.
Yeah, it's just that level of confidence. You know, he's been firing on all cylinders throughout the whole series. So, of course, he's going to go for the re-peek. The first flick up was fantastic. He was holding the lower angle. A lot of the time you will see an AWP, but expecting the peak to come up from on top of the bin. But he's happy with his ability to flick. He doesn't need to take the risk. Pistols invested. No Kevlar around it. It is just going to be an effective eco round with a couple of little bonus weapons and a press out onto the B site. An expectation to get the bomb planted, but probably not a whole lot else. Stink connected. No chance to deny the plant. Lear does need to be careful because Robo is going to overwhelm, as will Cypho. Missed shot on the sniper. Uncharacteristic from Khan. Sawalio. Patience pays off as one eventually does emerge through the smoke, but a 3v3, and this has already been pretty expensive. Oh.
They could even make it a little bit more if Mikujin, oh, there we go, gets up close to Khan, but now they got to stick that defuse. They're having a difficult time fighting the bomb. That's
Oh my God.
extra time wasted. Isn't it going to
It
be
doesn't have
enough
time, surely. Oh, just about. Wow. Way too close for comfort. I don't know if Somalia was having a hard time finding it or a hard time jumping up on top of the train, but there was a real world there where Robo just swings out, lands the bullets, and that round's done. Regardless, it's massive damage inflicted. It's 3 kills. It's a plant on an eco. Whilst Amigo will be relieved that they get it over the line, it won't be a round that they're happy with. Spirit Academy, no doubt, will be back with the rifles here. AKs galore, lots of util. No AWP for Sophic. Khan does wield one. He's just seen a man cross, doesn't pull the trigger because he knows another will come. And there's another example of the double dip. This time, Mazay punishes. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, he wanted to go for more, Khan. Just wanted to get a little bit more greedy. And that's the problem. His initial efforts, his heroics, will only land the team a 4v4 instead of a 5v4. But we're still seeing some regression there from Hunter and Brown Halls. I mean, that is still some valuable information, and that does mean that Lear can back away from the B bomb side, focus more on A. And in fact, the focus primarily seems to be on Ivy. We have this 2-man setup here by Savalio and Bob. Lear will get a frag on 1. Now Savalio dies. The bomb goes by, and that's going to be good only for 1. Lear, the captain, needs to hold it. Oh, and it does go down. Only with 40 seconds remaining. Hunter might just try to give it a shot. Maybe he'll try to move in from connector, but that's basically the angle that both teams will expect him to move from. And unless someone peeks him, maybe there's a chance, but walking out of connector on CT side is just so difficult.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's got the opportunity here. Better off holding on to that M4, but trying to find the timing. Does walk up. That's Makujin gone. And the bomb, oh my God, it's not planted for Mazay. Xanta, though, instead of holding, expects Mazay to be over towards Ivy. It's not the case. And the Molly will seal the deal. HG does big damage. That does mean that Mazay will go down with the bomb. Whatever happens, Xanta escapes. But it will not be a round 1. One that Xanta's happy that he had a go at because he's managed to find both kills and upgrade into an AK. But yeah, a little bit of a weird post plant there as A was deep in pop, despite the fact that the bomb was planted on the other side.
Yeah, I kind of felt like maybe Spirit should have played that one better, but anyhow, I mean, the important part is they get that victory, which in a 2v1 situation like that, they obviously should have. Hunter now is the one being aggressive towards B. Khan is back to his shenanigans in Ivy, but now should be expecting his opponents to be on better cash flow, so you might expect an AWP, but of course we got some proper vision, and we know that there is no AWP on the side of Spirit Academy. Instead, Risky Bob has gone quite aggressive in A main. This is one of the change-ups on train that the CTs have also become quite proactive on their approach. Instead of just holding on to the sites, Brown Halls has become a common spot to push, but also A main, where some of those engagements happen. Oh, and let's not forget Pop Dog. But Spirit Academy now slowly but surely shift their way towards Brown Halls, and Hunter doesn't really have intel, but he does get some util from his teammate. And what a teammate to have, Khan. Make that, in fact, Lear as well. Like, this is a solid setup.
Flashbang doesn't phase him. You'd expect to come off the angle there, but locked in. Lands the leg, but it's not lethal. Lear at the back of the site. Does connect for 1. Khan still alive and kicking behind the red train. Oh, what is that from Khan? Should have been dead to rights. The nade won't finish him either. He's still alive and kicking. And an opportunity for more as Makujin has completely lost track of where the sniper resides. And now it's on to Robo. Freebie for the first. Unaware of where the last is. Oh my God, Risky Bob. Ooh, will be very relieved that he gets a second chance there. And a 5th round for Amiga, but another one that comes scarily close. And it's on Khan's shoulders. You have to feel somehow he just carves a path to salvation. When realistically, he should have been dead from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like he should have died way sooner in his position, in his predicament. Don once again being mega mobile. Look what's happening on Ivy. They just gone for the Ivy push. Savalio, yeah, he's got full control. He knows. Yeah, this is just brown holes, guys. Guys, rotate towards the B-bomb side. Don't worry about Pop Dog. Or just in case, keep one player. No. Hunter, there you go. A few players now moving in. Hunter, no surprise, is able to rack up a couple, and so shall Khan. Of course, yeah, that was a pretty good read for Namiga. Pushing out Ivy, gathering information, and realizing what's going on. So, not too bad for Namiga. Sure, a couple of players died, but not too impactful, I'd say.
2 big hitters extending the gap there as well. Khan and Hunter battling tooth and nail for the spot as head honcho on the scoreboard, both 13 and 8. The rest of the team going negative or neutral. 5 across the board. So Alio, very aggressive. I like this. We haven't seen an aggro play into Ivy until now, but it won't work out. He takes the first, and at that point, they could have pulled the plug, but he felt a little bit overinvested. And when Khan needed to trade, he doesn't deliver. Flashbang back in. Makujin still hungry. I can't believe he's still peeking here. It's a 4v2. With his teammate super low, he does need to be careful. Lear doesn't want any more to do with it. Time to rotate into B. That's where the real action's happening.
Oh, okay, risky. Not too shabby. Bob's got moves. Not only burgers. It's a quite doable 2v2 as well. Risky Bob is so aware of the potential flank.
Oh,
no! He had the player dead to rights, and now Lear in a somewhat doable situation. He could just try to go for the defuse. Looks like that is on his agenda. Oh
my God.
That is an uncommon plant spot, but still, how does Mosaic get it?
It is literally a stray bullet. The spray was not on at all. And you can see the little laugh from Mosaic thinking, oh, that got a little bit scary for a moment. He'll realize just how funny that really was when he watches it back later. Because, yeah, the spam was completely off center. And just lucky that when you get sort of 20 bullets deep into the AK clip, some of the shots start going a little wild. One just magnetizes onto the head. Double push into Long Dog. Cypher needs to be careful. He is. He's actually playing very passive here. He's going to walk all the way up. Cool that it's clear. I guess they can start pulling rotates back here towards A. So Alio takes contact on Ivy.
I remember as well when we saw that aggression from, I think it might have been Savalio and Khan in the Ivy push. I feel like one of the bigger problems for them was the fact that they didn't really go for like a double peek. It kind of felt like one of the players just tripped over the other, and it was just one guy peeking and then the other guy peeking out without not really having momentum on the swing. Well, this is not looking good. Despite Lear's best efforts, he tries to go for a flank, gets caught out. Fujin getting a frag with Khan, and looks like this CT side is now falling apart in round 12. But Fujin holding D and moving it fast, strafing, getting frags. Or just a singular frag, because everyone's spread out quite even, except for Robo. You know, he wanted to get in on the action a bit more than the rest of the guys, and they will end the half 6-6.
Not bad, to be honest. I mean, very back and forth at times, and certain moments where either team could have taken extra rounds. So it does feel pretty justified that we sort of split down the middle and end up at 6-6. The cat's back. Oh, yeah. Sophic said, okay, but you need to settle. You're not allowed to walk around the desk.
That's actually my strategy as well. If I see if my cat gets up or I want it to stay in one place, I just try to push it down, and it sometimes works. Oh, there we go. See, it's a working strategy.
It was sat next to the brush. I think it's trying to imply something. Glocks. Full W. Really? Into the B site. Down the slope. Sypho's missed the timing, but Robo's here and he's tapping heads. Makes it 2. Can't find a third. Makujin rocks up. Takes another with the Jawleys. 3v2. Hang on a minute. With Sypho low and Sophic now gone, they are recovering this very nicely. With just 5 HP, Sypho doesn't have any margin for error, and the second he peeks and whiffs the shot, that will be it. Risky Bob returns the favor. Namiga onto 7. And Spirit Academy missed the opportunity after the early 2-man advantage. I really thought that pistol round was going to be theirs.
7-6, and I still see one big problem for Spirit Academy is that, yeah, Sophic, I mean, currently on just 3 frags, and I'm sure that he's about to pick up that sniper rifle on CT side, and oh man, it's going to have to come in handy.
Oh,
Just saw how successful Khan was.
Not going to make a lot of difference. This is just an eco round, but remember, when Amiga were on an eco round like this, they stacked the A site, they threw 4 nades, I believe, into main. That merited them 2 kills. Then Khan found another 2, brought it down to a 1v1. They almost won it. And seeing that same level of cohesion out of Spirit Academy here on their eco. Awkward team molly. Khan wants to play right through. Hungry for the kills with the MAC-10. $600 a piece for the frags with it. So wants to tally up as many as he can. Somalia. This is just a default Galil, but it's like glowing red. It looks like a red line. That was cool. You see that?
Yeah, like, what's that all about? I was thinking, is that a skin? That's got to be a skin.
No, it is a skin. Okay, I thought it looked like a default Galil to me. I thought it was just Train's lighting giving it a bit of flair, but...
Ah, I see what you mean.
No, it is a skin. I don't know which.
I know that some people have been disappointed with the way the red line looks in CS2. I think both the AK-47 and the AWP, but I don't know. I'm not a skin cell. I can't judge.
I've never heard that word used.
Oh, it's a good one, actually. It's a really good word about the whole like skin community. The whole. I mean, the fact that there is a skin community in my mind kind of boggles. But then again, right? Some people, you know, different strokes for different folks.
In stage capitalism, Danny's not a fan. Lit all the way up. Makujin realizing that that molly has separated the pack, and he's got a chance to isolate the one hit. The smoke's going to make that harder. He'll flash right through it. Leah's just going to try and escape, and Makujin doesn't want to commit. Knows that they've dealt a bit of damage, and they've got the info. Don't need to be risking the early advantage. It's an important round for Spirit Academy. They get to put one on the board here on their CT side. Khan starts to work his way back. Oh. I weirdly expected him to hit that. Instead, it'll be Mazay to draw first blood.
But now, see, so that Amiga players trying to go for that push out of a main. I feel like they've actually done a really good job without really knowing it, that they've left the Spirit Academy players with very little utility. That's actually really good peak, but Khan is still here. Oh, gets caught out while it's moving. That's pretty dissatisfying. Ooh, risky bubber in one big frag. So Valio able to follow up, but it's still a 1v3 and not a lot of time remaining, so that'll be the end of the round. So I'm quite surprised it ended in the fashion it did, because, you know, maybe that was part of Namiga's game plan to make sure Spirit Academy use as much utility as possible. And then once they go out for the execute, like, they still have some smoke, some flashes remaining. But yeah, it still ended up being like a pretty just an inspiring push out of A main. And it also didn't help that they were quite heavily relying on Ivy.
This was big work. I like the fact that Makujin didn't commit through the smoke on Ivy as well. I think that would have been his demise, and maybe the demise of the round to go with it. Namiga back on a bye, but it's far from perfect. 3 AKs, 2 Desert Eagles, not a lot of util either. Relying on some of the harder hitters to step up, and interestingly, Khan and Xanta are the ones that are actually demoted down to these Deagles. I'm not sure whether they should take that as a compliment or an insult. If it was me, I'd want one of the rifles, but maybe. Confident in their abilities to hit the shots. Sypho and Sophic will take 2 either way. 3 stacked up in heaven, not wanting to continue to feed the beast. They'll dial it back into the brown halls. But Khan has to recover the AK and the bomb. And now there's fire at it.
Yeah, they did not start the fire, but it does get extinguished over time.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, that's so sick. Flash comes in. Khan and Savalio going down ASAP. Like 2 sacks of shit.
1v5. 30 seconds. You don't want to save here. You really don't. Even though, you know, the AK and the armor is worth more than the money that you're getting. This adds complications if Xanta stays alive. Even more so if he dies after time. I don't think that's going to happen. No one's really close enough. But yeah, they were fully committed into this one. The loss bonus isn't great. And everyone else around 2K wants to eco for the next. They might be forced into going for a buy here. If they don't, then Xanta's just going to be on less than everybody else on the buy round. There's that flashbang again. Just gorgeous from Azay. T and Sypho up for success after a bit of a slow map. And yeah, here we go. Round number 17. It's an eco, but Xanta's got an AK.
Fair enough, like, he's back. He's been actually pretty good this map, so why not? Might as well hero up. Robo got pretty damn close to A main for a good reason, obviously. Trying to catch some of those players of guard had to push quickly, but if anything, the push might actually happen here in Ivy. But Fujin, you just keep on spamming away. That's always the great thing for the CT side, right? That you can always just go for spam. That also makes Namiga's chances of moving up Ivy so much more difficult. Because, I mean, on the T side, if you're going to keep on spamming, guess what? Those tracers are visible a mile away. So, yeah, Namiga just backing away, looking for another avenue of attack. And looks like they've chosen A main.
Oh, Robo. So sick to anticipate like that. Ends up with another here as well. I mean, you know, now you're just getting rid of the unarmored players, so it's a whole lot easier. And there we go. No casualties, 3 kills for Robo. And Spirit Academy now back in the lead.
Man. I was kind of hoping this to be the more convincing victory for Namiga, but I don't know, even thinking about a victory seems maybe delusional at this point. I mean, Spirit Academy has been playing some solid Counter-Strike, and Namiga is taking a tactical pause for a good reason. They're definitely sweating. Remember, folks, both of these teams have actually lost their opening matches. Namiga lost theirs to Iberian Soul, where Spirit Academy got really close to beating Foot, but still unable to win the best of 3, and now they're here. And up next, once they win this one, it is going to be another best of 3 against Foot, and that decider will, well, let us know which is the second team to secure a spot in the play-in. So a lot of riding in these next few rounds, and both squads absolutely know it, but Namiga, purchase it is. Still quite happy to see that they have a pretty okay build utility, but Spirit Academy now, these past couple of rounds, they've been more than happy to try and be a little bit more proactive in A main, pushing, probing, throwing down early grenades as well. Sypho hasn't been challenged that often on the B-bomb side. This might be his first Big challenge. Ooh, he's getting close. Got the angle. It's spot on one and the second as well. That's also the bomb being dropped and Savalio going down.
Here. Oh, a shot. There's an Eagle upgrades into the AK, and with nothing to lose, it's these kind of moments that sometimes deliver greatness, but Mazet won't allow it. He's going 16 and 10. He's having a great series as well. You know, we both put the spotlight on Sotfik and said he needs to come up big in this game.
Yeah.
And the fact that he probably won't will be a big problem. And he hasn't come up big at all. He's actually having a very quiet map. But everybody else is stepping up in his absence. And maybe it's not as big an issue as we were expecting here for Spirit Academy. It's going to be the pistols again for them, Amiga. And the CTs, surely good for 11.
Oh, you feel like it, especially now. It's not like they have AK-47s. It's just pistols, and not all of them have armor as well. Someone like Khan has to be quite economical about his decision-making. Be a nice nade from Mazet. Ooh, just in the nick of time. The amount of damage inflicted alone should cement a victory for Spirit Academy. Amiga dropped in like flies. Hunter has actually made his way to the side, so that's at least one saving grace. Bomb plant, maybe still a low HP player.
No.
No.
Kind of wild that he gets away with that, though, to be honest. You know, a bomb plant there and another kill before falling. He will be somewhat happy with it. Him and Kant gone from being very, very loud in this map to going quite quiet. There's the TV. I love this. I love like the little Easter eggs on this map. Anytime the observer goes exploring and just sends us on a trip down memory lane. Old train. Bring me back.
In different versions as well. Like you saw 1.6, Source.
Yeah.
To some extent, you could say early CSGO as well, because the train was basically, they looked at Source.
Yeah. Back when the weather was better. Why the rain, Danny? I don't know.
Listen, like, by the looks of it, we're out here in Eastern Europe, so obviously the weather's got to be crap, right?
Miserable.
Exactly. Gray, brown, and miserable.
Oh. Good read from Sawalio. Knowing that with the main smoke, Robo's going to try and get aggressive. Massive save. As Robo had the right idea, called for the flashbang in. Sawalio was fully blinded, but Risky Bob seemingly wasn't. Either that or he's hit a monster shot. But it's back into the 4-on-4. It's a little bit unnecessary for Spirit Academy to have reaggressed the way they did. And Sypho is going to make the same mistake. Oh, no. Just giving up opportunities. And now they've got a 2-man advantage and free reign out onto the B site.
Getting planted. Still a pretty good position here for Amiga, to be honest. They have all the right to win a round like this. As Mazet is looking for opportunities. Sotfik is way far behind. Mazet is practically in enemy lines. And of course, Hunter is going to go for the peek from above. And Sotfik, yep, save that weapon of yours, buddy. It's quite drastic to see the change up because, you know what I mean? We just saw the start of that round, and Spirit Academy were looking so good, winning that initial gunfight, having control in A main, and yet, slowly but surely, it just started falling apart.
Nine rounds. Namiga. Gonna feel like they cheated that one a little bit. They lost the early man. They lost A main. It was a brilliant flash called by Robo. It should have been a 2-man advantage. He lost his life because Risky Bob was there to support with the sniper. And then for whatever reason, Sypho and Makujin went for a double aggression up B heaven. Going for an info play. They both lost their life in the process. And as I say, tee that one up. Silver platter. And Amiga are happy to accept. Still, plenty of money here for the CTs. Not just for this round, but for future rounds to come as well. Sotfik's still on 10k. Remember, he saved the AWP in the last. Round number 21. Important for both sides. Makujin needs to be careful here.
Oh, might just allow some of those players to get a little bit closer than we may expect. There we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Savalia using that smoke to his advantage, but the Molotov is disadvantageous. Just have to wait for it to extinguish itself momentarily. Meanwhile, you can feel the pressure mounting on the A bomb site as Spirit Academy wondering, okay, we can expect players from main, Pop Dog, and now from behind, so we need to reinforce at least one of these choke points. And Mazay, that's what he's going to fight here. And Ivy pressured to do something, but what he does is give his life away.
Now Namiga just needs to let the round run its course. They play the trading game. There's no way to lose it, surely. Robo, the sole defender on the A site, gets caught on a bad timing with a 5v2. Sypho and Sopfix surely don't want to touch this. Even with the money in the bank, even with 10k on Sopfix, 7 for Sypho. There's no justification to throw away these guns. Sopfix might be able to catch Khan if he goes exploring. Oof, hits the leg. HG. No, too short. Does 3 damage. Gets him down to 1 HP. And Sopfix will actually lose the sniper.
Oh, that's a bit dissatisfying. Luckily, they still have, loads of money, Spirit Academy. So it's not the end of the world to lose around like that. But, wow. The problem is that what a fashion it was, It does feel like, once Ivy ended up falling, it just made sense that the rest of the players will also follow suit. It wouldn't be going down because losing Ivy is such an important part of the map, especially if you're defending the A bomb set in a more exposed position. Like if you're something close by Electric, like bam, you're an easy target. Even if you're at Olaf, also, you're no longer safe. So Namiga able to claim another round win. I'm sure they're one round away from actually equalizing the scoreline with Spirit Academy, but Spirit Academy not out of the woodwork just yet. They're getting close. Robo, but I'm going to go for a bit of a spam, maybe keep on pushing forward. And yeah, I like that Spirit Academy is still being aggressive, still being proactive and not just giving in to the pressure.
That's like more time nade. Oh, they anticipate. Won't do too much damage. Minute 15 on this clock. Namiga with the bomb still dropped behind, so not fully committed yet, and just continuing to go for these little prods to force out the utility. They're doing a pretty good job at it, actually. Spirit Academy aren't left with all too much with a minute left to tick. Smoke into Pop. Gives Makujin a little bit of room to maneuver and just poking his head above the red tray. Wants to play off the information if anyone fancies peeking into A, mate. For now, won't be the case, but Namiga do need to keep one eye on that clock because very quickly it is ticking.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining, but the A bomb site seems to be the one part of the map they will contest, and having these late executes on the A bomb site is still not the end of the world. Just that smoke grenade is still in position.
No.
Makujin going down. Robo up close, should deal some good damage, only good for 1. The Saints close by, those 10 seconds are looking like they're lasting forever.
No way!
Oh, Sypho! That might have just done it!
He got for the bomb! Oh my goodness! A catastrophic fumble out of Namiga is what gives Spirit Academy 12 rounds. So sick from Sypho at the end. And it's Namiga just taking too long. Everything was brilliant. But for whatever reason, they burn a minute 30 on the clock before deciding to pull the trigger. Early doors, it was about baiting out the CT util, but there was a happy median in between that they missed the mark on. And Sypho was able to win it on the clock. I said Namiga needed to keep one eye on it, and clearly they got distracted. Khan draws first blood. He's not willing to give this up yet. They want to go to OT. But the hopes and dreams of a regulation win go out the window in the 22nd. Robo wants to get this done here and now. Oh, he's been saved.
Wow. That's a big shot by Khan. And that does it. That one frag instantly does it. Spirit Academy just running away. No chance to go for a retake in a 4v2 like this. Oh, man. This is starting to get quite difficult for Spirit Academy as well, because at one point, I mean, they were just swimming in cash. They had loads of it. And now you can see that some players are starting to struggle in terms of money. So, Typho, okay, he'll get an AK-47 for his troubles, but the rest of the gang, I don't know. They have a good-looking investment moving into round 24. I mean, Typho's a drop a weapon. Fujin looking good as well. Robo quite okay. It is guys like Maze and Sotfik who are sprung from cash.
Yeah, a team that have been in control of the money throughout pretty much this entire half. And then at the final hurdle, as you say, strapped for cash. That's one way of putting it. There's really not a lot to work with. And a very good time to call a pause. This is the first one for Spirit Academy. Probably to just work out the best way to arrange these finances. Make sure you get the maximum bang for your buck, and also to put everyone into position. You know, these last couple of rounds haven't been very good. The fact that they're even on 12 in the first place is a stroke of luck and a bit of brilliance from Sypho. But certainly not the right call from the team. One chance here to get it done in regulation. One more series point. If they don't take it, we go to OT, and I start favouring Nemiga again.
Oh, yeah. For Nemiga, this is quite the important round. And Spirit Academy, yeah, you could say, oh, no. What about the AWP? As we have established, that really doesn't matter. If the other guys are able to perform, Zayn and Mokajin have been really stellar on the CT side as well. It should be more than enough. But yeah, an all-important tactical timeout for Nemiga. It's either 12-12, a chance to play for OT and maybe just win out the best of three. And I wonder what's going to be the approach from Spirit Academy. Will they even consider going through like an all-out ballsy push? Like we have seen Nemiga on their CT sides, you know, push up all the way through Ivy, which, I don't know, the way they're setting up right now, it doesn't look like it. It's just a standard setup here on A side. Robo is getting close, as he has been doing so these past couple of rounds as well. No pop dog advancement from Spirit Academy as well. So it is just your alternate setup they've been having these past couple of rounds.
Mazai. Outside of pop, no one's going to give him the opportunity. There was a little bit of chaos early in the round where the smoke went up and Nemiga were worried Spirit Academy were going to go for an aggressive push. Spams came in, but quickly realized no one's home. They'll back it up, regroup. This is surely going to be an A execution. They've learnt their lesson about running this timer too low. So expect the pop to come a little bit sooner. Makujin jiggling here towards Ivy. He's got a smoke and an incendiary to continue to delay. There's 50 seconds now. And Nemiga will start to make their move.
Seconds. The worst thing would be to try and make a very late execute. Oh! I think that might be enough, Josh. Makujin with 2 big frags. Sure, we get to see a response from Khan, but now it is all up to Khan. A very difficult 1v3. He's got the bomb on his shoulder. I believe there's a player right above him, so you should see him sometime soon. Maze, come on, he should win this, and he sure does. And it is Spirit Academy to come out on top victorious. And there's a best of 3. Quite the upset. Again, I did not expect to see Spirit Academy in a position where they could win this best of 3. And sure, last 2 maps, we went the distance all the rounds, but eventually it was Spirit Academy to reign supreme.
I really wasn't expecting Namiga to go 0-2. A silver lining is that they took a map in the series, but definitely didn't look up to par in the tournament.
Yeah.
And, from what we've grown to expect out of this team, and a team that in the next couple of months are pushing really hard. They're 36th in the world at the moment. They need to climb 4 more places to qualify for the major. And, yeah, an early exit out of this tournament really, really hurts that. We see the kills from the last map. Maze and Makujin going big, but I'm going to be honest. My star of the show was Khan. Yeah, I feel so sorry for him. He dropped 67 kills in the best of 3, and they've lost it. I just don't feel like you can do anything more than that. And I'm not going to cast shade on everybody else, but some big individuals not stepping up, and Khan was just a one-man army there.
No, I feel you, right? Because there were more than a few moments where Khan found a lot of impact. Maybe on some level, you could say that maybe kind of went missing on the second map of Mirage, but really he didn't. He was still, finding those numbers that he needed. It's just that they might not have been as flashy. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He was, putting in the numbers. He was doing some really good work. Quite happy that he did have that individual performance. But the problem is, we did see, some of his teammates went kind of missing. Like Risky Bob was kind of absent. Hunter, it was great to see that he did have this resurgence on Train. But yeah, by all intents and purposes, Spirit Academy, man, looking pretty damn solid. Like we need to start saying that, okay, maybe this team can still do some good work in the StarSeries qualifier that we have. You know what's exciting? Up next, it's going to be FUT versus Spirit Academy, the rematch that I did not expect to witness.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun one, actually. That was, honestly... It kind of, I'm not sure anymore. I was going to say that was the game of the tournament so far for me, and it was a really exciting one yesterday. Honestly, the 3 overtime game earlier between FUT and Iberian Soul maybe contest that a little bit, but I am very, very excited for the rematch. I think that should be good. And for Spirit Academy, they've done exactly what I believe the intention is at the moment, which is just try to maintain our position. Yeah, obviously they're playing for wins, but they're in an awkward spot at the moment where they've just brought in a new player. Maze's very untested. He's performing incredibly well. Yeah, I think he was awesome throughout this series, not just in terms of numbers that he was putting up, because he wasn't at the top of the scoreboard, right? But in terms of the impact he was finding, he was clutching up big rounds. He was coming through to, especially at the end of Mirage. My God, the amount of rounds that he was getting these big double entries or these recoveries in like 2v4s to actually keep it possible for Spirit Academy was unbelievable. And yeah, playing with the coach, it's all just about kind of, treading water until they can find their 5th and try not to tank too much in the rankings. And yeah, they're doing a very good job at the moment. They might even be able to get out of the group, which is crazy. That's how things have shaped up. We wave goodbye to Namiga, and we will be waving goodbye to either Spirit Academy or FUT, depending on who's able to take that elimination game.
Yeah, that's another elimination game where I'm thinking, okay, now I have hope, right? I was kind of thinking, it's going to be just a one-sided affair, not really interesting. But now that actually is quite an interesting matchup to see whether also a squad like FUT actually learned from some of the mistakes they were doing. Like I said, it felt like on some of the maps they were lacking that team cohesion. I would assume that coming into the Vita, we'd also see some different maps. Perhaps Overpass would appear once again, just because how well ENG Academy managed to play on, Spirit Academy managed to play on that map. So yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. And we're still going to have some more Counter-Strike coming right up. I believe we're still waiting for a winner's interview. We might actually have a chance to talk with the youngster himself, Maze, which is actually quite sick. I mean, getting a chance to play in the big leagues, getting his first spotlight as well. Like, man, I don't know. If I'd be 16 years old and I'd be playing in an environment like this, like I'd be crapping and pooping myself. I would be scared. But looks like, I mean, not for Maze. Like, this guy is cracked. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I guess he doesn't even look at the nameplates who he's going up against. He's like, yeah, I'll just shoot him down. Doesn't even matter if I'm playing against some guys in Premier or out here in the big leagues.
I think there's just two things to that. I said earlier on, I think these young players from the CIS region are scouted by organizations like Team Spirit. you know, they seem to just come in and almost be robotic. Yeah, they just slot into these teams. They play insanely well. And yeah, it's almost like they're just bred to be professional Counter-Strike players. There's also this element to it when you have a player like Mazay, and honestly, again, anybody within this realm, they're all playing really, really high elo pugs. And when you're like 3,500 elo plus and you're playing Face It, you're constantly playing up against, especially if you're getting to play FPL and things like that, you're constantly playing with and against players on the top level. And therefore, obviously, an official setting is very different, but you're not going to be too starstruck. You're not going to be too scared when you go into those matches. You are still going to feel like, yeah, I smashed this guy in a pug the other day, so let's run it back. We are ready with an interview. Unfortunately, it's not Mazay. He had some technical issues, so we are going to be talking to Robo, the brains behind the operation. Congratulations on the win, my friend. That was a big one. I guess I just want to ask, how did things feel there with Mazay as the new pickup and Sophic playing as a coach? What's the confidence levels like on the team at the moment?
The situation for us is like not that good because we just lost Alkarin, our sniper, and we didn't have like many days. Probably we had like 2 days of practice with our coach on sniper, so we are playing with standing. So things are hard for us, but we are trying our best to win matches.
Very good.
I see. And so the addition of Mazay, from what I understand, is like a permanent addition, right? He's just going to be your permanent fourth moving forward. Ah, I see. And so the fact question, like, I mean, you guys have been doing a really good job when it comes to scouting young talent. Do you have already, you don't have to name names, but do you have already a player you'd like to pick up as a potential fifth?
We are going to pick already a new sniper from our academies, like because we lost sniper, so we pick new one, but we cannot play with him yet because he's not 16 yet. So we are waiting for September so he can join us. That's why we play with coach.
That's interesting. We were wondering what was happening there. Okay, that's super cool. I guess sort of final question from me is how's Mazay slotting in? You know, this is his first professional team, his first officials on HLTV. Is he slotting into the role well? Because he's certainly looking good on the server.
Yeah, like we picked him up from Faceit. He didn't have any experience, but before officials we had a month prax with him, so he kinda know already how to play in our structure. So everything going good with him right now.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Robo. Congratulations on the win. We'll leave you to go and celebrate. And yeah, you've got the FUT rematch up next. That should be a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Ooh, yeah, some interesting insight. I can't believe that they've got a new sniper lined up, but he's not allowed to play until he's 16. I didn't even know that was a rule. But yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder what's actually the reasoning behind it, to be honest. Is it like a sponsor thing, or that, you know, they could only be sponsored by certain players or whatnot? Or is it more of a, if he wants to like join the organization full time, he has to reach a certain age limit or whatever it may be? It's good to know that they already have a player lined up. So like for them, it's, okay, we'll try our best in this event, but if we don't succeed, I mean, we already have a future that's looking pretty bright for us.
Yeah, it kind of leads into what I was saying about them just treading water at the moment, right? And that fits in perfectly. It's, yeah, we've got to play with the coach for the next couple of weeks, so let's just do our best. If we can, you know, we're going to take a couple of losses because that's just the way it goes when we're playing with a difficult scenario like this. But if we can get a couple of wins in, if we can maintain our ranking, just tread water until we get our new fifth, then we'll be happy. And yeah, I think they're performing very, very well, all things considered. That's going to wrap things up for our second best of three of the day, though, folks. We're not done yet. We've got one more to come. You saw it on the schedule. It's going to be that static match. It should be good, and it's coming up very, very shortly because yeah, we're pretty much on schedule, but we're running over a little bit. So TNL static coming up in around about 10 minutes time. Grab yourself a drink and a snack. Be back here in a moment because we'll be ready with the action.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action. Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
Welcome back, folks, to our lovely stream here. At the base stream, we still have loads of Counter-Strike ongoing, but we already finished some 2 important best-of-3s. We got some winners, we got some losers, and up next is going to be a matchup of TNL versus Ecstatic, where it is another matchup of losers. Perhaps some have lost more than others, but I'm sure we'll talk about that pretty shortly. My name's Sir Danny. I'm joined here by MNJ, and well, up next, this TNL versus Ecstatic matchup, like from the get-go, Josh. The fact that we're seeing this Group C elimination match between these two teams, I'm a bit surprised, man. I am quite surprised. Like, okay, in the TNL versus OG esports game, you can kind of get it, but Ecstatic versus GG, how? Ooh, talk us through it.
It's wild to me. It's absolutely wild to me. And this is where I really don't know what to expect out of Ecstatic for today, because they're a team that have generally impressed me. They're a team that have been doing very, very well recently. And then to just get smoked the way they did, you know, they're lucky that it doesn't show the scores on the bracket here and it only shows 2-0, because if you want to peek behind the curtain, they lost the first map 13-0. And then their pick of nuke, 13-5. It was truly the most one-sided game we've seen in the tournament so far. And, you know, I don't expect this to just be a walkover for TNL, but if Ecstatic play like they did yesterday, that could be the case. I don't know. The roster up on screen right here, you got some very, very good pieces. And, you know, this team and TNL, both two sides that have survived the roster mania as well. So unlike every other team that we've seen in the tournament so far, here on the B stream at least, no recent changes over the past couple of months.
No, not really. And the one big change that they probably made was all the way back, I don't know, like start of the year almost when I think about it, is the addition of Siren. It feels like ever since they got Siren in, that team has just been climbing through the rankings, achieving the spot they're currently in. They might actually even be at their sort of peak performance from what I'm aware of. And yeah, like this team is able to bring not necessarily, you know, guns blazing Counter-Strike, but it is more structured in nature, which is quite the opposite when you think about a squad like TNL, because, you know, I don't want to play the hipster card, but I have seen this team, like at least the core of TNL, like play months and months and months ago. And what was surprising to me is just how you would see TNL play against an opponent. Like their whole shtick was, right, we're just gonna play mega fast CS. And I mean CS that would be ending around in like 40 seconds, you know, that level of Counter-Strike. That's what they were bringing to the table. And I feel like, you know, initially, that was just doing them lots of good work. You know, they were doing the numbers, actually finding a lot of success. Now, I feel like now that they're starting to climb the rankings, they started to tone it down a little bit. And I also feel like they started now to reach this position where they've become somewhat more consistent at some of the wins they're getting, but in some areas, even a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this TNL roster. I think we got to cover a lot of their matches throughout their comeuppance in some of the smaller events, and, you know, saw them go from being a team that really weren't on the radar to then causing some upsets against some good teams, then winning big tournaments like Proving Ground Season 1. They went the whole way. They beat Fnatic in the grand finals, you know, and they've now become a team that are a real staple. You know, they're within the top 30 at the moment. They're set to qualify for the major, and a team that, you know, have become a bit of a household name of the tier 2 scene. So yeah, this is like a true underdog story of a team that have proven that even if you're outside of the top 100 in the rankings, you can make it in 6 months of hard work. But yeah, they need to see it through, and I think that qualifying for the major at the end of the year would definitely do that for them. We'll take a look at the veto, see what maps we're going to be playing today. For Ecstatic's sake, I'm hoping we don't see a Dust 2, but we'll have to wait and see. I think for TNL, they'd probably be reasonably keen to try and pick into it, and bearing in mind Ecstatic haven't banned it out because they've got their permaban of Mirage. Maybe we do see Dust 2 come up.
I mean, that's possible. Then again, you think of, Mirage is also the possibility to have a stellar win rate on that map, and they've been doing some pretty good work on it, in fact. Still, it remains like a staple for them. So I feel like taking it to a map like Mirage would make sense. Dust 2 as well makes a lot of sense. Train, on the other hand, probably not worth picking into it just because of the fact that Ecstatic is one of the best maps. And that's a map they tend to play and pick it quite often against a bunch of opposition. And there we go, Josh. Dust 2 is out. We're seeing it.
Nightmare Fuel. Ecstatic weren't able to win a single round on Dust 2 yesterday, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because I just can't believe it. Yeah, okay. So TNL, I think, have a major advantage for map 1 in this series. A couple of options here now because, both of these teams are another one of these situations where neither of them are really picking up Overpass at the moment. Neither of them have touched it in the last 3 months. So there's options for Ecstatic, and I think the train pick makes the most sense. Yeah, could have been Ancient, but I expect that to maybe float as a third. It's kind of the best map for TNL, to be honest. I think against any other team, they'd be looking to play into Ancient here, but yeah, it's actually their most picked map as well, so you would expect them to play into Ancient, but bearing in mind just how weak Ecstatic have looked on Dust 2, trying to play into your opponent's weaknesses is sometimes better than playing into your own strengths. So yeah, as I say, there's a few options here for the Decider map, and yeah, that's Nuke, Ancient, or Overpass. Ancient banned out, so that's by Ecstatic. As I say, it does kind of make sense. It's scary turf to be playing against TNL. It is their best map. And that gives TNL the option to either play into Nuke, which is one that they play a lot of as well, or go for a curveball of Overpass. And wow, it's going to be the curveball of Overpass. Okay, you've been begging for it in the tournament so far, and we've been plagued with teams that don't like it. But today, TNL fancy putting their first map on the board for their roster since it's come back into the pool.
For me, it's fists in the air. I'm happy. I'm glad that we're getting to see Overpass potentially though as a third
You don't
map,
sound very happy.
I'm just tired. I have seen a lot of Counter-Strike today, but of course we're about to see a lot more in this upcoming matchup. And yeah, I mean, the Dust 2 pick, and you're thinking TNL, I feel like the way this one should shape up, it should definitely be a pretty one-sided affair. Dust 2, TNL seem to be, dare I say, on a whole nother level on that map. And Ecstatic, the fact that they have gone for the train pick, like, it is a sign of confidence. But then again, TNL are no strangers to that map, and they could give us a close game, and which does leave us to Overpass, which is yeah, quite hard to say how much pracking TNL has done, which honestly for a team like TNL, maybe picking up a map like Overpass would make a fair amount of sense, because I feel like now that they're going up against some, more established European opposition, they're starting to struggle, and I feel like one of the bigger problems for them is as well like a kind of lack in terms of the map pool. Like I feel like their map pool could be just a bit better going up against some of these teams, because yeah, you got your heavy mix maps that you're pretty okay on. Even the likes of Ancient, you could say it's not necessarily that tactical in nature the way TNL plays it, that is. But the way TNL plays it, I would say that it is quite, let's say, pretty puggy. And that could be said for, your Dust 2s and Trains. The fact that they even, play map like Mirage, I find it to be, not Mirage, actually Train is pleasantly surprising. But yeah, I feel like they need to get some more tactical maps in their map pool to actually contest with some of the better European opposition. But right now, they're up against Ecstatic, who have been wrecked by GG How. And again, it's Dust 2, so maybe we won't see the same, especially with this B push. And it is TMB to kick things off. Nut as well. They might just get more rounds than they did against GG How.
Yeah, this is where maybe they break the curse. It was the final round of that last game. And of course, it was a pistol round because that's how 13-0s work. And it did actually commence with a push onto this B site. They got shut down. TNL getting a taste of that medicine. Christu behind the doors, gets a little bit messy. It's okay. TMB recovers. In a 4v2, Onic and Davi trying to work their way into the site. Julie's shut it down. Analele with a lovely little double. And a Static with their first on the board. Okay, no terrifying scenes like we saw yesterday. And that should fill them with a little bit of confidence. The last time these two teams played against each other, it was actually on LAN, and it was only sort of 2 months ago. That was at the Glitched Masters. And Static were able to take the series. It went the distance. It went to all three. We saw Train come up in that series, but other than that, 2 different maps. So there is that to kind of lean on, yeah? They've done it before. They'll look to do it again.
Also, kind of cool thing that TNL has actually been playing at a fair amount of European lands, which is, yeah, that's actually quite cool, because a lot of people, you know, they were saying that, oh, you know, there are a bunch of onliners and whatnot, wouldn't do it on land, but even on land, they've been doing some pretty okay stuff. And Lele, there we go, pretty good stuff. Firing off some shots, getting kills. Now backing away, doesn't want to lose his life in vain. Onic, I think, is pleasantly surprised he got that kill with a scout. But yeah, this is no, you know, proper investment from TNL. It's just the scout that might find some more damage. Maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, it goes for both of these teams actually, and it's where at this sort of tier of Counter-Strike, it's really important to have an organization behind you that can back you to go to some of these smaller lands, because it's why these two teams are in the VRS position that they're in, because they've both been supported and funded to go to some of these smaller LAN events. And yeah, obviously it gives you massive experience as a team, and playing on LAN is really important. But also, yeah, those VRS rankings are integral if you want to make the push for the major. Sierra looking towards short. Easy pick onto Fleerax. Onic, the last man standing. The scout shouldn't hit the shot here. Hang on a minute. He's been given the opportunity, and Sierra loses his life. Things getting a little bit expensive for the CTs, especially if Onic's able to take one more. Going for the no-scope, knows that only one bullet is required onto TMB, and he will find it. No chance to plant, and he'll die after time, so it doesn't feel worth it. But they do at least make it expensive.
Quite expensive indeed. I mean, yeah, we just saw in the late stages of that round, just a 2v4, that one scout and a player with a measly little gun, and yet they were able to find a fair amount of damage, which I'm sure Ecstatic are a bit surprised that happened. Anyhow, and Lilith, back to his old shenanigans. Ah, no, he's just gonna go for the peak, see if there is anyone squatting about, but really doesn't get any important intel, at least not early on, whereas TNL, you know, taking it slow. Probably this, you can see someone like Davi is just out there keeping a close eye on lower tunnels if anyone decides to play aggressive. That's one part of the map. Nowadays, on the T side, you have to be quite careful of taking it. That's not too bad nade on Fleerax. Yeah, somewhat of a slow round from TNL, and looks like we are seeing some short presence coming in. Ecstatic are playing it somewhat safe, not even showing off any presence in short, just throwing down utility, but clearly will not stop TNL from taking presence.
Davi. Close on short, so it's going to go down, and he's stuck behind it. This is very aggressive from Sierra. I love that. Catches Niffy. A great early advantage. 40 seconds left to tick, and TNL, a man down, Ken realizing he's got to try and take a little bit of space here. He will work his way through the doors. It's Christu on the slope. Pokes head over. Oh, they both go down. There's a real chance here for TNL.
Here we go. Bomb getting planted. And despite what could have been quite a difficult round, they still find a fair amount of success. TNL, great entry frags. Taking care of the player on site, as well as CT spawn. Yeah, TNL will take that one quite easily, whereas, yeah, the remaining Ecstatic players will just simply back away. I kind of wonder if you are going up against, you know, the force by in the round against your opposition. Maybe Ecstatic should have been a bit more proactive. I've actually have seen Ecstatic play on Dust 2, and one of the things that always kind of thought that I could regard as kind of problem with Ecstatic CT side is I feel like they're playing the CT side of Dust 2 just way too passive. We have seen teams being a lot more aggressive in their setups, the way they're approaching it on that CT side in particular. And I feel like, for the most part, Ecstatic try to play on the passive setup, maybe just try to read the rotations. But honestly, from what I've seen, in the past couple of months, that really just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel you. It was a good start from Ecstatic, but it doesn't last. And the money's looking a little bit awkward here now. Sierra down to a FAMAS. That's the least of their problems. Christu's stuck on a 5-7. I think TMB will be on much of the same. There you go. Quick pause to talk things over, but recognizing that they are likely about to lose this lead. We'll see things tie up at 2 apiece, and TNL would then be able to take 3. Unless the 5-7s can pull off some crazy shenanigans. We saw some moments yesterday, a highlight in the reel earlier on. Makujin found a ridiculous 4K with a 5-7 yesterday, a call for it to be nerfed. Maybe some opportunities will come here.
Fast paced on TNL. Very fast paced. In position from Onyx. The smoke. Oh! I feel like that smoke was deployed by the CTs for them to get some vision, but as they were backing away, it does become quite difficult to fire back. So that nade actually helped out the T side more than the CTs. Now they have full presence and long. Now, they have gone for a sort of an investment here, Ecstatic, so I was thinking that maybe in this round we could be seeing some flanks or something of the sort. We can see the Christo up in short, actually looking for intel alongside his teammate Nutnut, but so far, TNL, they have entrenched on long, which is a good position to hold. You can't always fight long on the T side. Sometimes you can only fight long when you have a good spawn. Other times, sometimes in the mid round you can take it, but it is a lot more difficult. And wow, look at this. GNL, they were just holding their positions, and Ecstatic just over-rotated.
And a Lele steps up big, as does Can. 4v3 flips on its head very quickly, and there's nothing Nutnut can do to deny that plant either. Davi taps down the bomb. Nutnut forced away. This gets scary. One that they just can't really go for. There's no kits. The problem is they're not really on a buy in the next round anyway, so I wouldn't mind seeing them have a go here, but it's not going to be the case. We just get to look at TMB's view model instead. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not. I hate it. I hate it, Danny.
Josh, it's ugly. Okay? It is. Listen, this isn't Quake 3, my man. I don't know. You can have your reasoning, which sure, I'm sure you do. I kind of feel like on some level, probably should just have regular view models, but it's such a small thing to be upset about. I'm not going to talk about it. Starting now.
Yep, not even going to let it bother me. Life moves on. Round number 5. Shots along as well, of course. Only the saved rifle from Nutnut in the last, and TMB, I don't know if you noticed, right before that timer expired, he just ran up short and grabbed the FAMAS. So there was some purpose to him staying alive, but staying close. There's a little bit of firepower to work with here. So an opportunity to maybe do some damage. I can't imagine we'll see a whole lot more from Ecstatic, but if Nutnut can find both on long, maybe there's a world they can make something happen. And he's got the timing for the first. Looking to line up the second, he does. And that's a real spanner to the works of the plans of TNL.
Is it though? I mean, look what's happening towards the B-bomb side. They just about have full rain on the side. There is not a single defender there. Of course, the bigger picture, I mean, yeah, you have the B-bomb side, but you don't have the bomb. So is this just going to be a sort of like a fake attempt from the two players here, Karn and Davi, to hold on to the B-bomb side? Meanwhile, oh, okay, so Annika is just going to join them. I was thinking if they're going to try to big brain it somehow by leading all these players in. But oh man, this is so awkward. They must have heard of the footsteps as well. They probably have the awareness. That's a great flashbang. Oh, what? That was so sick from TNL. I can't believe Ecstatic. They had the players. They had the awareness of what might happen. What they did not expect was that double peak.
Oh no. Just horrible. Started off oh so well. As I said, when Not found the double entry on Long, I thought, okay, yeah, they're cooking. There's something here. There was so much room as well. He had a teammate with him to go and grab a rifle and start to rotate over off of the information, but all crumbles. And TNL, as you say, that setup in the B tunnels, absolutely gorgeous. Hopefully we'll get to see it again on the replay. There it is. Bang. Blink and you miss it. Static's hopes and dreams crumble. As we go into round number 6, TNL back in the lead. They've got some money behind them as well. They will be against the Rifles again.
Oh. Got a bit hairy there for Clearax for a moment, but nothing too big. You see some of the players again from TNL advancing up in short. Again, like Static, just not even contesting this part of the map. Playing it quite safe. Krista with the AWP is obviously hyper-focused on long. If you do have that long angle as an opera, you might as well try to hold it for as long as you can, though your services might also be needed in a potential A-short push, so I would assume the readjustment might happen at some point. Meanwhile, Niffy and Karn might try to test the waters in long. Again, there is an opera on the other side. Try peek or flash. Flash, but not good enough. Bristow gets one, instantly backs away. Once again, good protocols from Ecstatic, but long control has once again been lost. Bristow, again with the AWP. Davi completely unaware of the opera's mobility.
Knew he needed to shine, and shine he does with the Battlescar Dragonlord. Popping shots, giving up the sight, and well, he needed that one, and he won't connect. HE, bang on the body. And Can suspecting maybe there is one towards Gandalf. He's ready for it, but Sierra denies the plant. Can needs both, and he does connect. Now needs to get these digits tapped in. There's 6 seconds to spare. Fleurax covering the push, but he's not able to keep his teammate alive. Just long enough to get that bomb down, as Analele will finish off the job. A Static onto 3, but another one that comes real close.
It is quite insane how often this happens as well, right? The fact that Ecstatic, they can start the round with like 2 open frags, but that still doesn't give them victory. Here we saw, again, Chris doing some good work, but just how close some of these rounds can always get with a team like TNL. Also quite, just think about this as well. Like, you look up HL2E, and checking over, oh, how is this roster doing? Like, every single player is in the green. Okay, the only exception being Onyx, I believe. But all these players able to frag out, some more than others, like Karn and Davi being a great example. These 2 players can really change the tide for a squad like TNL. Ooh.
You're right to point out, though, that this is a team with multiple superstars, right? Like, Davi, Can, and Niffy are all rocking ridiculous ratings at the moment. And they seem to just take it in turns to pop off. Every now and again, it requires 2 to fire on all cylinders. Niffy so far, not so good. He's 0-6, and he is having a slow start. A decent start to this round. Ooh, actually a much better one. Lovely kill from Niffy.
Ooh. Fast peek from Davi, and sad to say, but okay, and Lila somehow gets a frag onto Onyx, so that's pretty good. But apart from that, yeah, we're not going to see any more shenanigans from Ecstatic. Spent and Lila's best efforts. Will be them taking control of the bomb side. Really doing some good work with the entries. And try to save that gun of theirs, if that is even possible, because Nippy's already in T-spawn. He's got the angle, spots them out both. This could be huge if he can take care of those weapons. That way, Ecstatic moving into the upcoming round would have Well, probably an eco, honestly. Now they might even consider going for a purchase if they save the weapons, but you know, on the hunt.
Sorry for the awkward silence, folks. A couple of technical hiccups on our end. A beautiful shot, though, from Christu. And I love the aggression, the fact that he anticipates that tiny little pixel angle. A static. Pulling ahead in this round very nicely. And a two-man advantage before TNL can even really react.
Yeah, looks like it. We've actually seen some aggressiveness coming out from the Ecstatic boys as you take a look at the minimap. There's a player dead in lower tunnels, a player dead in T-spawn. Like, the only way the answer is by aggression. As we can see, Ecstatic now in a prime position to try and win it, but they've been in this situation before. They had the lead, a substantial lead as well. But even with the two opening frags, they could even lose it. Oh, like they've done in the past. Oh no, Niffy gets one. There's a low HP TMB holding on to the side. He goes down as well. Now Sire with a lot more pressure will back away, giving a chance for TNL. Secure the bomb plant. That's exactly what we're seeing. And I'm not a fan of this as well. Just the one player on long and two players coming in from CT spawn. This is a great chance for the T players close by short to get a few good frags in, or Nut gets the better of one. Dami getting his, expecting a player from long, and now it's Niffy to die. Wow, it's kind of hoping that Niffy will secure that one for the team, but I mean, as it goes to show, Ecstatic, yeah, you can begin the round with two opening frags, but somehow we can still end up in a 3v3 post plant.
Just insane that Niffy there. You can see the crosshair was almost bang on the head. I don't know where the bullets were going. A real shame. He wasn't able to pull that one off. I think we'll see it on the replay, or maybe we won't. We'll see it from Sierra's POV instead. Lovely headshot. 5-4. I mean, TNL did an amazing job at recovering that round and putting it into a position that was even winnable, given how it started. An early two-man deficit. Down to the pistols here, though. Number 10 will be more than likely given up to a static. Christou. Oh. Oh. Takes a little tag. Gets out of there. Knows he doesn't want to get overwhelmed by the pistols. If all 5 run him down, even just in the time it takes to pull the bolt back on the AWP, he won't get anything more than 1, 2 if he's lucky. He's happy to just run down this clock. It's TNL, the ones that need to make the move, and Nifty will do exactly that. What a headshot.
What a headshot indeed, but I don't know, we get to see it down by someone from TNL. It doesn't seem to be that surprising. Nut, and finds the frag on the Onyx. That's one piece out of the equation. I wonder if they're going to expect Krista to be that close. Ooh, Krista's going to reaggress. This is kind of dangerous for him. He might actually get the frag here on Flerex. That's good, but he's not quick enough to get the frag on Nifty. In fact, he fires off the shot, but it just simply doesn't land. And now TMB holding on to his dear life. Okay, Karn with a big headshot on 1. Now left in the 1v2 position. That is somewhat doable, but 20 seconds, he knows there's a guy in CT spawn. What makes matters worse is the fact that the bomb isn't long, and he does not seem to anticipate on Lele and long. So he might actually get the kill on CT spawn? Even so, yeah, not gonna happen. Aim punch, too strong. And ecstatic, you know what? I mean, them playing the sort of more passive setup they have, but also going, you know, from time to time, sending out one player with an aggressive maneuver. I feel like this has been quite the winning formula. Already 6 rounds. Sure. The first 2 pistol, whatever. But, you know, gun rounds that they have been winning. Somewhat close, but at least they're doing a really good job at getting the opening frags. If they would not be getting them opening frags, then, yeah, I imagine things would be pretty bad for Ecstatic.
He certainly would be. Massive damage. Nonetheless, for a round like that, some real opportunities taken. Niffy hitting some beautiful shots as well. One that I pointed out as having a slow start. Remember, he was 0 and 6. He's picked it up beautifully. Sierra in from behind. Great flank on long. Niffy's able to trade it back. It leaves it all onto Christou. Bomb going down on B. Nothing he can do about it. But a clutch that he'll surely have a go at. Penultimate of the half. There is kind of enough money to buy. He could also entertain just grabbing that AWP. What is he doing? Is he looking for the AWP? No, he's looking for the kit. Okay. He's having a go at this. I like it, Danny.
Makes sense. You still have plenty of cash to work with. And Christou, with the AK looking for the first engagement. He had the right idea, man. Yeah, just the right idea. Looking straight forward towards Plateau. And able to connect the shot. And it's not the end of the world. Ecstatic can still go for the reinvestment. And honestly, I feel like Ecstatic is a squad that mainly, struggles on the CD side of those two. So the fact that they might just walk away with those 6, maybe 7 rounds, I think they're going to be quite happy about it. I think that they will have a much better time with the T side. And as we can see, going to see some engagements in long just because TNL have a pretty okay spawn. Davi getting a frag on Syra. Christou's still in his position, but we know how precarious it is. And what? Okay, he's just going to move up with the AWP. The ballsiness of this play, will not be rewarded. In fact, he gets punished, and now Karn moving in, wants to deliver the pain alongside Flerex. And I feel like this A-side defense is slowly but surely falling apart. And Lela can keep on spraying. But this round, just like Nut, is bust.
From them all out today, Danny. Clean stuff. Static. Oh, yeah, it will end now. I was going to say, there's nothing to lose. They'll have a go at it. It's the final round of the half, but lovely little spray down at the end. Fist bumps left and right. It's TNL. I've spent a lot of this year on boot camp, actually. Various centres around Europe, and it's nice to see their team together. Normally a side that bring a lot of energy. Right now, this is looking like a difficult game. difficult one to bring that energy to. It's a lot of the time Onyx who's getting loud and excitable. Let's hit himself a nice spray down here.
All right. Second half, here we go. A chance for Ecstatic to start getting some rounds in. As a squad like TNL, of course, they're going to play aggressive on the CT pistol. And of course, it's going to be Niffy to secure the opener. Already a solid start. Now, that was just the one player, so that doesn't give them a lot of information. But then again, chances are Ecstatic won't play aggressive in tunnels anytime soon, so TNL going for the push themselves. This might actually work out quite well for the CTs, but Davi feeling the pressure just in the nick of time, backs away. No chance for Christo to get the refrag. And it doesn't help that they've already lost a lot of ground. Niffy just tapping away with the USPS will be punished, as there is no backup for Niffy, giving a chance for the Ecstatic players to move into the B bomb site. They're just tapping away with the USPs. Davi gets one at least, but it's all about Karn's position, and Karn's position should steal the deal.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
He actually dies.
Oh, this gets awkward now, Danny. A 2v3 retake, and we all know what this B site can bring, but Navi and Flearax stay crisp, and the Glocks certainly don't. Ecstatic, again, given the circumstances, the fact they're even able to get out onto the site and get that bomb planted isn't too shabby. But it is not going to be a victory, as TNL will take the lead. 7-6. It is their map pick. They need to give us a lot on their CT side here. It is the right direction. First step on the ladder. So we go into round number 14. It's going to be an Ecstatic force.
Fair enough. Bomb plant makes sense. Is it going to be a fast play to the B bomb site, though? Probably not. Already slowed down by the incendiary, and Christo eating that nade for evening. Gotta make sure you don't eat too much food before going to sleep. That's how you get the nightmares. At least, well, one nightmare I can think of is losing 13-0 to GG How, but at least they're more competitive against TNL. And it's already looking pretty okay in terms of entries, but there's another player close by. On it goes down. That's a big frag. This gives a great chance for Ecstatic now to get that bomb planted. TMB's position is key to try and stall the inevitable push. The problem is as well, Flearax and Niffy, they don't have any kits to work with, so the retake is going to take its sweet time. And there we go. Now they have to waste extra seconds to clear out TMB, who's already back in the tunnels. Just going to go for it, aren't they? Flash rains in. Smoke as well. Niffy looking for those engagements. Oh, there's a player right below him. Syra is there to catch them both. And Ecstatic, an impressive victory.
How on earth do they turn that back around? Sigh of relief to keep a lid, make sure that TNL don't run away with things in this second portion. And Davi was able to draw first blood there. You do think, you know, this one's looking lost, but a great recovery, a really great recovery. And as soon as they get out onto B and get that bomb down, you just know. So tricky for TNL. Not super patient, punishing the aggression into the tunnels. The man advantage. Off the back of that, TNL are actually going to heavily stack onto this A site, and it is the right call. But do they rock it? Do they own it? Do they all stay here, or do they start to second guess themselves? Because the Ecstatic are coming, and they're coming in hot.
Oh, this is quite scary, but obviously if you're a player like Davi, you might as well play close by that smoke. Trying to peer through. No way, bro is trying to take a long-range fight with the MP9. And as you can see, already a few players have dropped dead. This does mean that Ecstatic have a substantial advantage. Just push through if you wanted to, but I wouldn't be too surprised if they're just going to wait a little bit longer. You know, they might catch the scout player. It's quite low at HP. If we kill at least one more, then for sure we see the commitment, but if he's able to get one, Oh, so close to get another. And now with those 4 players remaining, Ecstatic not wasting any time, catching Lyrics off guard. And this is looking like a good round for Ecstatic. And Cyrus gonna make sure there's no leakage. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, there is a bit of leakage. Ken, messy with the spray, realizes, yeah, I have gotten away with murder, getting this AK, and not being traded when I've repeat. So maybe that's my sign from the universe to just get out of here and carry it into the next. They're not going to have a lot of money to work with, so that rifle could do them some favors. And a static will be on to 8. And yeah, keeping 3 alive. They'll be happy. Not showing it yet. It'd be pretty huge if they're able to win Dust 2, though. I honestly, in the pre-game at least, and especially based on their performance yesterday, I didn't really give them any chance here in my head on Dust 2. I really thought that this was just going to be like a TNL sweep. And then, you know, the real game would get started on Train. But Ecstatic are giving us a lot more resistance than I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Ecstatic is actually doing a fairly good job. And I feel like a lot of that success also comes down to them having a pretty okay-ish half on Dust 2. But for the standards of Ecstatic, that was pretty good half. I heard someone getting knifed, yet no damage inflicted. Oh?
Counter-Strike moment.
Oh. Wow. Still alive. Not for long, though. TMB with the wraparound. Krista was able to find Nifty on the B. Bomb stun, I feel like this just has to be now. A full commit from Ecstatic, full send. No news, just a commitment on the bomb side, thank you.
They had me excited again for a Zeus kill, Danny, and I just get deprived of it. It's been a dry week for Zeus success. Ken and Davy hoping to keep this AK alive. Davy's mission, I thought it was going to be protect the president, but seems like he actually wants a weapon of his own. He is kind of protecting the president. If someone wants to come out from lower tunnels, that is not going to be the case. It'll be TMB in from the T-spawn. Pretty aware that Ken could be towards the left-hand side of top middle. As he creeps on forward. Davy. Oh, God. It's a bit of a whiff from TMB, and he'll lose his life as a result. This USP darts towards the Galil, can't quite get to it. It's a shame. But either way, there will be a buy. So TNL will have plenty of tools to work with here for round number 17.
The Ecstatic looking pretty solid right now. Got a okay economy to boot in case things start to get sour in the coming round. Yeah, TNL taking a tactical pause as well. Something that I'm glad to see we're seeing more of because, you know, remembering that earlier iteration of TNL, it felt like, yeah, the tactical pauses did not exist for them. They're just like, oh no, we're losing rounds. Well, let's just keep on playing. Sure, I guess that can sometimes work, but definitely not always. And it's great to see that TNL, you know, yes, they're starting to, you know, bump a little bit into that ceiling, you know, facing off some tougher European opposition, and they're starting to learn a bit more from these guys, you know, who are experienced. Perhaps they're also getting invited in some better prac servers, so it's great to see that they're learning slowly but surely. Ooh, that is a big tag on Davy, and surprisingly, Chris, though, is able to get out with his life intact. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it doesn't take any damage there. Davy wasn't really in position to connect the shot either. But he's lucky to be alive. And he's in a position as well where if he wants to just kind of anchor, go to the back of the site, that's exactly what he's done. He's going to tuck himself behind the box, play the head angle. Now, he might not be all too relevant in this round because it seems like Ecstatic want to venture elsewhere. But he has now got to position himself and maneuver around the low HP. Lucky for him, there's a few positions here on Dust 2 where he can really utilize that. Behind the boxes on B. He can do the same over on the A site if he can manage to get there. Ecstatic's still pretty undecided. The bomb's been left behind in lower tunnels. Now TMB will go back and grab it. The fact that he's jumping back up short does indicate And they want to try and end up on A. TNL have made the wrong read, rotated a third man over towards B. I think it comes off of the back of Nife being so aggressive on long with this deep smoke as well. He's thinking, well, it's certainly not going to be an A split, so either they're all up short or it's B. They're actually going to play through the mid doors. Danny, this is wild. There's only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, there's barely enough time, and it doesn't help. The defense, is looking strong. 13 seconds, and they're going to think, okay, probably the B-bomb site is empty. We've got to get that bomb planted ASAP, and Davi might actually give it a chance here. Oh,
it's
big
huge.
chance indeed. That's it. That's the problem when you're committing to a bomb site. So little seconds to clear it out properly, and it's no wonder. All there needs to be is just that one player back aside, not moving an inch, and then activates Predator mode when someone is planting that bomb. So Ecstatic, that should have been just a bit quicker, honestly. That's it. You know, the whole setup, the whole idea of approaching through middle with so little time, why not? You could give it a shot next time, but again, just have a couple seconds more, 10 seconds, please.
Yeah, I don't know what took them so long, but it has to be said, brilliant read from TNL. I was sort of criticizing when they put the 3 players on the bomb site, but they had the right idea in its entirety. That was perfect. No expectation of the third man. Had they have really thought about it, then Krista would have said, hang on, I legged somebody and I haven't had an assist yet. But, you know, there isn't that clarity of thought when there's 15 seconds and you're trying to get onto a bomb site. Missed shot from Fleerax did come close. But yeah, Analele was actually looking towards the back of the site. He was entertaining it, but yeah, of course, it was just easy enough to peek out, deny the plant, and that's round over, even with the trade. Davik blows open the smoke, can't catch Zero on the cross. They've lost the early advantage. They've lost the B-bomb site. The C4's still got a way to go to get there. As the spams come through, a fair bit of damage being dealt here onto TMB. Him and Sierra are incredibly low on health. Oh, big kill Analele.
Oh, no way. He's going for more. Fleerax, did he win it? He sure does. But I'm quite surprised what's going on right now. I mean, this is where they really have to commit on the B-bomb side. Christo is on the other side of the map. I mean, just have to forget about him right now. Just get across, and that's the big problem right now. Getting across when the double doors are open like that, that's a big problem. So it's no wonder they're still waiting on Christo, big frag. Now Niffy and Dowie have to start wondering about CT spawn. Not yet, though. Okay. 15 seconds. There's a chance to get across. 10 seconds. They're going to have to move in quick again. They're leaving so little time here, Ecstatic. But I think that's going to be enough this time. As you got Zero holding on to doors and window. This is a builder I'd love to have in my house. He's strong. He could build a proper one.
Why? Why are they cutting it so fine? Every single round, playing it to the edge. They seem to like that. Adrenaline junkies on a static, apparently. Beautiful stuff from Sierra, as you say. Building them a bridge to the finish line. 10 rounds. And no money here for TNL, so nothing that they can really come back with.
Yeah, this is quite awful for TNL when you look at it. Just going to have to equal this one out and, of course, give 11 rounds for Ecstatic. It's a bit of a shame how some of these last few rounds have played out. It still felt like, you know, TNL has a good chance, you know, even though there's so little time remaining. I gotta believe in the firepower of some of these guys. Like Niffy and Davi that, okay, they still have a chance. You still want to believe in them. Have faith. And you definitely should, even though they might lose this round. It's looking quite likely that round 19 will go the way of Ecstatic. That doesn't mean they can give us a good showing. Fireflax covers a weapon. Oh, actually, no, that's Davi to pick up a gun. Onyx is hearing a lot of footsteps, a lot of intel. When he will pull the trigger, he'll do it now. That will eliminate Nut. He is actually quite close to killing Unlele, but
my.
unsurprisingly, Ecstatic will avoid that and just go towards B.
I mean, it would have been huge if he found 2 kills there, but the fact that he's found 1 and stayed alive is still super important. Left the door open to maybe cause a ruckus with Unlele and Christu so low on the cross. We could have seen this round shut down. It would have been wild for TNL to take it, but things recovered. And sanity restored. A little bit of order here in round number 19. Zonic backs away, holds on to that AK-47, realizes that 2 kills in the full eco and an AK to come away with is pretty successful. So, yeah, they'll take what they've been given. That'll be a static onto 11, though.
Yeah. This is what I was really hoping to see, Ecstatic really pulling through on the T side. And now TNL might even consider maybe taking a tactical pause. I mean, knowing the importance of round number 20. And FlareX will, of course, rock that EWP, moving towards long, I would assume. Obviously, Ecstatic don't really have a good spawn for short, so this time I don't really see it happening. I think they're just going to spread out. Oh, there's the boost. Christo. Oh, that is sick. That's one way to open up the round, all right.
A massive time for it as well. TNL, sort of their last hurrah of a buy, I guess, to deny a static map point here on the TNL pick. Ken, he's in a little too deep. He went for the aggression up top middle. He's made contact, but hasn't found the kill. Now he's trying to escape. Spam through the smoke. He takes a lot of damage, but does get out of there alive. Counts his lucky stars that this isn't a 5-on-3. He'll drop his util. Does he swap weapons? Yeah, he does. Oh, not for long. He did a little switcheroo with the AWP and then opted against it. He's just going to hold sight instead. Play the head angle. Okay, makes sense.
Well, I wonder if Cyrus just going to push on through CD spawn. That'd be such a ballsy maneuver, but one that could pay dividends in 45 seconds. And to me, perhaps more likely, it is looking like just the B split, right? You have a couple players in middle. Still have the utility to actually throw from the tunnels on the B side. They might even neglect middle entirely, just have Christo keeping a close eye on things. Meanwhile, Onyx will have to step up. He needs to get at least a couple of frags. Oh my goodness! He's given all 3. That molly will force him out of position, all right. But damage is done. Now Christo close by with the oh, another shot hit. This means that Ecstatic will secure that bomb plant. Lyrax is getting dangerously close. Can he actually kill Nut here? Oh my gosh, he just pushed through the smoke up close with the AWP. What a ballsy play from Flarex, but man, that could have been such a highlight reel.
Highs and lows, almost instantaneous. It was a great start to the round from Ecstatic. A monster moment for a 3K out of Onyx to swing it right back their way. But as the desperate rotations were being pulled over, no one expected Christo. And even with the AWP, connects for a double. And it's more than enough. 12-8, 4 chances to close this out. TNL with little money to work with. 2 MP9s, upper mass, and a couple of M4s. To stay afloat here on their pick of dust too. It's Train up next. It's not a pretty sight here for TNL. We gave them the benefit of the doubt against OG. It's a hard game. But this has not been good enough. Round number 21, maybe where it all ends.
Could be. Just think about this as well. TNL are in a position where they kind of thought that we might even see some aggressive plays coming out from these individuals. Maybe Niffy might even consider pushing out a long house just for the sake that his team could have some sort of advantage moving into round 21. If anything, it is a bit of a gamble. They're putting a lot more emphasis on the B-side hold. Meanwhile, we can see from the minimap, the main push is happening here over A site. Sarah has already found a big frag. That is Fleerex taking the hit, and Niffy with the MP9. Okay. He takes one player down, but a lot more to come. Follows suit, and Lila knows there's someone close by. He also has players as backup, so this is looking like a victory for Ecstatic on Dust 2. Unless, well, I guess Sonic is just choosing how can he die. I mean, the flames were an option. He can always die by headshot if he wants to. Getting close. The MP9. There we go. Headshot it is. That'll be a 13-8 scoreline in which Ecstatic, they come out on top. Well, wow.
Fair play.
That's actually quite surprising. I mean, I think the Ecstatic player is going to be quite happy about the result today.
Yeah, it feels really harsh to kind of put them down the way that we have been, because they're an exceptional team that on any other day in any other tournament I'd be teeing up as the favourites. But yeah, with their recent form, with how they performed yesterday against Gigi Hao, and the fact that it was a Dust 2 pick, I really didn't have high hopes for them, and they gave us a lot more than I expected. TNL were a little bit quiet. We saw some great moments individually. Again, it's kind of always the theme. It's been the theme for every losing team today. But yeah, just generally not enough, and especially for Dust 2, which is a map that they normally deliver quite nicely on. Yeah, just poor performance. And they don't have the crutch of Ancient as well. If Ancient was coming up as the third map, you kind of look at it and say, okay, it's not so bad, we've got Ancient next. But yeah, that was their best chance at winning a map in this series, and it's just gone.
Yeah, that is quite dissatisfying. I mean, TNL, luckily, they're still capable of playing Train, but they will also have to recover after a loss like that. And so, guys, we'll be going to a very quick break. Once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you upcoming map, which is going to be Train. Stay tuned.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back. With the audience at all group stages. With an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action.
He needs to move.
Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
Expect the unexpected and expect TNL to have maybe a difficult run of form if Ecstatic can keep up their level of play like we just saw on the first map of Dust 2, because man oh man, Ecstatic, well, they came out swinging. First half CT side, I mean, I called it. I mean, if they're able to cough up the amount of rounds they did, like they got 6 rounds, I'm thinking, right, they're cooking. This T side should be pretty good for them, and it was.
Yeah.
They definitely looked a lot better on that T side. They also had some rounds to boot from the first half, and right now, I do have high hopes for this team. If anyone's feeling the pressure, it's got to be TNL, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a whole lot of pressure being felt as well because they're in the lower match. That's kind of the problem here. They didn't perform particularly well against OG yesterday. And when you think that they're going to have a little bit of a lifeline, you know, we said that they kind of won the veto. They have fumbled. They've fumbled big time on Dust 2. They've got Train up next. Now, Static's T-side did look very good on Dust 2, but my big question mark is their T-side here on Train. You know, that's where they're going to be starting more than likely, and it needs to be at its best. Now, it's their map pick. It's one that they have some decent success with, but it's also one that TNL quite like to play on occasion. I've covered a fair few TNL games, so they've looked pretty spicy here on Train, and with them getting that CT start, it could sort of get out of hand.
I think it could, right? Especially now when you think about it, with the current meta in Counter-Strike, it does feel like, you know, a lot of the maps have become just a little bit more CT-sided, right? Which does mean that, okay, you know, certain maps like a Train, for example, is starting to become more prominent where the CTs are winning the majority of those rounds. And you're thinking, well, if you do get the majority of the rounds, then suddenly that T-side does become quite problematic. And with a map like Train in particular, I feel like one of the problems is that now there has become a lot more possibilities for the T side, the way they want to approach, for example, the outer yard. They could have players moving in from Pop Dog, Ivy, like I said as well in the previous best of 3, that Ivy has become a lot more let's say acceptable for the T's to push through. But one of the key things on a map like Train, which was in earlier iterations as well, is coordination. And I do feel like, you know, TNL, despite them being together for some time now, I don't think they have it down to a T, right? I still feel like for the most part it is, you know, if someone's feeling it, they're just going to go for the push, may not necessarily communicate it to the captain or some of the other teammates, and that's how they can get quite easily wrecked on the T side. But luckily for them, of course, they will kick things off on the CD side.
You know, it's an interesting conversation that I had with Vardeity when they removed Anubis from the pool. I said, I understand why, because, you know, it was too T-sided, and any map in the pool where teams opt for the T-side first is, you know, an anomaly and blah, 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 blah. And he said, is that really that big a problem? You know, why do all of the maps have to be CT-sided? Why does everything have to conform to that? Why? What, is there a big problem with the map being T-sided? I don't know, but we are going to get the knife for sides here, so I'm not. Oh no. Yeah, this is predetermined. I was going to say, it's weird that we get thrown into the knife round on map 2. This one's a predetermined one. A Static will not get the pick of the sides because it's their pick. So TNL should likely be opting for that defensive start. But yeah, I think it's sort of an interesting point. It doesn't really matter if a couple of the maps in the pool are T-sided, because, you know, if it's your pick, then your opponents get to choose what side they want to start on. So, yeah, I think sort of every map conforming to being CT-sided and every team wanting to start on the CT side of every map is almost a little bit stale. Yeah, it's not something I thought about too much at the time, but now that it's gone, it makes me miss Anubis.
Yeah, it does. And it was one of the maps where it definitely felt like it was the CTs who are in a high pressure environment, just because, you know, if you're just going to play passively in the sides, for the most part, that is not a great call. Those Ts have a good opportunity to get really close towards those bomb sites. And of course, executing on them was also pretty easy on a map like Anubis. And it felt like, you know, the CTs had to consistently peek and probe, maybe find for some presence, or at least, you know, show off some sort of teeth, so to speak, that okay, we're willing to fight back. Yeah, we're willing to fight for some water presence. Yeah, we're gonna push out the middle just a little bit, just because to, you know, not allow those T's to have such a easy lifestyle of just, oh, from T spawn I can just go so close towards the B bomb site where I don't have to worry about CTs pushing me. Oh, I'm just gonna slowly set up my smokes. No need to hurry. You know, that sort of stuff. I feel like that did make the map pretty interesting. But up next is, of course, is Train.
Yeah, no such luxuries
And-
allowed anymore, Danny.
Yeah.
It's back to just the CT-sided grunge that is every other map in the ball. Nifei. At the back of the B site, tapping away, does land one with a USP. At this range, you really do favour that CT starter pistol. And Onyx, even at close range, says, well, I'm away. I'm happy with whatever. Give me whatever you want. There's the energy I was talking about. We didn't see it in map 1 out of Onyx, but he's coming to life now. That is a big moment.
It's a massive one, all right. They absolutely needed to get some momentum in their sails, and I feel like, you know, you got a player like Onyx close by with the USPS just firing off shots. Now, we also had a chance to talk about with, you know, SDY about the fact that, oh, you know, you're a star player, you're also, you know, calling the shots. Does that impact your game plan, or does the fact that he's, you know, having a difficult game, does it impact, you know, his teammates in any way? It's like, no, I can still call. It's all good. But I still feel like if your in-game leader is, you know, fired up, you know, going out there, finding frags, you gotta tell me that he's not gonna bring, you know, some sick energy to the squad. Like, okay, guys, we got this. If your captain is able to frag, he's able to believe, and I'm sure that he's able to spread that belief like a virus.
Even if it's delusional. But yeah, I mean, in somebody else's
Yeah,
case, it
yeah,
not
yeah.
But that's what you got to be as a leader. You know, that is what you got to be as a leader. You sometimes got to be delusional. You got to just make the team believe, because that's how underdog runs happen, and we see them often enough. Davy eats the grenade. I really like that from a static. Actually, it's their first buy round. It's their first chance to really put one on the board since the pistol. And if they're playing close, he's let 2 cross. He's only interested if someone wants to take the fight with him. He's not interested in putting his head on the chopping block, as per se. Timing really key here. He's going to walk up. Oh my god, it's just a freebie kill. He doesn't even overstay his welcome. That's so well played from Nifei. And there you go, man advantage. That's that. He'll just jiggle now. He'll have the incendiary out. On the contact, he'll deploy it. This is a side of TNL that we didn't really get to see on Dust 2. And it makes me wonder. Remember I said that they were sort of playing into their opponent's weaknesses rather than their strengths? It really does make me think maybe they would have been better off with the Ancient pick.
Yeah, maybe. Obviously, with the update, the Ancient has undergone, I think, just, you know, shaders, as well as that from Temple you cannot longer see a main. I believe that's like a pretty big change, honestly. But actually prompt some of those T players to maybe even think of committing towards A side more often. But anyhow,
What, from yesterday?
yeah.
Oh wow, I just thought they made a night mode. I didn't really look into it. I couldn't oh, hang on a minute. Oh my god. Shut right down. 4 HP. Not clotheslined. That's going to be 3 for TNL. Yeah, after the update yesterday, I couldn't open the game. I don't know if anyone else watching had that same issue, but yeah, the game wouldn't open for like hours. So I wanted to go and check it out, and I was only able to see what was on social media. That's super interesting then. I kind of wish we saw an Ancient today. Maybe we still will.
Oh, not today, Josh. I gotta admit, this is the last best of 3.
Oh,
No more
yeah.
best of 3s after this one. I know we have been living in a best of 3 centric world, but trust me, it's over. You'll have a chance to relax. Oh, which is something I can't say for TNL. You know?
I'm gonna be honest,
Despite
Manny,
them winning those 3 rounds,
I'd written in my
can't
notes
relax.
that Ancient was
Okay.
going to come up. I thought it was the 3rd map. It's not. They went for the overpass pick. I completely forgot about the fact that they went for this crazy curveball overpass pick. Pistol is getting a little bit more than they bargained for here, but yeah, stopped in its tracks. Sierra, hang on. 1v3, maybe.
could get that frag on the connector player. Oh, this is so doable right now for Syra. Has got plenty of time to work with, and Davi is quite low at HP, so he's just gonna go for a tour to the train. Has plenty of time to just waltz his way into CT spawn, move in through Ivy, enter camera if he wants to. Now at 40 seconds remaining, you can see that Davi is questioning his choices, like where exactly could Syra come from? In fact, Davi is playing quite safe, I feel like. So maybe he's just going to allow Syra to recover the bomb, get it planted if need be, or we might still see an engagement happen. I thought Syra might actually, move in through camera. Ooh, this is everything.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, he doesn't find the kill. Okay, there we go. Jeez. A valiant attempt from Syra. I'm actually surprised that Davi commits to that fight. I thought you were right there, that he was just playing very passive, letting him recover that bomb with the low HP. Just keep Syra in the dark and start to aggress as he goes for the plant with such little time on the clock. He couldn't really afford to fake it or anything like that. But yeah, he does commit to the duel, wins it. Lucky that Syra wasn't ready. 4-0. That one came way too close, but a sigh of relief from TNL that they get it over the line. Wow, brilliant util damage.
That's already a player dead towards Electric. Could give a chance for a guy like TB to pop in, say hello, Governor. Ooh, those flashes.
That's what we all say
Blinding
in the
TB.
UK, by the way. That's how we greet each other. Hello, Governor. Every time.
Yeah. Everyone's a governor. You're a governor. I'm a
Even my
governor.
mum's a governor.
My mum's a governor. Me mum. TMB's a governor.
Oh,
Hello.
not for long.
And good boy. Governor.
Diddlo. Christo. Saying the same. A static finally with one on the board. It's kind of felt like a long time coming after the confidence that was gained in the near eco round win. You would expect them to find some success with the rifles. They do exactly that. So AK is back out again, reinvesting on the fallen members for TNL. It's down to 0 on the cash, actually. And whilst they've got some firepower behind them, there are some lacking on it. Only down to the Desert Eagle. Davi on the FAMAS. There's not a huge amount of util. There's no helmets. It's not going to matter because they're against the AKs, but no kits either. Yeah, there are vulnerabilities. Niffy gets aggressive as a result. Says, I need to take matters into my own hands, and he does exactly that. Overstays his welcome, though, in the Brown Halls. Gets traded back. This is still a good start for TNL.
Look at TMB go as well. Like, he's by his lonesome, but he's doing so much good work. Like, that one utility, actually, that Molotov and Smoke Grenade have basically forced TNL's hand. They have neglected their defensive positions on the A bomb side for the sake of B, and that's a big problem. Syra is gonna clear out this angle, not thorough enough. That's a bit problematic. Luckily, TMB, Quake mode activated. We'll check into Smoke Grenade for good measure, and there is a chance to get that bomb planted. The big problem as well is obviously Karn's positioning.
Oh, Christo. Lovely shot. Pulls this back down to a 2v2. Both are low on health, but room to get this plant down. TMB. Molly in. Big kill. Fleerax. Very exposed once that smoke had faded. Leaves it all onto Onyx. And he's only got a Desert Eagle. You'd have expected him to find something in all this time. He eventually gets to a rifle. But it actually is what gets him killed. The suppressor pokes around the corner, and Christo lines up the scope. Nice and easy for a static. They'll make it a second. The going got tough at the end, but the 2v2 was dealt with perfectly. And now they'll get that freebie that they've been waiting for. A full eco here for TNL.
Important victory for Ecstatic. Because right now, yeah, they've completely broke the bank of TNL. This time around, it is just going to be your simple stack with the B bomb site, which is actually a pretty cool call. I mean, I don't think we've actually seen a lot of eco stacks, to be fair, this entire day, and even the last couple, if I'm being honest. So, oh, actually, I do remember that one cool stack, but I don't remember who it was. I remember it was Ancient. I think it might have been Spirit Academy. Ancient.
Oh, yeah, but they were just sat in CT spawn.
Yeah. Oh, against FUT. Yeah, there we go. It was against FUT. So that was actually quite a cool little stack.
It didn't work, but it was cool.
Yeah.
I had high hopes for it.
A for effort.
One of them bought a kit as well. You remember that? That was just a weird little addition to that round. I think it was Sifo. Ken. Oh, no, it was Robo, actually. Weird thing to remember. Anyway, full eco. They're not going to get anything out of this. They did stack over towards the B site, and they were just wrong. A static walk on to A. Nice and easy. Bomb goes down. And for TNL, it's about just trying to do some exit damage, I guess. They realise that the round is lost. They realise that a static are now going to be snapping at their heels with 3 rounds. As they group up in Ivy. Long range peek. Mach 10. Won't be the one to dish out the damage. It'll be the AWP instead. And TNL realised there's kind of no need to die, I guess. I mean, they're still wrapping around. They do want to take these fights. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world for these 3 to not overextend it. By giving them kills, you give them kill rewards and therefore extra money. So, yeah, stay alive. There's no harm in it. TNL are going to call a pause.
Yeah, pause been taken. At a moment like this, it does make sense. I mean, after all, it's the CD side of train. You're supposed to win the majority of the rounds if you're TNL. They've done a pretty good job at it thus far, but right now, ecstatic. Finally have some more fuel in their tank. Not a lot of communication going on the side of TNL. But it's also a good opportunity as any to maybe take a breather to chillax, relax, figure out a game plan for the nearby future. And for the CTs, I mean, we talked about as well how Ivy has been a pretty good adjustment, the way how Ts have become more active in that part of the map, contesting it rather often. I mean, the CTs can do the exact same thing, and maybe that's a change up they could think of if they wanted to give it a shot. Because we have seen, TNL have been aggressive in round halls, but I feel like at this point, yeah, it's being anticipated. Nippy is getting slowed down. Fleerx and Davy super close. Finally, Nut take care of Davy.
Davy was so stuck in that it literally looked like he was on fire. Even when he wasn't burning, there were just flames in front of him. Somehow had found a gap. Loses his life regardless. 4v4. Oh my god, look at this. They are so ready for the Ivy aggression, but they find neither of the kills. Can and Fleerax double down. And Krista and Alalele are scratching their heads. We had this round in the palm of our hands. We had a nice little 4v4. We had the right idea. And now what do you do? 50 seconds, bomb on your back, but no map control. And the number's seriously against you. Yeah, Kristu's going to go and hide the AWP. They'll give this a go with the rifles.
Gotta move in. Onyx is in such a powerful position. Ooh, actually goes for the swing. I mean, fair enough. There's always the possibility he might just be hard cleared. Fleerx is close by. Oh, that's another player going down. 12 seconds. Nippy's positioning is key. They will secure the victory, TNL. Even though initially it was quite a difficult affair. We saw Niffy as well being countered in brown halls. I saw him being thrown off by that Molotov. Still held his own. Then obviously saw the aggression from some of the other players towards A main, but all in all, it is TNL to come out on top. Sure, with a few losses, but a victory nonetheless.
Out with another buyer, a static. They did some decent damage in the last round, and some fairly good damage inflicted here early on as well. The nade onto Niffy, but back the other way. Not even sure where that came from, but it peppers damage across all 5 of them. They'll emerge out of the B slope. Nippy's going to take a step back. Oh, needed 1 there. Doesn't get it. Now the numbers against them. A slam dunk of a nade. It blows open the edge of the smoke, and Alele finds a head. That is gorgeous. Little boost up. Hoping this elevated angle will merit a freebie. It should do onto Analele. Yeah, easy stuff. No way he's expecting Kern up there. But it doesn't matter. The round is lost. It comes off of a tempo switch from a static. Works really nicely.
Ooh. Onyx going down quite quickly. Karn should be checked, but Sarah does go down. And Karn, still solid with the hold. Sure, it's just exit frags, and saving the AK-47 probably doesn't matter in the whole grand scheme of things, but, you know, still inflicting some economical damage, and Karn getting a few frags is not too bad.
Yeah, pretty important as well. Look at the T's money. A static really couldn't afford to hunt there, and they chose to anyway. And now they're all down to 0. And Nutnuts on a Galil.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Nutnut is now rocking some worse weaponry. Ooh, Karn already losing a big chunk of his health, but he knows that if he just sticks around with the AK-47, it probably can't accomplish much. But if he's at least aggressive, he might put his team in an advantageous position. The problem is, though, he's already lost a big chunk of his health. And if he's the first to fall, I believe that might have been TMB. He has actually been getting that shot all the way from the halls. Sorry, it does go down to Davi. Ooh, this should be a pretty clean round, a pretty easy win for Ecstatic, but I don't know, I'm stressing a bit.
Seems justified. Look how low TMB is. Just 2 points of health. Davi's found himself another AK too. He hasn't got Kevlar behind it, but over the top of the train, if Nutnut's not ready, could be in for a very nasty surprise. Peeks around, and there it is. Bites down hard, it's Davi, and he's got the bomb as well. We'll relay this to his teammates. Ken will lose his life on the fight. But a 3v3, look how low they are. Davi takes 1 more, and still doable. TMB with a slither of health, and Fleerax's 5-7 could snatch it away oh so quickly. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Up in hand as well. He's scoping in. Oh, maybe that was the way to go about it. Trying to bait out that player with those constant scope-ins. Anyhow, what a round to lose if you're Ecstatic. Oh boy. That was your round to take. And surprisingly, TNL? Oh, okay. Looks like we're going to see. I was wondering whether Ecstatic got phased by a loss like that. I guess they were, especially because, yeah, maybe going on the hunt for Karn was in fact the bad choice. Not only did he have to play with a Galil in the previous round for TMP, but now the rest of the gang is strung for cash.
It has to be an eco here, I think. Maybe not. Oh, no, actually. No, they're double eco. 1900 loss. They need to force. Yikes. Yeah, this is a horrible position to be in coming into the final couple of rounds of the half. They'll throw themselves at it with whatever they can now, and assuming they don't win, they'll be on much of the same in the next. It'll be 1900 bucks. It'll be pistols galore. TNL realize just how big that last round win was. And truly the difference between this being tied up at 5 apiece and having an even half, and TNL being the favourites to go 8-4 here.
It's definitely on the table. A thing I did not expect to see, but yeah, right now it's definitely on the table. You could see the players from Team Next Level not even going for any of the aggressive plays you've seen them attempt in the past. Right now, they're playing this one pretty far back. Ooh, unless... Okay, I say that, and Karn decides to get a little bit closer, which It's quite scary, playing behind Electric. I feel like it's a somewhat cool position to get some few good frags in, but the off angle, I don't know, because they'll do the damage. 50 seconds remain, though, and Ecstatic, yeah, probably not going to waste too much time, especially now with TMB going down. Probably this will prompt the players to move in. Flash deployed. Karn is unfazed, but yeah, there we go. The off angle, not the best choice. He's being pushed down by pistols. Davi, FlareX, and a double for Onyx and TNL walk away basically unscathed.
To be expected, to be honest, up against a buy like that. And as I said before, a static. I know that they were double eco, but I'm going to be honest. I'd have rather have seen them drop down to an eco there and have Galils in this round than just back-to-back Tech 9s. We saw nothing out of it in the last, and I can't imagine that they're anticipating a whole lot better here. TNL have truly taken the reins on train. The Statics T side that was supposed to be, well, certainly better than this. It's gone really, really missing. Flareaxe. Posted up. Want something here. Flashbang misses. Connects to the leg of Nut. Still alive and kicking.
We'll say both players connected. It felt like Nut got attacked with FlareX, vice versa. Surprisingly, yeah, the op doesn't do as much damage as I might have hoped for, but must have scraped by a wall or something like that. 40 seconds though. Again, Ecstatic are more than happy to run down the clock for them. It's the only way they can be in an advantageous position, because they can at least hope that maybe the opponents just won't have the utility to try to force them back. Karn up close, the Emperor Vanessa, wow, has to whip out the dig, but that won't be necessary. Flarex, Davi, everyone chiming in. And Ecstatic, a bit of a dissatisfying finisher, I feel like. Ever since they lost that one round to the Pistols, and that one save the AK-47, it feels like, yeah, it's been downhill from there on out in this first half. It's been a pretty solid story. Maybe 5 rounds, maybe 6 on the side. Now going after 4.
Yeah, just a completely miserable end there, wasn't it? You can see every time we switch to the cams, just this look of disappointment. The Static should have had a whole lot more. They will realise that. They gave up a key opportunity to tie up the score and actually maybe even take the lead. We probably should have seen a 7-5 half in their favour. It didn't materialise. And now they're down in the dumps. Round number 13, a pistol. Kind of must win, I'll be honest. For Static, want to stay relevant. TMB, lovely bit of aggression. Pokes for the first.
At least it's a good start. And Nut has that long-range engagement. It could go his way, but instead he considers to back away. Does have the back of a TMB. I always feel like it's so much better to just hold on to the B-bomb set together. That way you could at least cover ground for your teammate. And he does so vice versa. Meanwhile, ooh, there was a bit of a gap to work with. TMB, ouch! Unable even to see those players, but they clearly saw a glimpse of him and his flesh. Nut, ooh, going down as well. Those Glocks are doing a lot of good damage, and out of nowhere, it's TNL with just a dry commitment on the B-bomb side, successfully taking over the site and demolishing the defense.
Yeah, this might be where it all comes to a close. TNL pulling ahead at the pistol. You see a Static going for the 4s. CT side, it doesn't feel like the right call, but they'll give it a go. And I may be made to eat my words. We'll see. Great nade. On Nick. Oh. Wants to play around. Spams go through. Deal a bit of damage. He's down to 22. TMB is really the pivot here. He has to deliver, and he does for one, almost a second, but he's still alive. Oh, this is ridiculous, Danny.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man, ecstatic. How on earth? And the weapon of choice, the MP9, in this day and age? I mean, clearly it works for Siren TMB. Because Nifty and Davi got to pick up the pieces. TMB making a lot of noise, giving a chance for Nifty to get a frag. And yeah, that's actually a good choice from Nifty as well. Now, committing on the bomb site that has no defenders on it. And both of these players are incredibly low in HP. And despite the fact that Nifty has that position, I mean, Davi still has to be so careful of anyone in Pop Dog. But the key fact is, he was expecting someone from Pop Dog, but instead, Chris was moving in from Showers. Nifty is still given a chance to deal damage, but no way Davi is coming out alive. And no, it's Siree. Unlele will secure the final frag, and Ecstatic. But quite the bounce back, the force buy, which I did not expect to, well, be so successful.
Yeah, me neither. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. You know, TNL on 9 rounds. To me, it felt like Ecstatic were going for the force on the basis that they felt like giving TNL 10 was too many. And I kind of understand that logic, but yeah, they make it work. They make it work really nicely. 9-5. An economic advantage, a TNL side that, yeah, are going to be on double ecos. They will throw themselves at a buy here. I mean, the bomb plant does them some favors, so a little bit of extra cash to come their way, I guess. But that was kind of a must-win for Ecstatic. Had they have lost it, TNL would be on to 10 and probably 11. We would have seen this map over real quick. Instead, there might not be a need for overpass. You know, we both kind of want to see it. But an Ecstatic comeback here would also be a sight to behold. We haven't had that same kind of flair out of TNL that we sometimes see. Nifu is normally a very hard hitter, has really just had like 2 moments in this map. And outside of that, we really haven't seen a lot from him. Time to shine here. Force buy. Has to work.
Surprised as well that they're actually giving a lot of free reign here. Karn is just taking control of brown holes, not being contested by anyone from the CT side. Luckily for him, even though he's currently worrying about Pop Dog, that is also an area of the map that Ecstatic is not too concerned with. As we can see, still have a couple smokes on their side, you know, which could definitely come in handy for a hit on the B bomb side. But the fact is, Onyx is closer towards T-spawn, so I would assume he might throw in a couple smoke grenades, maybe, you know, allow the guys in Pop Dog to go for some engagements, and eventually we should be seeing that inner side hit. So there you go. 50 seconds on the clock. We're seeing now the smokes being deployed. The smokes, will it force any movement from Ecstatic? Well, they're currently just holding on to their positions. Oh, that's actually quite sick. One of the players sneaks past through connector, but he has been spotted. One player has also gone down to B bomb site, but Nut does a good job at finding 2. TMB still alive. And now that bomb has been dropped on the side, and Onyx is getting close. He is aware of Nut's position. Struggles a bit, but no need to worry. Unlele's got his teammates back, and now at 15 seconds, Davi looks like he just passed to commit, really, or save that Galil. Also an option.
It's not really. They want to eco next round. Saving a Galil doesn't do you any favors, Davi. Kind of plagued by the clock there. And they've done decent damage considering they didn't have much to work with, but yeah, this is rough. This is rough for TNL. No bomb plant in that round, so there's no sort of extra injection in that department. It was really well played from Nut to deny it. And Davi down to $350 when the rest of the team are going to have a buy in the next. He will have like 2,700. So a bomb plant, or him finding a few kills here, or maybe even staying alive again, is kind of a must. And here comes the util.
Oh, wow, they're going to move it so fast. Crystal might be overwhelmed. Oh, he misses the shot. Luckily, the P2K connect, but Nut is there as backup. Ooh. Wow, why did I think that Ecstatic were just inches from disaster? Imagine if that AWP gets into the hands of TNL suddenly. That T side with just the pistols can cause a lot of damage. And luckily, TNL, well, pardon me, luckily Ecstatic, they avoid disaster.
Nine to 7. And avoiding disaster indeed. Davi has been dropped the AK. It makes the most sense. Onic, the selfless leader that he is, sacrifices himself with the Desert Eagle and says, you know what, Davi, you've been popping off. Here's a rifle to work with. It doesn't matter that you have no money. Number 17 needs to yield some success here for TNL. This has been a bad start to the second half. Through the smoke with no success. Niffi's taken a lot of damage early as well. At this point, I'd kind of like to see him go and swap that AK with Onic. They're stood next to each other and they're choosing not to.
50 seconds still remain. Nut is still just defending the B-bomb site. Oh, okay, now it's going to have backup. I was wondering, are they just going to keep that lonesome defender there when there's nothing going on A? But now they clearly know there's a few players popping out. Cristo, close by, missing the initial shot, tries to go for the repeat, but becomes an easy target for Fleerax and Lele. That's a good spot. Styra getting another. This push on A is not looking good at all. And Garn is still in a very awkward position with that bomb unretrievable just yet, but he does get a fragment on Lele. This does limit his options, though. The A-bomb site is still the only chance he could make this work. So 15 seconds, he's going to punch in those digits. Getting closer to TMB. Yeah, no need to worry. He's just going to walk on in, spray him down, and Ecstatic claim the victory. TNL, a unsuccessful commitment on the A-bomb site. Despite the manpower, and despite the fact that they had to go up against 3 players, they still couldn't make it work.
Recovered well. TNL. It's a bad one to lose. It's a bad one to lose, and they realize it. Control going out of the window. Ken jumped right in with an AK, then sold it and thought, hang on a minute, the team's money's not looking great. Then went for it again. He's down to $500. The rest of the team around the 2K mark, around about 1,500. They'll be able to buy into the next. But risks being taken, and so far they've not paid off. Smoke's dropped. It looks like they want to try and go for some kind of execution towards this A site, or at least make it seem like that's the case. Nut, careful. Almost exposes himself too wide. Ken takes damage, falls away, as will Nut.
Oh, that's one smoke for A main, surprisingly. So if there was a player in A main, they could try to punish him right about now. The problem is Ecstatic are not that deep in main. Niffy, does he expect the player to be here? Absolutely. Was that confirmed? Oh, yeah, he must have seen him by now. Ooh, this is interesting. Niffy, he's probably not going to go for the wall bang. I think he's just going to keep on waiting.
Very close. Won't connect, though. Hang on a minute. Maybe they'll connect elsewhere. AWP misses a key shot. Ken keeps the ball rolling, and TMB at the back of the site should be able to deny this plant. You'd expect not if Ken is as crisp as that. A static around that they shouldn't have been losing is about to go in the bin, and Onic will be the deliverer of the last. TNL make it 10, and I think they're probably just as surprised as we are.
Oh, that is a big round to lose, and for what is it, a second or maybe a third time in a row, Cristo just unable to hit his AWP shot. He fires off. The bullet seems like it's flying, but it goes nowhere. And Ecstatic, another big round to lose. This is now the second time they lose to Pistols, and that could break any team. Luckily for Ecstatic, I mean, they at least have the money to work with, so it's not over just yet. And Cristo, he needs to regain some of that confidence because he has been hitting, pardon me, he has been firing off shots, but just not hitting. DMB up close. Ooh, those flashes rain in. He's just going to keep on spraying, but oh, there's a push. Unlela's there as backup. Unlela, great second shot. Maybe it's time for Cristo to get activated, or maybe that won't be necessary because Syra is here and they've already forced the players back out of A main.
The fact that the molly got extinguished by just the corner of the smoke there is painful. But right back through the smoke, Syra will wipe out Nife. Nut catches out the last as well. Fleerax with his knife out. And no clue that an aggressor is coming. A 9th on the board for a Static. And making sure that they bite right back after the minor hiccup that was a shaky round in the last against TNL's Force. Weird money here. 2,900 loss. You kind of don't have enough for a buy. Fleerax had 6,400. I thought he would then be sort of keeping a bit of cash in the bank to go for an AWP in the next. Instead, he's gone for an AK, which also works. Let's see if the Hero AK alongside the pistols can do much with it.
Maybe it could. Kind of hope that maybe the Hero AK can land in the hands of Karn, but it looks like Fleerax is gonna take that mantle. Which 10-9. Surprisingly as well, I mean, Karn is still doing some good work. Onyx is surprisingly firing off. Davi, I mean, the players you expect to perform aren't performing. It's just that TNL still, despite scoreline being as close as it is, it's just not good enough just yet. Love those nades coming through as well. Bunch of nades deployed in A main. Obviously, no one going down, but in the nearby future, that could come in handy. Unlele, gonna just throw in that smoke nade as well, and a little bit of spam. There we go. Nifty going down. At least in those like early stages of holding on to Ivy, it does feel like the CT still maintain a pretty hefty advantage, especially once they throw down that smoke, maybe a nade, just go for a bit of a spam, and yeah, loads of damage inflicted.
Man advantage here for a Static. A minute on this clock. Nife has been the first to drop in a few of these rounds now. Frustrated, surely, that he's not been able to find this impact right into the crossfire. Is the Hero rifle. The rest of the pistols will follow suit. And Onyx with his Glock, other side of the map, doesn't have the bomb. He wants to find a pick onto Nutnar. It's not going to come. Okay, 10-10. A Static will tie things up. And after a really shaky start, going 8-4 down, they're finding their groove here on the CT side.
Yeah, TNL. I mean, they've been giving an amazing victory. I mean, they won a round with the pistols, but that still doesn't seem to cut it. Now that I think of it, TNL actually won 2 rounds with pistols when you think about it. I mean, the first pistol and then the eco. So, yeah, their track record has been better with the pistols than proper guns. Wow, Cristo's being all-out aggressive. I'm glad to see that he has backup of TMB, so even if Cristo somehow doesn't land a shot, TMB is there to help him out. Nippy, oh, again! Unlucky. This guy just can't catch a break.
Playing around this smoke. Yeah, you're right. Just can't catch a break at all, can he? Hurts so much more now that he's got the rifle out as well. Well, he doesn't anymore, but he did. And Alele goes for the spams. It's a little too late. Now it's a little too early. Threads the needle. 3 have crossed. Re-smoke in. Look at the adjustment here. A Static. We've got 3 players towards CT spawn. Davi's ready for Analele, as is TMB. We go back into a 3v3. They do need to be careful here. The last thing you want to do is hinge the round on some gunfights in Ivy. Static have still got the leverage. They've got control of the bomb sites. They want to keep it that way.
We're gonna see that push in for Brown Halls, which probably isn't a bad idea. What are the odds TNL expect someone in Pop Dog? Ooh, Christo's not given a great chance. He's watching the cross, but Amoli will obviously force him back, losing some HP. Ooh, a lot more HP. Now we're going to see that bomb played in a pretty safe position. Maybe now Davi's going to anticipate someone in Pop Dog as well. Christo. Oh, actually, Davi isn't even looking towards connector. This could be problematic, but no worries. Looks just in the nick of time to take care of Christo as well as Syra.
Finally, when their backs are against the wall, they come out swinging. That's TNL. And the TNL that we're used to. Such an awkward start to the round as soon as they got out onto A. And it does feel like a static gave them way too much room on that A site. Davi just comes to life. Beautiful 3K, 21 and 12, he sits. Over on the other side of things, a static still with an investment of their own. They're looking to get aggressive here into main. Swinging out, TMB for the trade. Oh, Davi almost returns the favor. Molly down, Davi cooking, not in a good way. He won't take too much damage from it. Instead, it'll inflict it onto Nut.
Yeah, Davi has been finding some impactful frags. Now TMB with an off-angle position. This actually could work out for him. The electric box is covered. This is good. This is epic for TMB. And Lele now finding perfect time. Bristow is still alive, yet to reveal his position, I believe. Oh, wow. He's just going to go for a very long flank. Meanwhile, Flarex probably not going to plant that bomb ASAP. Still has some time to work with. Or actually, forget about planting the bomb on A side. The B side is where it's at, and you can see the CT is unaware of it just yet. And right now, that lengthy flank from Unlele, not sure how impactful it's going to be, because now, yeah, they're about to realize what has just happened.
They're taking a long time on this rotate. Making sure that they group up and don't make any mistakes. There is a world that Fleerax is trying to play close, can't bring the fights to them. Instead, he wants to delay. He wants to play the timer. Kristo's got a full belt of util, and Analele's got a kit. So realistically, yeah, just get the smoke on the bomb and get on the defuse. That's exactly what Kristo will do. And it's not even really planted for Fleerax. So as he'll find the first, there's no way that he spams and gets the diffuser. Surely, very close, but doesn't land the bullets needed. Kristo will get away with it. And yeah, I don't know why Fleerax has planted on that side of the train and then gone and sat heaven. If he plants, you know, a few inches to the right, it makes a very, very different situation. But yeah, all in hindsight, right? We're back tied up at 11-11.
Oh, man. A full 10-second defuse as well. So it's like, oh my gosh, like, you're thinking, oh man, he's still defusing. I have a chance. But you're just not able to land that one important shot. Oh, it's the 11-11 is the scoreline, and oh boy. At least TNL do get that bomb planted, right? But the bomb plant things are looking a bit better for them. Fleerax, WP, the rest of the gang still have some equipment. So it's a bit the sense Figonic has to play with a McDaddio. Ooh, I've seen some interesting setups as well from Mixetic. Currently, the free man setup on B side. They don't really have a lot of util to work with, which is quite dissatisfying for the B defenders, but they have manpower, and that could be more than enough. Ooh, that's back to just 2.
Kristo takes the contact. It's actually going to be Analele to draw first blood. Not under pressure, and P9 overwhelmed. And the fire is too hot for TMB to handle. Davi's got some at his feet as well. But a static looking at their money and saying a 2v4, even with the damage inflicted, is not one that they will fancy. We are going the absolute distance. Round number 24 incoming with TNL ahead. They've got the map point to take this to a third map. A static still keen to bring us to OT. But a static who have been in control for most of this CT half. Fumbling rounds at the final hurdle. Sierra wants to make this expensive. Oh, does catch one. They're low on health as well, so if you can keep them busy, they go down to the bomb, and that may just happen. Oh, not quite. My God, that's close. TNL lucky to be alive with 3.
It kind of sucks as well. I mean, that one rifle from Styro might have actually been quite impactful in this upcoming round because, as you can see, I mean, Ecstatic's money is really poor. They're going to take that tactical pause, which I do respect, but, oh, man, you're coming into the last round of regulation. I only have, what, is that M4A1S that was saved for the previous round at MP, and I would assume a couple more MP9s. Oh boy, that is quite satisfying for Ecstatic that the equipment they're working with is pretty slim.
$12 to 11. Look at this. Dire straits. And Ecstatic, who wanted to save 2 rifles in the last, only ended up with 1. Kasira went for a last-minute prod for damage. It wasn't necessarily the wrong idea, especially with how low TNL were. But he only found the 1 kill, and now pays the price for only having the MP9. They might still be able to make this work.
Oh boy, they could really use some sort of frag right now. Ecstatic. At least TMB is in a pretty powerful position. I mean, he is gathering loads of intel. I mean, he knows what's up. I mean, there's a bunch of footsteps in brown holes. He has a player in the form of Anlele. What about a potential flank? And now they have at least 2 players with B bomb site. So maybe setup wise, this could still work. But I feel like those B side players need to survive for as long as they can, and that's really not looking good.
It's not happening.
Yeah. Not now. Definitely not now. Lonesome Crystal remains. It is going to be 13 to 11 as TNL will absolutely take this one home. Train is theirs to take. It's a close victory, man. A super close victory. And if we're being honest, like, well, if it hadn't been for like 2 rounds, they've managed to win with just like mere pistols on an eco. I kind of feel like, yeah, Ecstatic just have this one on lockdown, and we probably see them actually win a pretty convincing victory as well.
Yeah, another one of those games where opportunities were there. It felt reminiscent of some of the other maps that we've seen in Group B, but unfortunately, on the B stream, but unfortunately doesn't go the way of Ecstatic. So no 2-0s, no clear path into the next match. Both teams having to fight tooth and nail on a map that they don't play, Overpass. Neither team have got a single map on record since it's been reintroduced to the pool, so it should be some pretty wild stuff. That third and final decider map to see who's heading home and who's going into the decider match coming up in just 10 minutes time, folks. So join us back. We'll be ready and waiting.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
This December in Budapest, Star Ladder is back with the audience at all group stages, with an incredible arena for 20,000 spectators and a sensational Counter-Strike 2 action.
He needs to move.
Join us at the Budapest Star Ladder Major.
Let's see, we got this one in the back, folks. Up is the third map in the form of Overpass. Surprisingly, I mean, me and Josh were thinking, what? Of all the maps, this is how it's gonna end it, huh? A map which neither team has yet to play officially. I'm sure they must have, been practicing on it. And let's not forget, this map was in the map pool just a couple years prior. So, I mean, teams are aware of it, that, it exists. It's a map, and they know some of the basics on it. It's not like it's a completely fresh map, but I do feel like a map like Overpass is notorious for the fact that you just have to go and fight for some of that map presence, right? This is not necessarily a map that you can just, play on the whim, like, oh, we're just going to play aggressive and just play on back of reaction-based CS. No, I don't think like Overpass is the sort of map for it. If anything, a team like Ecstatic should be quite decent on it, I would assume. But my assumption is that, this being a somewhat fresh map, and you're not 100% sure, like, even how your opponents are about to play, yeah, exactly. I kind of feel like it could be quite problematic, but we'll just have to wait and see. Overpass is still a map I'm happy to see. I'm sure Josh is as well.
Yeah, me too. Ecstatic had their opportunities on train, and it kind of baffles me that they weren't able to take them, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Somehow we trade map picks. And yeah, I have no idea what's in store for Overpass. No idea at all. Now, I'm assuming that, bearing in mind TNL had the opportunity to play into a different map. I think they had the opportunity to play into Ancient. They chose not to, and they chose to float Overpass instead. Means that they've been doing preparations sort of behind the scenes, behind the curtain on Overpass. But
yeah.
We have no sample size for it. We have nothing to go off of. So, yeah, this should be interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a bit of an X factor for both squads heading into this one. But again, I would assume that the playstyle of Ecstatic should work a bit better on this map, just because of how it does require this tactical depth of, actually fighting for, map presence. And it's not just, we're going to get close towards the bomb site, like on a certain map, like Anubis, for example, where you get quite close to the site without really fighting for any map presence. And you can already throw down those smoke grenades, flashes, and whatnot without really having to fight for map control. So in that vein, the Overpass is quite a different map. Elevation is also quite a cool thing. It's one of the things that when people saw that, Overpass is back, they're already thinking, oh, wow, like, how will the volumetric smokes on it? But in all fairness, from what I have seen, it's not really the smoke grenades that are making a lot of impact on this map, but it's actually like Molotovs and incendiaries, because teams have now started to realize, like, wait a minute, sure, we can throw like smokes from T-spawn, but we can also hit like crazy running Molotovs from like T-spawn towards bathrooms, for example. We have been seeing teams as well, there's the bog standard way of how you can actually go down the B site as a CT, throwing in the Molotov over the boost. Now teams can actually just throw that same Molotov from like A short, or otherwise called sometimes banana, and I feel like that makes a pretty cool adjustment to the map, is that it's not just the smokes that have become like super impactful, but it's one of those few maps in Counter-Strike where there is a versatility where even the Molotovs in the late rounds or start of the rounds can be as important as smoke grenades.
Yeah, just by the nature of the way that the map works, I don't think there's all too many positions where those smokes would make a huge difference, with them now being different to the way they were in CSGO. At the end of the day, like, if you compare it to a map like Mirage, if you throw like a waterfall smoke out of Palace, for example, the floor is close enough that it gives you cover. You come out of Palace, you can drop down to the site and go for the plant. You can't really do that out of Heaven on B, for example. It doesn't work that far, yeah? So, I can't really think of any particular positions where it would make a huge difference. And I think that just comes from, the map undergoing very, very slight changes and more aesthetic and performance changes rather than anything that actually sort of alters the map. And I think that's just because Overpass has kind of been in its final form for a fair few years now, right? And it's been pretty balanced. There's no need to tweak it in any major way. We are underway with the pistol, though. TMB and Analele with a nice little double peek on the elevation. So difficult to take that fight and trade, and Alalele firing on all cylinders. He's still popping heads. This is nuts. 3 kills and no trouble at all.
And some smiles as well. A pretty quick start to the map. Yeah, CT's playing all aggressive. Close towards Fountain, loads of damage inflicted, and TNL already getting wrecked. But here we're seeing a pause coming through. So I guess this is more of a technical pause more than anything, though none of the players have dropped out of the server. But yeah, I really hope it's nothing serious. Oh, looks like it wasn't. Perfect.
Around with low expectations here for TNL. Full eco. You know, didn't even get close to a bomb site in the pistol round, so you have just got to realize it is what it is. We bite the bullet. We'll have money in the next. Try and do any kind of damage we can here. The Desert Eagle on Davi, hoping to crack a couple of heads. He had an exceptional map on train and has looked pretty good here in the opening round of Overpass 2. Got a double in the pistol round. Pick up from the scout. Ooh, does connect the shot, to be fair. Not lethal onto Onyx, but one more like that would do the trick. Oh my god, Sierra, bad timing. That's the M4 lost. Alalele might get caught here too. Look how passive Niffy is.
What are the odds you check it? You don't. You simply don't, and Niffy is getting another freebie. Or shall I say the squad is getting. And look at this. Only 3 players left standing. Now, fair enough. They still have some good weaponry and equipment on their side, but this does limit the options of Ecstatic. And in fact, I'd be crapping myself if I'd be nut holding on to the B bomb site by my lonesome. It does make sense if you're Christo that you do have TMB in this position. I feel like A is a spot where it becomes quite difficult for the CTs to fight back once those Ts get pretty damn close, and that's exactly what they're doing. TMB fires off the first shot. Davi good with the scout. TMB also able to follow up. Now those plays are getting really close and dangerous. TMB surviving for as long as he can because he needs Nut to step in, and he has done exactly that. Great combo there. TMB able to survive for as long as he did with his teammate. It's great to know that Nut was able to make that swift rotation.
Yeah, really needed that. TMB comes in clutch. He had a bit of a quiet last map. But after a horrible start against the Eco, and really facing the prospect of losing against Glocks, he holds true on the bomb site, finds 3, and buys a bit of time for Nut to come up and take a double of his own as well. Now up against Tech 9's TNL. Bit of a weird one. They actually, you know, opt to not go for the buy here. You'd expect to see some AKs and just low util, or maybe a couple of Galils or something. They want all the bells and whistles in the next. So it does mean a B split with Tech 9's, and they're going to try and barrel through.
Oh, that's terrible for Nut. Wow. The fact that he survives for as long as it did was already quite surprising. But moving in swiftly with Tech 9. There's still a player in water in the form of TMB, but forget about it. Fleerex, all eyes on him. Whether you can actually win out the 1v3 is yet to be seen, but won't happen. Cyrus there to close it out. Now, it was quite difficult to watch Nut in that position in Monster. Especially when I was thinking, okay, a bunch of those players are about to barrel their way into the site. And what? He's even able to get a frag. I was so sure that he's basically a goner. But he thrived in his position.
Number 4 finally brings the big guns here for TNL. AKs on all 5. No AWP in play for a map like Overpass. You'd quite like it. Christu certainly does. Look at this. Love the boost. Hero reads it like a book. Doesn't take a lot of damage in the ordeal either. He'll back off. They'll assume that they'll try and play him for the trade, and that'll be where they'll walk right into the waiting arms. A Christu sniper. TMB with a jump spot. No one playing through the con smoke. Door's been blown open, but Alalele in the meantime with one of his own. 2-man advantage, and we're barely getting started here in round 4.
TNL. What an awkward position to be in. Using the boost to their advantage. Again, that's something we barely saw from the FUT Spirit Academy matchup that I remember. You know, that boost on the B bomb set is so powerful. You should try to use it as much as possible. Though obviously, you can't overuse it because T's already know how to counter that boost with just a couple nades and Molotov, especially nowadays. 20 seconds though. I guess all action will be taking place on A side. Syra is just gem spotting. Hoping to see those players just a little bit earlier. Christo is right out in the open, so he has to rely on his teammates. Right now, missing the first shot. Luckily, his teammate is able to find something, but Christo, does go down subtly. We're back to the 2v2. Bomb plot is looking good for Fleerax, so he will get it done. Oh, and Lele has vision. That's big. That's the player going down. It's all up to Niffy. But such a difficult time on train. Maybe Overpass is a different beast, but no, it is Nut to deliver. Ecstatic to claim another.
He's had to be the savior a couple of times now, Nut. He looks unfazed by it. TNL with another plant and a max loss. Yeah, they'll throw themselves at this again with AKs. No reason not to. But they'll be lacking that sniper again. And actually, selling their rifles and rejigging a little bit here, saying we don't want to fully commit to this. Let's keep a bit of money in the bank. Have everything in the next. Maybe realising that lack of sniper in the last did cause them some issues. Fleerax on a Galil, the rest with the Tech 9s. Full belt to util. Really a necessity for a map like Overpass. Yeah, so well played from Sierra. I didn't realise how that smoke kill came about for Analele, but seeing it from his POV, pretty filthy.
Yeah, Karn knows how to go about it. That single Molotov as well as the deep smoke grenade through the double doors does cause a lot of headache for the connector player, but actually, I'm quite surprised he hasn't abandoned his post-in connector. I was so sure that Karn will maintain his position, cut off some rotations, but now it's just a full-on push on B side, and as we can see, Nut again delivering. Got the backup of Unlele if need be, but they're yet to make their way even close on the side. It's Syra, it's Nut. Now it is just Lonesome Karn remaining. Headshot. Also gets one in return, so round's gonna come to an end. Here we can see Christo now left in a pretty difficult situation as TNL finally gets some good entry frags in. And this is where Christo would love to save that EWP, but that simply won't happen as it is Karn Big E47 to deliver a pretty important frag. And sure, this is, well, obviously, congratulations for TNL for finally getting on the board. But more importantly than that, this is now going to be ecstatic with still, well, good money. Just enough money to get a good purchase in. You can see that in terms of weaponry, it's pretty solid. Christo back with the sniper rifle. And let's see some more ecstatic aggression, to be honest. Why not? It has been working out for them. May want to make sure that those team next level players, if they actually want to take some map presence, well, they're really going to have to fight for it. Oh, speaking of fighting, look at Anlele.
Very aggressive. Nife lucky to slip away, but whoever does it thinks that Nife is maybe the lone lurker outside a monster. It's not the case. Fleerax is there holding with the AWP, and there's two more to come and join them. With that entry, they don't actually want to play off of the back of it. Instead, they'll regroup, they'll head elsewhere. They've got presence in connector. They've got an avenue up towards A.
What a slow one indeed. I like this adjustment from Sarah, though. I always feel like, the CTs going for the connector push even late into the round can be super successful. Though, obviously, the one big problem is that, oh, what? TMB, he must have seen the player, right? Surely he's aware. Niffy, his positioning alone could actually keep that guy on his toes, but I love this from Sarah. No, he's not going to go towards the B bomb side once the player got spotted out. Instead, he'll try to join his teammates on A, but he ends up dying in the process, which is a bit dissatisfying. Meanwhile, the only line of defense dies. I say that, Christo is still alive. Maybe he can still catch that bomb planter, but it looks like, yeah, he's just going to plant it for Bank. If it would have been planted for Toilet, suddenly Christo has a heyday. But not this time. It will be ecstatic taking another L in a row, but TNL, this time they managed to punish the aggression we saw from ecstatic, and Lila going down. Not much of a response. Even Saru, with the big flank. I'm quite surprised he gets caught out. And so TNL will claim another pretty important victory.
It was just a little too bold, a little too audacious. Ecstatic, I guess, had the right ideas, the wrong execution. Really well played from Fleerax as well to anticipate that short aggression with the way the smoke was placed. You semi-expect someone to lurk around it, but it's another thing to hold and cover your teammate the way he did. Either way, Ecstatic still in the driver's seat. With two players staying alive as well, the money's not going to look too bad. They'll come into this next with a reasonable investment. A little bit less than I was expecting, but they want the util out, so we see 257s. This could definitely still suffice, though, with Sierra and TMB on rifles. They sort of buddy up a little bit. TMB goes down. He's got the two pistols that can recover. Sierra just gets drive-byed, and no one's in position to go and grab that gun.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. No one's really that close by. You can see if he's so aware that that boost could be used for nefarious purposes. Incendiary is deployed. I believe that must have come from the CT side. Oh, there we go. That boost I'm talking about. TMB using it to its full potential. Eliminating Onyx, and Niffy even still expecting some counter aggression to happen. Ooh, is actually going to move on in. That's such a sick angle.
Wow. Okay, now just falls flat on its face. That'll be that. TMB and Christo back with a mission to save. These rounds have been fairly unimpactful, I guess. Not really, that's not the word I'm looking for. Uneventful, that's it. Jeez, it's been a long day, Danny. My brain's not working very good anymore.
It's all right, it's all right.
Yeah, uneventful. It's an entry or two, and then site gets given up. Ecstatic want the save. It feels like Inferno. That's not really what you normally see on Overpass. In fact, Overpass is one of the few maps where it's very rare that the CTs don't go for the retakes because those rotations are so fast. So unless you're playing really deep in towards the A side, you're playing in toilets, you're playing aggressive in long and things like that, then as soon as contact's made on B, you normally just drop down bank and you're in business pretty quickly. Niffy was pretty quick on the entries, though. They didn't react. So 5-3, a static. Letting TNL claw this back further and further. And the 2 save weapons, whilst I don't blame them for saving them, there wasn't really another option. They shouldn't have too much impact around an eco.
Still, though, gotta basically keep an eye out for TMB. Oh, player just walks past him. Even now, yeah, that's a sound cue. So on the opposite side, we could be seeing Niffy trying to go for a bit of a spam if he's interested. But then again, if he holds mouse 1, he does become a pretty vulnerable target. That's actually one player, importantly, to go down quite early. Krista with the AWP, and sadly, TMB follows suit. Which does mean that team at TNL is now in a pretty good position to just, commit on the B bombs. But especially with the fact that 2 players are dead. Gonna do a thorough, clean sweep of the site. Yeah, it looks like that will be just TNL taking that 4th round in. Why not? Yeah, so far we're actually seeing some back and forth counters, I guess you could say. I mean, Ecstatic having a pretty nice lead initially. Now TNL able to claw their way back in. Nice headshot as well. Props to Syra.
Oh, Nick. Those are freebies around this corner. Does catch it. Syra's now the last man standing. He's in the smoke. Onyx misses by inches through that spam. Syra's looking for the moment to pounce. As the smoke fades, here comes the peak. Onyx is very, very ready. Great awareness as TNL make it 4. That was kind of a given, There wasn't anything around the CT bite alongside the 2 save weapons, but TNL still looking locked in. There's no smiles, there's no celebrations yet. There's a job to be done, and for now, they're still trailing. Static will call a pause. Enough money to go for a proper investment. Chris Do back on the AWP. He was having some big impact when he had that big green in hand, but it's been a couple of rounds since he's wielded it. With any real potential for impact, I mean by that, with rifles alongside to support, with util alongside to support.
Yeah. I don't know what's up next for Ecstatic. Could we actually even see, what I'd be interested in is, again, seeing Crystal posted up on Fountain, for example. At least initially, why not try to give it a shot? Because I still feel like, if you're defending the A-bomb side, some of those floor positions not too shabby, but, oh boy, TNL definitely keeping up the pace this time. It's again Nut and Lele doing a lot of good work. Heavy lifting on the B-bomb side.
And massive
players are already out of the equation. Yeah, and you can see damage inflicted by TNL. I mean, they're scared. The numbers are against them.
Brilliant. We get the molly in. And TNL just burn. They try to aggress. They can't find the entries. I don't even know where that came from. Oh, it's Sierra from the back lines. Wow. A major flank. Niffy will be able to trade it out, but a 1v2. Bomb down on the site. Minute on this clock. And Lele's super low. He swaps out with Christu. So the sniper. The 1 bullet potential. Picks around the corner. Niffy puts 1 bullet into him instead. But Christu fast for the trade. Goes and recovers his AWP. And a static on to 6. That one came very close. But it started off well, and it ended pretty well too.
Yeah, even though initially, once we saw the amount of players just pushing onto the B-bomb side, I always feel like, those engagements are pretty rough. But they weren't really back and forth. Yeah, I mean, it started out pretty well for Ecstatic. They were the ones to find the 2 opening frags, and eventually they managed to close it out. The most important part. Just that nade thrown out towards Fountain. Nothing that major. Davy, wow, look at the pace again. They will try to give it another go on B side. Oh, Unlela spinning around with the UMP. There's a few players to drop dead. Okay. Flarex and Onic actually have control of the side. Sure, they are bruised. Oh, that's an easy one for Syra. I think he's just going to wait. He's going to wait. Not for long, though. Smoke has already faded. Now it's time for him to move in and for Flarex to look for the second player.
For a 5v2, they've given this a good go. Flurex will realise, yeah, no one's coming in from CT. He has the info on Zera's position and will assume that Chris2's coming up from Con. He's absolutely right. Molly makes things tricky, but he's found the first and the spam is on the money. Chris2 has to get off the bomb, prioritise the fight instead. It's the right call with the smoke posted. Fleerax had no idea, and he's back on it just in the nick of time. Comes very, very close. And a round that is static. You know, they found the early 3 kills. It was looking theirs for the taking every day of the week. It was a brilliant recovery out of TNL, but still not enough. Money in the bank, though, and another pause being called as a static go into the final round of the half with a decent lead here and a chance to extend it further.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent lead. I mean, 7 rounds, CT side overpass. That's already a solid performance. And hey, there's still room to grow. One more round remaining, which could absolutely go either way. But I don't know. I think if you're a TNL, maybe you should stop with the whole fast plays in the B bomb site. At least for now, I feel like it's time to change it up. Maybe you consider fighting for some more map presence, which honestly, I mean, this is kind of expected for TNL. They love playing fast, yes, but oh man, look at the frustration as well.
That's specifically on Niffy. When you look at the cameras on everybody else, you know, no one's showing that same level of frustration as Niffy. And even though he's having a good third map here, I think he'll be disappointed with his individual performance this series because we pointed out earlier, he's normally a hard hitter and he's been anything but that on Train and Dust 2. Sierra, super aggressive. I love this. Playing all the way through the smoke, maybe a little too much. So he just stays put, gets a freebie. Information gained that there's a second here towards Fountains as Candle traded out. But it's all about just conditioning, a static. Keeping TNL scared. With a minute 5 on this clock, the bomb left behind and numbers whittled down. It's a great nade to follow up. There's nothing Davy can even do about it. He just knows that it came over the wall from B. Stu. Oh no, he's pulled the trigger too early. Oh.
The shadow. That damn shadow. What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is ridiculous. What?
Oh, it's gross. Somehow it ends up working out. And a 3v3 to get up onto this bomb site. Pure shenanigans taking place in the long toilets. And maybe it will materialize into a round win as Nife follows up onto TMB. Nut up from above. Shut down by the AWP of Fleerax. Analele left with a 1v3. He has found the first and the second. Nife will be happy to get that over the line. A couple of high fives because TNL are still in this.
And they're still very much in it. Maybe for them, actually, now to play on the CT side would be much better, right? It feels like as well, at sometimes they probably got, you know, just starting to lack some ideas. Yeah, I guess for good reason as well. We just saw, you know, just a couple commitments on the B-bomb side, you know, hoping for the best, and not much of it. And so, moving into the second half, I still feel like TNL do have a chance. I wouldn't really count them out so early. You can still do some good work, and it's great to see as well, you know, Niffy, you know, last round, able to win out the clutch. Sure, that's going to be, well, not necessarily confidence-inducing, but at least, you know, he's going to feel a little bit better about himself that, okay, I can still clutch out, you know, I can still be impactful. And honestly, he has. I mean, double digits for the man. The only player for TNL, which is quite surprising that everyone else is able to frag as good as he can. Look at that, though. Another fragger worth mentioning, Karn. Able to get that opening frag. We did see the boost, and Firax. Ooh, that's the satisfying way to go.
Certainly is. Puts it into a 4-on-4, though. Onic. Oh, my God. Big swing off the back of the flashbang. TMB is just hoping that he can jam himself into the corner far enough that the USP won't connect. Analele overwhelms Onic and puts the numbers back in their favor. Ken and Nifty with the weight of the world on their shoulders, knowing that this is a must-win pistol round. And whilst the trade comes through, it's not enough. Nut and Christy will finish off the job. And Static are on to 8. A sigh of relief. And TNL being on their CT side, just economically broken. I mean, look at the money right now. 2K in the bank. Do you force? Do you not? It looks like they will. It's a massive commitment to make.
It is, right? Especially when right now you're in the second half. Just lost that previous round, and going for a purchase, it is always risky business. Nut. Has to be expected, you know, throwing down that early Molotov. You could actually throw in another Molotov that's a little bit higher up, or the nade can also work. But that's not going to be thorough enough. Nut has to hit the shot, but it just deals the damage. If they chuck in a Molotov instead of a HE grenade, suddenly Karen is just forced out of position and has to take the fight. Anyhow, they at least take connector control. As Ecstatic, they absolutely know, you know, this is one of those key parts of the map that honestly isn't that hard to tackle on the T side, especially if you're moving in from both sides. But here, even moving in through the tunnel itself is more than enough. But Overpass is always such a big map where the scariest part is that there's always the possibility of incoming flank. And in this case, I completely understand why Ecstatic would have changed up the pace. That's where they are moving out fast here on the side. Ooh, on it, going down. Syra gets the better of him. And if he's still in position, he might just find himself a frag or two. Sadly, he'll find nothing. In fact, no one from TNL will.
Okay. A force buy falling on deaf ears and a bad time for it. That just looks like the, you know, like the flat face emoji. You know the one? It's just expressionless. It was just because Christie's camera had frozen. But they should be pretty happy with that round because TNL invested everything into it. Now they have to eco. Ecstatic will take an easy 10th. At least you expect them to. As Niffe burns in the flames, Analele will hear that from a mile away. Find the easy entry. That's the B site now open. And Zero will realise that they've stacked up on long.
Oh, hold up. That's already impactful frags found. No chance for the pistols to get anything done. This might just be one of the cleanest rounds Ecstatic has had in a long, long while, so congrats to him. Onic, just a telepathy gamer. No need for any hands. Mind control. Yeah. Not gonna help. Ten to 5 is the scoreline. Instead of Ecstatic, I mean, this is the start they are quite glad to have in the second half, which is something you can't really say for TNL. And it's no wonder they're taking the tactical pause. Now, again, it's not like it is a difference, right? It's a 5-round difference, but I wouldn't say that it's a huge difference, right? I mean, there's still the possibility to, you know, win a couple gun rounds, break your opponent's economy, and suddenly it's still a doable game for TNL to get back into this one. But it all stems from the fact that whether they can actually win this round. If they don't, then I think we're gonna have to say bye-bye to TNL at the European close qualifier. But maybe if they win it, they still have a game on their hands.
I think we still have a game on our hands either way. We've seen our fair share of crazy comebacks today, but It does feel like TNL need this 16. And they get off to a very good start within it. A two-man advantage. Sierra denied the opportunity to trade as well. And wow, that AWP is well and truly out of there. Like a flash, Fleerax is all the way back onto the A site. Great nade. Second one. Would have done some big damage and actually would have finished off if Christu tries to run through the smoke. Yeah, that's not going to work. TNL
Oh, wait.
needed.
I can't believe they're still trying to go for it. Still pushing through Monster, and finally they will meet their demise, as the push through Monster is always, you know, such a difficult setup to break by the T's. But then again, all the CTs really need to have are just two players, right? You have one player on wood, the other one close by the tunnel playing anti-flash, and that really, that's the two-man setup that can make all the difference to hold on the B bomb side, really. And for Monster, that setup can even be quite overkill. So, you know, congrats. They have the players just in the right places, just in the right moment. Now we're going to see Christo moving in. AWP is glad that his teammate throws down that early molly. I wonder, does he want to go for the wall bang? Probably not. There we go, second molly, clear out, connector. And that's exactly what you need on the T side. You can have that one player just going out there, chucking in those mollies, and that's more than enough to clear out a connector.
Creeping up long. Minute 5, a static. There's an interesting crossfire set up here in the long tunnels with a flashbang through. It does break it for a moment. Ken has to try and trade back as Niffa is dropped. He peeks out and Christu's ready and waiting on the angle. A static. They've been doing their homework and I'm not sure how because TNL have got no maps on record here, but just very aware that if there's one holding for party, there's got to be another posted up on long. Davi and Fleerax back the other way. And the successes of a static boil down to nothing. Christu wants to find something out of this, but looking at the timer with 20 seconds left, the best he can hope for is just holding on to this AWP. That's why he won't even go into toilets. He'll back away. Hold on to the sniper. Get out of there. Through playground. 10 seconds left to tick. No one's close enough to hunt. It'll be a 7th round for TNL, but a static getting a little bit closer. That felt like a very, very winnable scenario for them. They just choke a couple of those duels.
Indeed, especially, you know, for Ecstatic, the big problem was dropping that bomb, I think, in the bathrooms, because that basically solidified that, okay, not 40, so actually, when you think about it, the bomb was dropped a couple times, really, but when it was dropped at the 40-second mark, it becomes pretty obvious what the whole game plan of Ecstatic was from the get-go. So, the DNL, really solid hold in the restroom. Now, they have gone still for purchase here, Ecstatic. They are going to be pretty quick about it. Look at Crystal go. Is he? Oh, I thought that he might even get a lineup, but that is so sick from Christo. So quick on his feet and instantly returns back to safety. Might even probe here at Monster, but okay, that's smoke grenade. We'll stop him.
Spams through the Monster tunnel. Mono goes over. Smoke down. Onyx just going to hold on the other side. It's less than a minute on this clock. And a static. The bomb's just sandwiched in the middle. I was looking at it going, where's the red dot? But it's there. You just can't see it. Actually going to work their way through short. Up into connector. They've sold quite a ruse here on the B site. And it all falls onto the shoulders of Fleerax. He's got an AWP. We saw some crazy shots hit by Symmetry yesterday in this exact position. Now it's Fleerex's time to deliver.
Very close. Super close. Tech 9. Oh, no! That's a big whip from TMP. That should have been his all day and all week. Finally, Fleerex can. Wow, he's just spinning around with that weapon of his. Just doesn't have what? I think they have the plant.
Oh my god, they don't! They miss it! They miss it by a microsecond. That is just ridiculous. And it really boils down to the fact that TMP can't kill Fleerex, and I don't know how. It's a major whiff. But if he finds that frag, then the AWP's out the way. They've got a little bit of space to plant, and they wouldn't have to worry about it. A couple of beautiful shots being hit from Nut. We didn't see it from his POV, but makes a meal of the second one. The first is crisp. TNL given a real lifeline around that they weren't supposed to lose, but came damn close to doing so. As for a static, you sort of shrug your shoulders, but Christu died after time. Yeah, actually, it's a lot worse than... Yeah, it is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I was thinking, you know, you take it as a silver lining if we came close, even though, you know, it wasn't a heavy investment of a round, but no, that was about as awkward as it gets. So looks like this scoreline will more than likely tie up because Christu, who's supposed to be the man who has the most money to get the AWP out as frequently as possible, is broken. And Nut's got an AK here, but there's not a whole lot else around it.
Gonna move in quite quick in connector, though. If you're expecting your opponents to be on an eco, maybe a partial buy, or hey, even a forced buy for that matter, I don't know, taking connector presence on the CT side is risky business. Ooh, Niffy, ouch. He had no idea how close the T players were, and I kind of felt like Davi wanted to reaggress, maybe get a frag of his own, but I guess he's just gonna rely on his teammates in Monster to do so, or no, instead of just back away. But remember, there's still an AK-47 at play, so Nut could actually find a good angle here if anyone decides to take barrels. But I think in order for anyone to take barrels control, they still need to be pressured a bit in Monster, and the situation is pretty clear. TNL believe this is the B-side hit. They've basically put all players here. There we go. That's the position, but Nut drops down.
He's the one man that can have a say in this round. Maybe there's two. Maybe Sierra could be the savior. Oh! Can. With a nasty surprise. A snake that bites his ankle, and it's a venomous one. Onyx will catch Analele, but with Nut on short. The A site cracked open. Fleerex and Onyx miles away, and the bomb has worked its way up and should be able to get a plant down. We'll see Nut here in connector.
Yeah. And what a way to win as well. I'm kind of glad to see that Ecstatic is now giving TNL a bit of a taste of their own medicine. I mean, finally they themselves capable enough of basically winning an eco round with that one AK-47. Now you can see, Onyx, can he even save that gun of his? I mean, if you have players on pistols, you might as well try to run him down, deal the damage. Maybe he dies from the explosion. Ooh, maybe he... Wow, all of them die. Practically all of them die. And Fleerex can keep the AWP. So that's pretty nice for Fleerex. But really, there's a whole sea of negativity. And that is a big loss for TNL. I mean, starting into this round, didn't have that much money to work with. And now, economy is completely down the drain. So some tough choices need to be made. Perhaps a tactical pause would be necessary to discuss how to approach this one, because 11-8 is the scoreline, and some of these guys, well, I guess we'll see that purchase, right? I feel like TNL will probably still invest despite the difficulties.
It really felt like Nut was the right man for the job as well with that hero rifle. Had some big impact, some big presence on that B site, and it pulled resources over. Allowed Sierra the space to get up onto 8. Find that all-important entry that pretty much won them the round. Static right on the cusp of map and series point here. Not qualification out of the groups yet, but would keep them alive. As TNL would fall into the grave. Looks of despair across their faces. A Static still looking a bit nervy. What's the buy going to look like here, though, for TNL? 1,900 loss. It feels like they need to invest into this, but Nife's got 2 grand in the bank. Onyx has got a little bit more. Whatever they go for, they're going to need to innovate. I don't think just a standard setup's going to work. Maybe we'll see a bit of aggression into Fountain with the pistols, maybe towards B. Short control could be the answer. When we've seen it previously, it hasn't worked, but in the right setting, the right circumstance, could be the difference maker. Looks like burning all the timeouts here. Everybody realizes that it comes down to this. Everybody realizes that despite the fact that the Static aren't on map point yet, it boils down to this round. Unless TNL don't buy. They've started selling all their weapons.
Ooh.
They're not going to let it boil down to this round. It'll only be the pistols around the AWP. They're going to have an investment in the next. It's not going to be a great one. There's only 1,900 lost, but they'll be for masses. It looks like they're going to give this one up.
Damn, that's I don't know. I still feel like that's kind of a risk, though. You could say that at least the upcoming round they'll have a better purchase, but do TNL have what it takes to win 4 runs in a row? Flarex, ooh, that's the problem. I think that still they were kind of relying that maybe Flarex would get to keep that EWP of his, but now that is a bit awkward. That weapon is out of the equation. Hard though. I mean, I guess the one good thing is that you can still have players like Onyx and Karn who are still alive, and they might just recover that weapon just by mere scavenging it. However, the T's seem to be kind of aware that there is a chance for a backstab. Not anymore, though. They've got their backs turned, and this is problematic. Karn might have a field day, and could easily kill at least one of these players.
Oh, yeah, it is just going to be the one by the looks of things. A shot onto Nut Nut. Still a man disadvantage. And Sierra is very ready for Khan to work his way up. There's no way that the 5-7 overcomes the AK. Leaves it all down to Onyx as the last man standing. 1 versus 3 and a 5-7 in Kevlar. Whilst this was a round that, as I say, they didn't invest into. They were working on the basis they'd have a little bit more in the next. It was one that they were praying they could win somehow and some way. And Static just don't give them the opportunity. Onyx realizes that it's far better to just hold on to this Kevlar. There might be a retrievable weapon somewhere. Walking into the no man's land that is Party. He's going to go rifle shopping. There is going to be one close. Danger here. Sierra around the corner. Onyx found an AK and he will be able to hold on to it. It's a big kill. And a valuable asset to go into the next round. He's looking at the floor, praying that he could just pick them up and stuff them in his pockets. Drop them over to his teammates that aren't going to have a lot of cash to work with moving forward. But as I say, carrying across that AK-47 and the Kevlar, giving the ability to then drop over another rifle, really does elevate this CT buy.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think the only way it could have been elevated just a bit more is if a player would have recovered a sniper rifle, because we do remember Flarex was manning the big green in long. Ooh. Oh, this is a bit of a change-up card now. Trying to hold on to the connector position, but again, like those Molotovs in connector are so powerful, you really can't counter them at all. You basically, what you have to do at that point is just back away. And look at this as well. TMB able to find that opening frag. Ooh, the boost. Dangerous for both sides. And Onyx up close with the MP9. Oh, what an explosion! Davi's holding on to the side. 5 points of health. Oh my gosh, those players are so close by. That is a great flash as well. And Karn in water. Oh, should be going down anytime soon. But he's got Fleer as backup. And he's fighting back. Not giving away that easily. And now, gonna chuck it in Injury, forcing the player out of position. But it will be Syra to close it out. As it is Ecstatic to claim victory. 13-8. And Overpass, well, it was interesting, but that second half just told the story the way it was meant to be. Ecstatic, we're going to be winners. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it really did feel like that was the case. And to be honest, for TNL, they're going to be looking at that and saying, maybe we shouldn't have banned Nuke. Yeah, they had the opportunity between Nuke and Overpass. They went for the bold call, and it didn't really work out. They didn't look great on Overpass. It really did feel like Ecstatic through and through were the better team. And, well, a bizarre series, to be honest. Trading map picks the way that they did. It could have been done in 2 bites. Train looked very possible for Ecstatic. But I think the better team won today, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think Ecstatic generally, as a general baseline, did look a little bit better. We saw TNL with certain individuals missing, which was a real shame. So as much as it kind of pains me to see these guys bow out of the tournament so early, I think these guys are a really capable team. I think Ecstatic going through have a better chance at actually qualifying for the main event if they can find their top form.
Yeah, and I think as the tournament is going to progress, something tells me they will find that form. And think about this as well. I mean, this is going to be fairness. When you look at Group C, I mean, Group C does have, that one outlier in the form of GG How, but the rest of the squads, I mean, they are like lingering about like the top 30 in the world. So it is kind of a shame that they appear in the group with arguably some of the strongest teams in the qualifier. But yeah, I mean, they still had some opportunities to close it out, even on a map like Dust 2. But it's not just. It's going to be basically it here for this elimination matchup. Ecstatic, they still have one more lifeline, so we'll continue on playing, and at least I mean, for them, there's a chance at redemption.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect, isn't it, with how badly they lost to GG How yesterday. But I'm going to be honest, GG How didn't look very good today at all against OG. They kind of got demolished. So I don't know. I don't know if yesterday was a fluke. I don't know what to call it. Maybe Ecstatic just weren't giving us their best at all. But it does feel like a scary prospect when you're having to rematch a team that beat you 13-0. But I kind of fancy their chances, again, if they can find that top form that we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, and for me, like the top form is in general that this team just has some sort of baseline that, for the most part, they have sound fundamentals. They still have pretty good communication, all things considering, and I feel like this is a squad that already has like a very stable floor, which is something you don't get to say even a lot about teams that are in this sort of tier 2 level of Counter-Strike, or I guess you could say tier 1.5, tier 2 level of Counter-Strike. I mean, for them, the floor is pretty obvious. The question is, it's the ceiling that I think matters quite a lot about this team, because I do feel like this is a roster that, at times it feels like they might need that extra oomph, that extra kick that would help them win in some of the more difficult games. But still, it looks like, this is still a very capable roster, and I do believe we actually do have that interview ready with Syra. So let's bring him in for a bit of a chat. Syra, obviously, congratulations on the victory. What are your thoughts, heading into this matchup against TNL? This is still a pretty formidable opponent. Were you guys thinking that this is going to be a hard game, an easy game? What do you think?
I think our expectation is that they shoot really hard and they are having a very unique style. So we always expect a hard game against them. But we also know when we are communicating right and and we put in the energy, then we will like beat them always. So yeah, it's a hard match, and if you're not 100%, you're gonna lose. But if you are 100%, we will always win. So yeah.
Fair play. I want to ask about the veto a little bit. Obviously, Overpass came up as that decider. It's something that you guys haven't really played officially recently. Were you expecting that to come up, or were you expecting the nuke?
We were actually expecting Nuke, to be honest, but we were also like ready for Overpass. I think they haven't played an Overpass yet, and we haven't either. So, and it has been going pretty good in practice for us. So I think we were just ready to play it. It wasn't like a huge surprise for us. We were ready.
Cool.
Right, and one last question. I mean, you guys already had a pretty big beating against GG How. That was a pretty big loss you guys had to take. But, I mean, right now, there's a chance at redemption. Do you think that the first time you faced off against them, that was an outlier? Do you feel like this time around you're going to be way more prepared, and perhaps you feel like that GG How just won't be able to put up those same big numbers?
I can at least guarantee we'll get more than 5 rounds in total. That I can say, but yeah, I mean, yesterday was just like a complete off day for like everything, like our energy, individual, and our communication. So it was just like a huge wake up call for us that okay, we need to still need to give it our all, show that we wanna win. So I think but we also gained some respect for them, maybe, as they have it's been better for them. They have been performing better lately than maybe we expected, and I think tomorrow we are gonna be full prepared, and we are gonna show them that the ecstatic we showed yesterday was not the real ecstatic.
Fair play. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Sierra. I'm going to hold you to that. I'm hoping for more than 5 rounds tomorrow. But yeah, congratulations on your win, and go and celebrate with the rest of the team. We'll see you hopefully again here tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, seemed confident, right? Seemed confident, and you know, teams have off days, players have off days. Confident that was just the case, and I kind of agree. I think that they should still be the favourites going up against GG How, and it should be an interesting game as well. I'm excited for these decider matches to round off these groups, because I mean, here on the B stream we haven't had too many one-sided games, have we? We've had a whole load of 3 mappers, but especially over on the A stream, they've had a lot of fairly one-sided matches, and I think that, you know, these decider games are where, you know, that real contentious Counter-Strike will come into play.
Yeah, it sure will, because, you know, in the next few days, we're going to figure out who's going to secure them important spots in the plains, and then later on the final few days, in fact, I believe on Sunday, in fact, we're going to see which one of these teams will actually, from the plains, will go to the main event that will be taking place in Budapest, Hungary. But that's going to be it here for today. Day 3 is all wrapped up. Be sure to tune in to tomorrow's games, as there's going to be a lot more Counter-Strike ongoing, as well as on A stream and B stream, which both of those streams can be found at Kick. Yeah, that's going to be it from us, guys. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. Hope you enjoy the cast. Hope you enjoy the games, and we hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, folks, and bye-bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.